This land is calling.
The sky is not so black and white, it's like I told him. There's things that I can't fight, I just keep going, I just keep going. In my time, I've been dreaming of a space to really fill my place. I wish he'd seen what I had dreamed. Before these darker days, I thought I found my way. Quickly fades, losing the race, closing the page. In and out, I move myself again.
This land is calling.
Let's start in. 4,
I stepped into a realm of wonders where the sun kisses the sea. Two worlds inspired by each other. Two worlds making one. This land is calling, Saudi Red Sea.
Picture impossible. Lenovo Legion.
This land is calling.
Countless laps through every corner, every gear shift, every heartbeat has led to this moment. From Daytona to Jeddah, the competitors have fought for every inch. This is more than just a game. This is the finale on the biggest stage sim racing has to offer, and the world is watching. This is the Esports World Cup featuring Rennsport.
Welcome, everyone, to the Esports World Cup featuring Rennsport. Today is the finale. Like I said, on the biggest stage, sim racing has to offer $500,000 on the line. We know our top three teams, Redline, Virtus.pro, and Vitality. But one thing we don't know is who the champion will be. However, we've got a great match point format with 8 races to decide that answer. Tell you what, today's going to be crazy. It's going to be intense, and I'm going to love to spend each and every moment with all of you out there in the stadium and at home. I'm your host, Taylor Reflections Noble, joined by Mac Backham as well as James Baldwin. Boys, it's going to be a wonderful day. It's been a long tournament, but finally the end is here, Mac.
Yeah, we're in finals day right now. Couldn't be more excited. This is going to be the best of the best going up against each other. They've all proven themselves. They've all had really good results. I think it's going to be fireworks today.
That's it. Porsche, though, falling a little bit short. I know you're the favorite for them, but it is what it is, a hard-fought battle.
Yeah, it is what it is. Unfortunate this had to be brought up so soon in the studio already, but yeah. Took a while to get to sleep tonight, but unfortunate. Yeah, they fought hard, but yeah, it wasn't meant to be.
We're going to be picking you up all day today, Mac. We got you.
Thank you.
I know tugging at the heartstrings. James, great to see you. Got a little bit spicy last night between me and you out there on the karting track on the Boulevard, but you know what? Today, we're going to be nothing but buddies.
Absolutely. I hope your back's okay after I drilled you into turn 4. But yeah, we say the best of the best. It's so weird to not see Porsche here. The number 1 seed, one of the best sim racing teams, there's been, and they just didn't turn up, and so strange. But Vitality and VP and Redline all deserve to be here. I think Redline are the favourites, but I think anything can happen.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, when I said during the broadcast, no bias, I really meant it. I really thought Porsche was going to go through.
Without a doubt.
I don't think it was a hot take or anything like that. Yeah, I was really surprised to not see them go through yesterday, especially when they got to the lower bracket. I really thought that they were going to be super motivated to come out and yeah, have a great lower bracket basically, but it just seemed like they couldn't really fire on all cylinders. It was always one guy, maybe here and there, just trying to get a result together, but it was never consistently someone at the top. It was always up and down, and yeah, it just hurt them and they couldn't get it done.
It's tough, but Vitality, they earned their spots, and they did so with some incredible moments. Let's take a look at our Kitty top plays from yesterday, because there were many of them that led not only Redline, Virtus.pro, but also Vitality to the finals, James.
Yeah, and we can see one of the Porsche Coanda cars going around the outside of Redline at Le Con, so that's a lovely move to always pull off. And so yeah, they had their moments yesterday. Overall, it just didn't fall their way. And in the end at Fuji, we saw some desperation from the team we're watching now. It's Jordan Caruso. And yeah, Mac, Fuji was pretty nuts at turn 1 every single race, wasn't it?
Yeah, Fuji was nuts. You can see it here too. Vitality, of course, really lucky. That car was basically sideways and then got corrected by the other car. Like you said, Porsche Coanda definitely had their moments, but it seemed like they were always on the back foot. They always came from behind. They never had their moments from the front. And in a championship like this, where the competitors are so good, you're basically going up against one of the finalists now in Vitality. You can't afford to make those mistakes and just come from behind.
Yeah, and Redline just looks so strong, consistent. They don't have many weaknesses. This is obviously Williams and Vitality going wheel to wheel at Monza, and this was actually for the back of the pack, the final 4 positions, but every point counts, especially yesterday, but even today, because even if you're not in the, say if Redline do dominate and the other 2 teams are way off, second and third, that prize money difference is $40,000. So you still want to be second. I know everyone's coming here to win, but realistically, I do think Redline are the favourites.
Yeah, sure.
So
that's a significant prize difference, by the way, Mac. You talk about $200,000 for first, you drop down, I believe it's $100,000, and you lose $40,000 after that. There's a real reason why you would want to not only secure maybe even top 2, but also pole position.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, you would never aim for second place, right? When you got to this stage, you have to be confident you can win. You see those $200,000, you're like, all right, that's ours. We need to take this. No one will be happy taking second, but I think especially later on, when you look, in hindsight, you're like, okay, it's probably a little nicer to have $150,000 than a little less, right?
I would rather have more money than less money, without question. That was your Kitty top plays, but we also had some wonderful reactions from our competitors in the studio. Let's take a look at our Sony top reactions. And well, of course, with any reaction that we end up watching, sometimes it's happiness, sometimes it's despair, but I hope we see more happiness and despair in our Sony top plays, Mac.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, here you just see Siggy working the wheel, right? Probably a little bit of contact, just having to correct everything. A sigh of relief, I reckon, from Luke. Yeah, you see this cheer there.
Sometimes
really
it's
happy
hard
with
to tell.
It is hard to tell, but I mean, Luke is such a composed guy. You can't really too much emotion from him, but you saw how happy he was there, right? That win means a lot.
Yeah.
And I think he was extremely clutch the last few days. He really executed really well for Redline whenever they needed.
Yeah.
Yeah, we should see at some point the VP guys, Kevin Ellis there and Dara celebrating. I remember them being very happy with their performance in the upper bracket to get through. And yeah, Erhan had a great day yesterday, actually. I saw him after we finished doing this, and he seemed like almost we gave him that motivation on day one, because obviously we were drilling him so hard for underperforming for Vitality. I feel like he definitely heard us say all that. But if he used it as fuel to get the most out of himself, then that's good to see.
Yeah, and then here you see the least positive reactions. Porsche Cayenne extremely sad. But coming back to Erhan, the only reason we were drilling him a little bit, of course, is because he's such a good driver, right? We hold him to a high standard, and that's because he's a phenomenal driver. He's won races, he's gone to pole positions. He is a championship caliber driver, and they're also going to need that today. It's been Marcel has been very good, Yuri has been good. They've been extremely consistent, always near the top. But I think to really compete with Redline, they need that third guy. They need Erhan or Kazamon to step up. And if one of them does, I think it'll be extremely close fight.
I agree with what you're saying there, Taylor. Sometimes it's hard to know if they're
Without
angry, sad, happy,
anxious,
until you see a smile come on their face. It is kind of hard sometimes to know.
Well, I think it's just a sigh of relief, right? Because there's so much tension built up during the actual qualifiers and the race themselves. It's like once it finally ends, it takes just a second to kind of process the emotions, right?
Yeah.
And once you finally realize you actually won, you can relax. It's nice to see that smile peer through.
Yeah, for sure. And I think something that's also, at least that's what always play in my mind, is I always race with Josh and stuff. We always race together because we live together, we have our own separate environment. But if you cross the finish line, you're the first to cross the finish line, right? But your teammates are still racing, and because you're so close to each other, you don't want to make all these sudden moves, and maybe they're in a battle, and they look over and they're like, oh, what's going on? And they completely lose focus and they make a mistake, right? So I think maybe that's also a little part of it, that they don't want to kind of upset their teammates a little bit.
Yeah, and these are real reactions we're seeing, They're not faking, smiling for the cameras, and sometimes a real reaction doesn't always make sense because there's so much emotion involved. I think we're seeing a lot of that.
All right, well, let's take a look at our brackets because today is going to be action-packed. Like I said, 8 races, $500,000 on the line. And, well, this is from yesterday and how we ended up getting into the grand finals. We started an upper bracket where seed 1, 2, and 3 faced off against each other. It was a big shock to see, Porsche Cayenne drop down. Granted, no disrespect to Virtus.pro, right? Virtus.pro is incredible. They came in as the number 3 seed from the R1 regular season, but we did expect Porsche Cayenne to at least make it top 2. Virtus.pro to drop down, but that wasn't the result. When we went to the lower bracket, we knew it was going to be a battle for sure, but of course, again, expecting Porsche Cayenne to be the favorite, especially with Team Vitality having 2 qual bans, Williams losing their star player in, star racer, I should say, in Blyer. I wanted Porsche Cayenne to come out the gate swinging, and to be fair, they did. But then race 2 and 3 was all Team Vitality. They dominated the lower bracket, and they look poised and ready for the grand finals, which is now officially Redline, Virtus.pro, and Team Vitality. Your top 3 racers and teams you'll be watching for each and every race today. And today is going to be grueling. We start on Hockenheim, but that's just the start of 8 total races we might be seeing. But boys, let's talk about match point. Even though there's 8 races on that screen, it doesn't mean we're guaranteed 8 races. Once a team reaches the threshold, which is quite high, granted, of 250 points, then that team is now eligible to win the tournament. To win the tournament, they have to reach the threshold or surpass it and then win the very next race. Last year, Mac, it was Redline. They reached the point threshold, they won the very next race, and they closed it out in 6.
Yeah, Redline was super dominant last year. They got the finalist mode really as soon as they could, and they just sealed the deal immediately after. I think this year it'll take a little bit longer. Kind of looking at the average points we've had thus far from people or from teams in races, it's been around 50 best case scenario. I think Redline is looking really strong, so they might increase it a little bit today, I think. But yeah, realistically, it's going to take at least 5 races before someone is at finalist mode.
Well, let's talk about it. How many races do we get? That was a talking point last year on the desk. I believe they called it, and I think Lewis, if I'm not mistaken, said 5, or someone said 6, but they got it right. It ended in 6 of the 8. But this year, point threshold 250. There's been a bit of a difference in the BOP. We've been talking about that constantly. I think it's going to be harder for Redline to dominate as hard as they did last year. Granted, again, now you have Vitality, who's hot off the press, working their way up from the lower bracket. They're looking great. They were second place last year. They want to obviously be first place this year. And then, of course, you add in Virtus.pro. So I think it's going to be a battle. But every match point tournament, there's always a discussion of how many total matches or races we're going to get. And I want to discuss that. I'm thinking we go 7. I think 7 is relatively healthy, James.
It's not a bad shout. I think if Redline went 1, 2, 3, 4 every single race, it'd be 5 races.
Yes.
semi-realistic 6 races. I think you're right, 7 races. But if we get to 8, that's the limit. We can't go to 9.
Yeah.
So we're not going to be sat here for days on end, which would be nuts. But I think the other thing to take into consideration here is the tracks. So Jedda's done twice, Spa's being done twice. But the fact Jedda's being done twice, we know that's an Aston Martin track. We know there's 8 Aston Martins on the grid. That could be a big factor.
Yeah, for sure. And I think what you said, 7 races probably likely. I think it's going to go 8. I think
all the way.
I think Redline will get finalist mode relatively early. But then I think, especially McCormack and Marcel, they're going to be so fired up. I reckon they're just going to make sure that they don't win. I think VP gets the finalist mode on race 7, and then they win race 8.
Okay, fair enough. And I do want to reiterate for those at home, we are not guaranteed, but there is a maximum of 8 races that will be raced today. It can end earlier. However, even if we do get to race 8, let's say Team Redline, Vitality, Virtus.pro, one of those teams, or maybe all of them, are on match point. Whoever wins that race, if they have already matched or exceeded match point, even though we have finished all 8 races because they won the final race, once they surpassed match point, they are officially the winners. So we'll be keeping you up to date. You don't get too caught up into the weeds just yet. We'll let you know and keep the storylines alive as each and every race ends up taking place. But I think 7 is the healthy number. We'll see how it ends up unfolding. Again, Redline, the title defenders, can they do it again? That's the big question. We've gone through 3 days of competition, but now today is what truly matters. The finals, the top 3 teams, $500,000, and 2 teams also going for the Club Championship trophy race. A lot going down. Let's take a closer look at day 4.
It's difficult to say whether Virtus.pro are the ones to worry about now. I have no doubt that they're going to bring their A game tomorrow and try and level it up as much as possible to try and beat us. I think peak performance, we're the very best team. I believe we are. If we pull it all together, we're better. I still well and truly believe that we are the strongest team, and I still truly believe that we are going to win. Winning and seeing your opponent's faces, I think, is probably the best thing, especially in a LAN, because when you're online you can't see their faces, of course, so it's rewarding. I think is probably the right thing to say. It's very rewarding to perform.
Team Vitality are the final team in the Esports World Cup final.
We can become champion if everything goes our way. We'll do our very best, and we'll try and work together as best we can. Really hoping that we can win it again, and to win something this big would solidify us as being, without a doubt, the best team.
And there it is, Redline, the top dogs once again trying to be just that. A team that hasn't really given up their crown since the start of R1. It's kind of crazy, to say the least. The question is, though, can they continue to stay that dominant? You would think yes, based off their performance, but every good story has to have an ending at some point. But as I've mentioned, the Club Championship race is there. You've got a lot of money on the line, and that's really what we have to focus on at the moment, right? Our prize pool, because it's $500,000, $200,000 going to first place. Quite significant. And one of the things, Mac, and I love that you've been referencing this, there's a lot the orgs themselves can do with their team with $200,000.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, that basically could fund maybe even close to a year of a team, right, for an organization. Just being able to reinvest that kind of money in your players. Let's say they've already won. You can only get better, right? So you'd have another chance next year to maybe even get a little bit more.
Well, you would hope so anyways, you get better. But, James, I do like that you set the storyline up well. Significant drop-off, right, from first place. That's $100,000, and then you even lose a bit more when you go down to third. So if you get third place, you're losing out on $140,000 potential dollars.
Yeah, and just knowing the drivers that are in this final, I don't think that that's the main motivation here, is
Without
the money. So it's definitely an amazing byproduct. But, you know, everyone here's got a bit of ego, a bit of substance about them, so they want to go and win for the stature of winning the Esports World Cup. Although Redline have already got that because they won it last year. And interestingly, in that interview with Dara, he said peak performance, Virtus.pro can beat these teams, and I agree with him. It's just that Fiala and Statsenko so far have not been there. But if they turn up today, Virtus.pro could win this.
Yeah, I fully agree. I think especially McCormack at his best is probably unbeatable right now. I think at the right combo. Maybe there's a few tracks here and there where maybe the Aston is not quite as sufficient, but I think at the best tracks for the Aston, if McCormack pulls it together, he will be unbeatable.
All right, well, hey, we've given it our best go, at least for our predictions. Kind of fell a little bit flat, but we're still in the running, though, I'd have to say, and I think I introduced mine as well. Let's move into our Ramco Power predictions.
Oh, God.
To see where yeah, I know, oh, God is the right word, and I think, again, is mine going to be, well, we got James first, so we'll talk about it. Falcons, unfortunately, Maus, they are gone, and then, of course, Virtus.pro, Porsche, Redline, right? Both of you had those as your top 3. In fact, you were all relatively quite consistent. Now, for myself, though, I was in agreement with you. I only gave 5, but you notice, though, I had Williams making the upset, where instead I should have said Vitality would be making the upset. And, well, of course, I also had Porsche Coanda up there in my top 3, just like all you guys did. That just comes to show us, right, James, like how severe Porsche Coanda missing truly is. I mean, it was not on anyone's bingo card.
I just would not have seen it. Them not being in the final was just like, wow. Yeah, I don't think we're miles off with the power rankings there, to be honest. But yeah, I mean, at least we know that the graphics are right because your Porsche Coanda prediction is with your name.
That's right.
But,
yeah, mine a little further up. Yeah, I had them in first, of course.
Yeah,
we were not miles off, but I think it also kind of shows how exciting today can be, right? No one would have written Porsche Coanda off yesterday and the day before, but they're not here. So maybe it's the same for Redline. I would not write them off to win this thing. But you never know. One of the other 2 teams can for sure upset them.
Yeah, you know, the big thing with match point tournaments, match point style grand finals, is you have to have the proven ability and shown the proven ability on land to win, okay? Virtus.pro have won 3 out of their last 7 races, okay? That sounds good until I list the other stats. Redline has won 5 out of their last 7 races, and that's split between 2, Sebastian Job and Bennett, right? Those are the ones, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, it's Bennett who has 3, Job who has 2, and the Vitality has won 6 out of 10 races. They've had the most out of Virtus.pro and Redline, but they also have double the wins of Virtus.pro. Something to consider as we see, of course, our players arriving via Jamil. We start to see how serious it is. Actually, it looks as if they're kind of a little bit lost. I don't know if they came in through a different entrance or what, but they're leaving. Okay, and then they're about to come over. But things start to get serious, especially when you leave the comforts, right, James, of your hotel room where everything is quiet, everything is nice and silent. You've got all the freedom in the world. Now you start to make your way to the stadium on finals day. Tons of pressure, including even for Redline, right? They understand. They have the biggest target on their back.
Absolutely. Yeah, of course they do. And today, you know, not that it's going to really have an effect, but it's the hottest day we've had since being in Saudi Arabia. I think it's like 45 degrees. So key for these guys to stay indoors, stay cool. And speaking to Jamie Fluke the other day, he said, even when you're competing out there in this air-conditioned studio, it gets so hot. And we've seen, replay angles of Marcel Chinchik, sweat dripping down his forehead.
Yes.
So it's pretty tough out there.
Yeah, without a doubt.
It's also quite important to actually stay on top of your nutrition and your hydration when it comes to this. I know how much you sweat, and I think a lot of times it's kind of an afterthought. You can get caught up in the moment. You're constantly racing. It is actually really important to just keep hydrated because you do lose cognitive function, and that's what you need in sim racing.
Yeah, I think sim racing is the most physical esport because you're moving legs, arms, hands, body. Depending on your force feedback, it's quite strong. So other esports, not to take away from them, but I think they're more mental tasks instead of physical.
Well, that's a great point. Something I didn't consider. Again, this is like my first foray into sim racing, and the mental fortitude, the mental aspect of an esport battle, esport tournament is something we always bring up every single tournament. How can they stay mentally in it, right, throughout each and every day, especially long days? You go 8 races back to back to back. I mean, you saw how it affected Porsche Coanda. They had 6 races yesterday. Mentally, for anyone, it's tough to stay in it, but now you add the physical aspect to it. Yeah, I can see how it could be quite draining.
Yeah, and with mouse and keyboard, it's click, and that's the only real technique to it. Whereas with the brake pedal, trail braking is so key in these cars. You have to do it smoothly, and it requires physical strength. So yeah, nutrition is going to be key. This is Vitality arriving in the burning heat, and it looks hot out there, but they look determined, they look ready. Marcel's having his coffee. So, well, it's not a coffee, is it? It's a soft drink, I think. But
either way,
they look ready.
Gotta stay cool, yeah.
Gotta stay cool out there. Our Jamil Motorsport player arrivals, Mac Vitality looking strong.
Yeah, they're looking relaxed. I spoke to a few of them this morning, and also all the other teams. They all seem pretty relaxed, but I think it's just calm before the storm. One more question I have, by the way, James. About like staying focused. For me, it always really helped just getting out of the rig in between races, right? But if I recall correctly, when you were in the finals in that first year, you guys were forced to do 6 races in a row without getting out, right? Is that correct?
Yeah, there was no maximum limit on races, and it went on for a long time. So, you know, even back then, though, I knew about nutrition, and with Mercedes, they helped with that. So I was just, on top of water, keep on eating food, energy gels, stuff like that, because you need it. Otherwise, you do, depreciate mentally, and then your performance suffers. So that was a rough year. I'm glad they've got a maximum limit. Otherwise, we could be here till 10 a.m. tomorrow morning, in theory, which would be nuts.
Yeah, that'd be nuts for sure. I mean, we've definitely had those long days. Some were really exciting, but I think 8 is probably a good limit.
Yeah, and it's quite a long walk, isn't it, from the where they get dropped off in the car park to the arena.
Sure.
But Rietveld there has got his music. He's trying to lock in, because he's not had the best tournament, to be honest. So hopefully today, he's probably going to hate me for saying that, but hopefully today he bounces back.
Yeah. We were talking to the players. Actually, one of them shouted you out, said, "Hey, you think I'm one of the worst drivers out there?"
Yeah,
but
they did, yeah.
we got to tell the story for what it is. We just got to be honest. And sometimes, players can take it a bit personal. But we said it, hey, if they have to use us as the boogeyman, that's okay. Whatever it takes to make them the fastest driver on the circuits. It's going to be a great day. It truly is. And I'm so excited to kick things off really over there at the SMB Esports Arena, because it's been intense over the last 3 days of competition. We've seen so many incredible moments, heartbreaks with the defeats, but also I think the confidence building for certain rosters, and Vitality really is truly looking confident. I would say, honestly, they're probably one of the most exciting aspects of today, in my opinion. Granted, that has nothing against Redline or Virtus.pro, but we fully expected Porsche Coanda to be here. Now that Vitality has arrived into the finals, the question is, can they pull off one of the biggest upsets that we never saw coming? Vitality is a team that is wonderful. They are great. Second place from last year. But are they a first-place team? Well, now they have a chance to prove that. And that's the big thing that we have to notice. It's going to be a great day. 3 wonderful teams gearing up to enter the stage. Vitality, Redline, Virtus.pro, $500,000, a coveted Esports World Cup Championship on the line. And not to mention Virtus.pro and Vitality looking to strike first in the Club Championship race, where we know $7 million is up for grabs for the winning organization in first place. It's going to be intense. It's going to be incredible. And every single turn and gear shift is going to be wonderful. You don't want to miss out. Let's head over to the stage, the SMB Esports Arena, to get day 4 started.
9 teams began the pursuit for glory. And now, 3 challengers stand tall above the rest, with one thing on everyone's mind. Who will dare to defy the kings? Who will dare to challenge their reign? Who will dare to rise above?
Today at the SNB Arena, we crown our Rennsport champions and perhaps even a champion slayer. With $500,000 in the prize pool and club championship points on the line, teams will need to rely on their communication, their teamwork, their practice, and of course, the support of their fans across social media and in chat. What up, everybody? To claim the distinct honor of being crowned the very first champions here at the Esports World Cup 2025.
So, without further ado, it's time to present our 3 challengers for the title of champion of Rennsport here at the Esports World Cup, starting with the defending champions, BMW M Team, Redline Red Bull Sim Racing. They've ruled the road from the very start, unshaken, untouched, unmatched. The defending champions return to the grand finals, not just to compete, but to conquer once again. Team Redline isn't here to prove themselves. They're here to remind everyone why the crown was theirs in the first place.
Next, Virtus.pro. Despite a slow start in Stage 2, they squeaked into the upper bracket over favorites Porsche and can they summon the same main character energy to overtake Redline and Vitality and bring home the trophy? If VP's reputation in esports is to be trusted, the rest of these teams have a polar bear's chance in hell.
Our third and final contender. Welcome to the SNB Esports Arena, Team Vitality! Written off, counted out, but every setback only fueled the fire. From the depths of the lower bracket, they rose faster, fiercer, and hungrier than ever. And now they stand a few races away from rewriting everything. This is Team Vitality. This team is ready to take it all, ready to rise, ready to strike.
With only 3 teams remaining and a grueling endurance format ahead, all of these teams will need to rely on every skill, every practice, every bit of talent that they have.
And remember, nothing is granted. Everything is earned. And the time to earn it is here and now. So, gentlemen, start your engines!
I'm pumped up. You got the drum line back from day one. You've got Seltzer, Sandstorm bringing the moment true. Hey, this is a big day. Top 3 teams have worked so hard. We started with 12 teams in the R1 regular season. We dwindled that down to 9. 9 teams entered the Esports World Cup featuring Rennsport. They went on that very stage. We lost 3 on day 1, therefore we had 6 left. The second day, we lost 1 during our round robin play. I moved into our bracket play yesterday, and we lost 2 more. Now, we are down to our top 3, the best Rennsport has to offer in 2025. And the first track that we're going to be moving into is Hockenheim. Let's take a peek.
Let's take a look at the Hockenheim ring then. First up, it's the Nord curve. Fast, wide, and brutal if you get it wrong. Commit early, trust the downforce, and use all of the track on the exit. Turns 2 and 3 is all about carrying your speed in and powering out early to get the maximum out of the long run down to the hairpin along the parabolica. Into the hairpin then, braking as late as possible is the key, all the way down to the first gear and getting a nice clean exit. Then the Mercedes arena section. Moves on the inside and the outside both possible here, but potential disaster looms if you bite off more than you can chew. The next key point then is turn 11, also known as Mobile 1. It's a blind apex and a likely trip into the gravel trap if you get it wrong. Coming up next, it's the Sachs curve, a deep, technical corner with a lot of banking to help the rotation of the car. Be cautious on the throttle for the final turn to get the best exit onto the start-finish straight, and you've completed a lap of the Hockenheim ring.
There it is, Hockenheim, to start the day off between our three wonderful finalists. Hockenheim, going to be a good time, obviously, and when we think about it, you mentioned the Aston Martins. We obviously know about the BMWs. When we head into Hockenheim, who do you think has the advantage out of the three?
The BMWs get over curbs and bumps, and that should play a factor here. But Dara McCormack and Marcel Chinchik in the group stage were rapid around here, both in qualifying and the race. So we know they're fast. Can Redline compete with those two? Let's see.
Yeah, we'll have to see indeed. And we have three teams, but I want to focus in a little bit on two of those rosters with their S&B match of the day. We're taking a look at Redline and Team Vitality. Two Titans, one that's been here before, has already won. The other that was also here last year. It's the same roster. Both of these rosters are exactly the same, but Vitality came in this year a little bit less dominant than the last. But the fact is, they made it to this point. They made it to top three. They did so in sensational fashion, winning 3 races in a row during the lower bracket, even over the second seed throughout the R1 season of Porsche Coanda. Mac, Redline, Vitality, they're going to battle throughout all of our races today.
Yeah, absolutely. And like I said before as well, Vitality has winning pedigree. They, of course, won that very first season. They were under a different org back then, but the lineup was the same. And I think they, as a full team lineup, they upgraded one person. And I think he was just a little bit better. That came with Casabon, just a little bit more of a consistent driver.
On that topic, Casabon's been ill all week, which I only found out this morning. So he's, that could contribute, well, definitely will contribute to your performance, even though Dominic Blyer seemed to get quicker when he was ill, which was pretty crazy.
He should have probably gone to Dom and be like, hey, can I get some tips? What should I do in this situation? He'd probably know.
That's it. I do want to say we've had a lot of experienced drivers come into this competition for R1, but a lot of the experienced drivers have started to dwindle away. That happens as we get to our top 3 teams. And now Toman, I believe, has the most races now out of any driver competing today in R1. Around it's like 130, 140 something. I know Lewis will correct me whenever he's up on the first cast, but that's impressive, to have that much experience and now to be on Vitality, right? Toman yesterday was sensational. Today, he has to be even better.
Yeah, and traditionally in motorsport, race starts isn't really like a crazy achievement, but with the format of ESLR 1 in the online season, if you get through the quarterfinal, the semi-final to the final, race starts is just a sign of how many times you can do that. And yeah, Toman's one of the best at doing that.
Yeah, exactly. And now we have the team championship and how it kind of went in the online season. Everyone kind of drove the same amount of races, right? But especially how it was in previous years in 2023, you had the quarterfinals, like James said, semifinals and finals. So the better you are, the more finals you make. So it is really a testament to how good you are in a way.
He's Mr. Consistent.
Mr. Consistent. And Mr. Consistency means potentially Sony MVP, something that's $10,000, right? And that goes to the winning team. Something to consider. We've got a lot of front runners. Bennett would be one of them from Redline. Joe would also be another, just based off of their performance throughout, of course, day 2 when they ended up starting. Day 3, winning 5 out of the 7 races. Bennett and Joe will split it, Bennett will have 3, Joe will have 2. Very, very impressive performance. But Toman could be a front runner himself from Team Vitality. But also McCormack from Virtus.pro, I think, would be an easy shout. Maybe Ellis Jr. Both of those guys have been hugely incredible. McCormack being as young as he is, because I believe you said 19, right?
20 maybe?
20, yeah. Relatively young, right? But I mean, still able to dominate as much as he can, which excites me for the future of sim racing, not only in R1, but also the future.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, McCormack is, I'm always surprised with how young he is. He's been around for a while now, and I remember back in 2023 when we first raced him, I saw his name, like, who is this guy? And then after like 2 races, he was already a race winner.
Yeah.
And he's killing everyone. He's on pole many of the races. It was unbelievable how fast he was, like, out of the gate. I think you might have known. I think he came from a different game that you also played, right?
I remember 5 years ago, I think he sent me a message on Twitter saying he was asking me for a setup, and I just ignored it. And then,
I was going to say, did you ignore it?
Yeah. And then the next year he was like there, competing for poles and wins. I was like, oh my God, I regret not replying to him.
What do you think? Like, I need to send him that setup now?
Yeah, he asked me for a McLaren setup, and I think I ignored him.
At least you're honest about it. I mean, hey, but you know what? That's what the beautiful thing about sim racing is. These unknown, racers, who may not have the ability to race in the traditional sense, whether because monetary reasons or just opportunities in general, now can enter sim racing and truly make a name for themselves. And that's the beauty about the R1 season, Rennsport sim racing. And that's why I really, really like it and now have taken an extreme interest in this esports because not only the physical and mental aspect that you mentioned, James, but also, again, how it opens up doors for these competitors.
Yeah, I think it's so cool. I mean, we're very biased, but just the fact that it relates so well to the real-life counterpart is the coolest thing for me. But just on the MVP thing, I think that's still wide open. Like, for example, if Redline win and Rietveld wins every single race today, he's the MVP. So, it's still
absolutely
in the driver's hands to win that $10,000.
Yeah, I think so far with Redline, you'd have to go with Bennett as Sebi, but I mean, today's all for grabs. Right? Today is the most important day. Who's Mr. Clutch, Dean? I mean, I guess we'll figure out for sure. McCormack also in for VP has been clutch, but it's not like none of the others can step it up. I mean, everything's still to play for today.
Sure. Well, I even look at Vitality. Obviously, I mentioned earlier Toman, who's definitely a front runner for Vitality, being the most experienced racer, at least currently still on the circuit. But Chinchik's been incredible. Love watching him compete. He's one of those guys. Again, we were talking about during the player cams and asking ourselves, like, okay, are they feeling like pain? Are they feeling, anxiety? What's going on? Chinchik's one of those guys where I never know how to read him. He always looks nervous and has a lot of anxiety whenever he's racing, but he's in full control. That's the thing about him. He's in full and utter control. But big fan of Chinchik. His ability to qualify, his ability to race is a true valuable asset to Vitality.
Yeah, I think his secret weapon is just his raw qualifying pace
Without a
over
doubt.
one lap, especially at Monza. He's definitely a specialist around there. What was it, 18 podiums at Monza? So, he's got to turn up today if Vitality are going to win. Same with Toman, Mr. Consistency. So,
or Yayovsky as well, getting a win yesterday over Porsche Gwanda.
Yeah, let's have it right. All four drivers have to turn up if a team's going to win it today. That's the bottom line.
Yeah, bottom line, period. And that includes Redline. There's not going to... That's the thing that's scary about Redline that we were mentioning yesterday is the fact, Mac, that Redline has 4 consistently good racers who can all podium at the same time. But where I feel they truly lead over Vitality, over Virtus.pro, is they don't seem to have a weak link. And that's going to matter when, let's say Virtus.pro, Vitality, Team Redline are all, relatively equal at the top. But then you look towards the bottom, getting those much needed, 1, 2, maybe 5 additional points, based on your performance from your drivers at the bottom. That's where I feel like Redline has a significant advantage.
Yeah, I think so. I think when you look at it on paper, all of these guys, right, all 4 have had significant success either on land or in one of the online seasons. I think here, just Jeffrey hasn't been quite up there, but you look 2 years ago, he was unbelievable. He was one of the fastest guys in the world, period. I think it's all up for grabs, but like you said, I think you really need 4 drivers to compete here.
Yeah, I think it's crazy that the most winningest driver, he's almost got 50 wins in ESLR1. Josh Rogers isn't in the final.
50 is crazy, by the way.
I find that mad.
Yeah. How impressive truly is 50?
Yeah,
50 wins mean.
I have 0.
Okay, well, there you go. There's the bar. There's the standard, I guess.
I don't know what to say to that, really. He's got 18 wins at Spa, I think. 18 wins at one track. That's more than most people have in their entire ESLR1
career.
It
is ludicrous,
Yeah, that is, it's pretty incredible to think that, me, I haven't even driven 50 times around any track, which is, you think about that, right? And then it's 50 wins. First qualifying session is about to be underway to set the tone, to set the pace, not only for Hockenheim, race number 1, but really about how you're going to perform today. You start off slow. It's going to be very tough to gain momentum as the races go, because you got to think whoever finishes up at the top race 1 are going to have such a mental advantage going obviously into the future races. And sometimes it's tough to dig yourself up out of that hole. But race 1, Hockenheim qualifiers about to go down. In fact, let's go ahead and get it started. Lewis McGlade, Ewan O'Leary, let's start the final day. Wow, here we go. $500,000 on the line. We are ready for the final in the Esports World Cup. The first final, the first points to be gifted out in the Club Championship will be here in Rennsport in R1 in 2025. It's been a thrilling competition thus far, and we ride on board with Marcel Chinchik, a part of the team of Team Vitality, who have raced round here 4 times out of 5 races, and he's been on pole position in 3 of them.
And on all 4 occasions, he's ended up on the podium, whether he's been on pole or not. So no wins, but all podiums all round for Marcel Chinchik.
But none of them a victory.
Exactly, yeah, none of the victories. Good job, Yuri Tobin has been sweeping them up instead on a couple of occasions. But yeah, the fact that he's been on the podium on those occasions is very good news indeed. What are the sector times looking like? That first sector's very, very strong. Second as well, possibly even better. This is one of the laps of the week here at the Hockenheim Ring anyway, from Marcel Chinchik.
Let's see what it's going to be towards the line. The fastest lap in competition here in the Esports World Cup, Marcel Chinchik set. It was a 36.121. Can he go better than that? Can he set the fastest lap of 2025? The opening lap on final day here as he crosses the line. He didn't seem particularly pleased by it though, Ewan.
Yeah, those first 2 sectors were so good. He maybe feels he could have got a little bit more out of that lap time there because he was so strong in those first 2. It doesn't seem displeased, but he seems okay for the moment, just waiting for that lap time to come through at the moment, and same for all the others as well. So 36.1, it is decent, but it is not maybe as quick as it could have been from him. This is Kevin Ellis Jr., who needs to have a good day if Virtus.pro are going to get the victory. It's a 36.3 to start for him.
Darren McCormack then, the next one to come through. First sector, really, really good. The second sector is slightly behind, but I think that puts him about equal with Marcel Chinchik. If he nails this final sector, McCormack could be heading up to pole position. It was an Aston Martin in the hands of Marcel Chinchik that was able to take that pole position, of course, earlier on in the week 3 times. 36.121, that would be the target to beat, but really in this it's just a 1.62. The man to beat is Chinchik. Darren McCormack comes up towards the line, and it's faster! It's a 0.22. It's the fastest lap of 2025 at the Hockenheim Ring.
That is an unbelievable lap time from Darren McCormack. That is fantastic news for Team Vitality. Excuse me, for Virtus.pro. Oh my God, I'm losing it already. Virtus.pro are on the pole position. Surely, if somebody goes faster than Darren McCormack here, I will be gobsmacked. It's not going to be Kevin Siggy by the looks of things. He's a couple of attempts away in a couple of places, and it might not even be faster than Kevin Ellis Jr. actually. They're quite close. The 2 Kevins might well share a row.
Oh, that got me heart up a little bit. Red line, obviously they have not raced around the Hockenheim Ring in any of the 5 races that we've had thus far. Vitality have raced around here 4 times. Virtus.pro have only raced around here once in the Esports World Cup, so maybe not too much of a shock to see Redline a little bit slightly off the pace. Maybe not their favourite track. We'll have to wait and see how that one unfolds. Through the final corner then, we will have Mikhail Statsenko across the line. He's going to go, but again the pole time's a 0.22. Statsenko sets a 6.38. He's not going to be able to assist his teammates. Here comes Bennett.
Yeah, this is Luke Bennett, a driver, as all the Red Line drivers haven't driven at this circuit, the Hockenheim Ring. They've somehow avoided it. Seems like a bit of a miracle, really, but they've now finally had to do it. Although the last 3 occasions he's raced here, he has finished in the top 2, and so one of those victories. So he does go well round here. Can he get a better time than Darren McCormack? It will be extraordinary if he does. He comes up to the line. It's only 5th place.
Frustration there for the favourites. BMW M Team Redline, Red Bull Sim Racing having a little bit of problems in this qualifying session. Siggy 3rd, Bennett 5th, but with 6 more cars left to go, Jeffrey Rietveld will be the next one through. The first sector's not ideal, and we do need to see some ideal sector times. If you're going to be challenging for pole position, if you're going to be challenging for the front row, perfection is the only thing allowed here. Across the line comes Rietveld. It'll be a midfield time, unfortunately. He ends up going into 3rd. Actually, that final sector a lot better than I was giving it credit for.
That's a very good final sector, very good lap actually for Jeff Rietveld, who, as James was saying on the desk a moment ago, hasn't had a great week, but if he can perform for Redline, then they're going to be very difficult to beat. This is Wojciech Fiala, who is going to be at the back with Mikhail Statsenko, unfortunately, and this is the problem for Virtus.pro. It's why I'm not sure I agree with Darren McCormack's comment at the beginning of this broadcast that when they're at their peak, they're the best team, Virtus.pro. Not sure they are, unfortunately, but it's going to be Fiala over the line here. He does go to the back.
McCormack, he gave me a little bit of a word before we went into this race. He said, I'm feeling very confident. I can see that. Oh my goodness. So we've got 3 Vitalities then to come. We've got Kazbon, we've got Toman, and we've got Yuyovsky in that order. We've got Sebastian Job then the 4th and final time to come into this session. And Job is definitely one that could wrestle away that 0-2-2 from McCormack. If he possibly can. Let's see what Thibaut Kazbon will do across the line. The sectors aren't looking so great. As he crosses it, it's a 5-3-3. No assistance for Chinchik from Kazbon.
As we've been speaking about, Kazbon's been ill earlier in the week. Looked a lot better today when I spoke to him this morning, although he has a visit to hospital this week. Been very, very ill indeed, but doing the job for Team Vitality. Yuri Toman is next up, and he's been having a fantastic week. That second sector makes up for the first, rather, but I'm not sure this is going to be the best time, even the best of the Aston Martins, actually. He is going to be towards Chinchik, but not too far towards the front. 4th place, there you go, as 36.2.
Indeed. Next up, it will be Erhan Yuyovsky, who the last time they raced around here, it was the lower bracket, race 2 yesterday. Erhan Yuyovsky with an important 2nd place behind his teammate Yuri Toman, ahead of his teammate Marcel Chinchik. Yuyovsky's been getting better and better and better as the week goes on. And as we head into final day, this is the time where you need to step it up to its absolute maximum. The sector times aren't looking ideal. First or second, so a couple of tenths off, maybe a 0.3 here from Yuyovsky, a 3:06. Sandwiched between Ellis Jr. and Bennett.
Look at that lap time from Darren McCormack. It's going to be a huge pole margin, isn't it? Because Sebastian Jobe's first sector even says it all, doesn't it? 20.3. It's probably 3 tenths slower than what McCormack went in the first sector, if I can remember correctly. So this is going to be a slower lap time, and there he is.
He's happy.
He is happy. He's good on final days of LAN events, isn't he? It's always the question, Virtus.pro, does he have the teammates to help? Sebastian Jobe not happy. This is not going to be the team redline dominance that some were predicting. A 37.6 from him.
More open than we thought, and that's exactly what we want here on final day. Darren McCormack then strikes first pole position on final day in the Esports World Cup of 2025. He set not only the fastest lap here at LAN, he set the fastest lap of the year around here. We'll head back to the studio though to catch up with some analysis.
Well, what a time, right? To be alive at this point where you get the fastest time where it matters most during the finals where Virtus.pro is trying to defeat the Kings of Redline. McCormack, the young gun, we highlighted him at the very start and for a very good reason, because he's one of the best, and in this case, he is the best. Hockenheim has been defeated, a new PB, a new record has been set, and, well, the pole position will go to him. McCormack, again, young gun Mac, but just such a serious competitor.
Yeah, that lap was unbelievable. To put that out here, I mean, that's a statement, right? He's here to compete, he's here to win. I think they're in a good spot right now. It's nice to see that the grid is not super stacked with one team in one side. It's a little bit all over the place. So it should make for some really good racing, but I think McCormack looks locked in. He looks sensational.
Without a doubt. Let's take a look at our qualifying results. And James, I want to ask you, McCormack, yes, does set the record time for qualifying on Hockenheim, but his teammate is a little bit further down, Ellis Jr. How's he going to be able to help? Because you've got Redline and, of course, Vitality, who are mixing it up from 5th to 2nd.
Yeah, it's a very jumbled up grid, but I mean, that, I know Mac just said that, but that lap is sensational. That's literally probably within 2 tenths of his personal best at home. So to do that on the first qualifying session of the final, he showed up there. And he's always strong at the beginning of a finals day. Yeah. I remember in Munich 2 years ago, he was really strong as well. So the key for him will be, can he sustain that sort of pace across the day? He needs his teammates as well, as the commentary team said.
Yeah.
But yeah, super interesting, really randomized grid that.
Yeah, and I mean, I think Redline not quite the quality they wanted, but for them maybe a little bit of an upside that they see Rietveld is now 3rd. That is actually his lap time wise is very good. It's just that McCormack is out of this world right now, but probably a little bit of upside for them that they see, okay, maybe Rietveld is there today.
Sure.
And it's just a case of maybe a bad lap for the other guys, and they'll come back in the next races. So, yeah.
Well, nice to see him stepping it up, especially with Sebastian Jobe dropping down into last place during the qualifying. That's going to be maybe some cause for concern. You look at how much Blyer not performing well affected Team Williams, right? So Sebastian Jobe needs to step it up. Granted, it's very early going into the day, but one thing that showed in that qualifying race, it's going to be highly competitive. Let's take a look at our Ramco pole position and see why McCormack was able to secure the fastest qualifying time ever on Hockenheim.
Yeah, so starting the lap, it looks like it's in slow motion, which is interesting. But let's see turn 1 in slow motion then, as we're approaching in 5th gear, and you can see the gear on the dash there, and the rev lights are just creeping up. He's going to go through turn 1 in 4th, so 1 downshift, absolutely abusing the inside curb, and then keeping those right-hand wheels within track limits, which is the edge of that blue and white curb. We've cut to sector 3, which is a very tricky section of track because your tyres at this point are massively overheating, and going out wide to take the penultimate corner as wide as possible, and then sort of coming out wide again, and you're just balancing the throttle through here, trying to get the rear to rotate, but not too much, because if you overstep it, you will oversteer and then you'll lose your lap time. So near a perfect lap there for McCormack.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, those were the critical corners, right, that you have in the qualifying. Usually when you go through turn 1, you also start looking at your sector. I mean, it pops up after turn 2. You kind of look down and you know, okay, I should have this in the bag, but that final sector is always tricky. You saw actually Luke had a pretty good run up until then, but he kind of messed up in the final sector, which is a little bit surprising, but you can see it happens.
Yeah, and strong qualifying for Rietveld as well. And with Seb, because he was the last car to qualify, sometimes when you see an unbelievable lap on pole, it makes you push maybe more than you should, and that's where a slowdown could creep in. So that could be the reason why.
Well, we got a highly competitive field up at the top, right? Top 5 will be all 3 teams, which you love to see. That McCormack already making things interesting for Virtus.pro's sake, but it wasn't a bad qualifying session, at least for Vitality either, as they'll be up in the top 3 alongside that of Redline. One thing is for certain, it is going to be an absolute bloodbath today, and Hockenheim to start off is the perfect way to kick off day number 4. And let's officially kick it off. Let's get in to our first race of the day. We move into Hockenheim. Let's see how the Grand Championships is going to end up unfolding. Lewis McLeod, Ewan O'Leary, take it away.
It's so exciting to be here on finals day. It's so exciting to have 3 teams, all with the capability, all with the possibility, all with the drive to win this competition. But I feel even with that first qualifying session, it's been blown a little bit open.
It certainly has. Team Redline, the overwhelming favourites coming into this. At the moment, if things stay as it is in qualifying, they will finish bottom of the group after race 1. Now, there's a long way to go, and the fact that it's 250 points to reach finalist mode means that upsets are a little bit more difficult, and you need that consistency over the course of an afternoon. But that is an early sign that this is going to be a little bit more up in the air than maybe we thought.
Points after qualifying, it'll be Vitality on 41, Virtus.pro on 37, Team Redline on 30, meaning that it is super close as we carry ourselves through. It's Darren McCormack then on pole position for the first time here at the 2025 finals of the Esports World Cup. It's McCormack from Chinchik, from Rietveld, from Toman. We race our way down into the first corner. 10 laps ahead of us here at the Hockenheim Ring. It's the only time we'll see the Hockenheim Ring today. And who's going to come out on top? Great start from McCormack. Side by side through the first corner between Chinchik and Rietveld. But it is Chinchik on top, side by side behind that between Toman and Ziggy as they work their way down to turn 2. But the perfect start from McCormack.
And now he can unleash his pace. Oh, in the background we've got contact. It looks like Bennett and Statsenko have made contact in the background. Team Vitality have got all their drivers in the top 8 now.
That was a little bit of drama, yes indeed, so not so great for Redline. Luke Bennett being dragged off the rear end of that, and with Statsenko, looks like maybe even a point. Oh, big dive coming to the inside as Chinchik sending one on McCormack! They come off the hairpin, there's contact between the two, and Chinchik muscles his way past. He's looking for another victory, but this time, for the first time in the Esports World Cup in 25, he's looking for a first one here at the Hockenheim Ring. Clips the curb through the dogleg, we head into the Mercedes arena.
He just about got loose there, and McCormack should hold on, unless Chinchik can keep the overlap. Is he still there? He just about not. And McCormack goes through, just about, and Chinchik knew that was important. When you get single file at the Hockenheim Ring, it's hard to overtake, especially Darren McCormack, and so he knew that that hairpin was perhaps his best chance of the race.
Race number 1, everything on the line already. My goodness, that was very exciting, very close, and we are going to see this race after race after race today. A potential 8 races of complete chaos and action across the day.
Why is Thibaut Casamon down in 10th all of a sudden? He lost 2 places down at the hairpin. Sebastian Job has made up 3 off the start. Now Bennett and Statsenko were easy ones. We saw them in the background having a spin together, but he must have got past Casamon somewhere, who must have gone wide as well. Down to 10th place now, the Frenchman, who hasn't had a great week, but as we've been mentioning, has been a bit ill, so we'll give him a pass on that one. It is a puzzler for now, though. We'll get some replays of lap 1 in a moment when it settles down. Still just 3 attempts, just under 4 to McCormack and Chinchik.
Yeah, indeed. Again, I know the points will be close, and with Redline moving their way forward, this is just going to be getting tighter and tighter. Rietveld and Siggy, third and fourth. We keep our eye on Marcel Chinchik, filling the mirrors of Darren McCormack, your race leader this time, not going for a dive. All basically one big train. I know 1.1 seconds. Bennett is off the back of Casamon. They will rejoin this fight. We will have 12 cars. Virtus.pro, Vitality, Redline, first, second and third with McCormack, Chinchik and Rietveld. Siggy behind, Toman and Ellis Jr., fourth, fifth and sixth.
The points at the moment after lap 1, Vitality would be in the lead, but it would be even tighter. Virtus.pro only 1 point behind them. Redline only 5 behind them. All 3 teams would be covered by just 5 points if the race were to end as it is.
Yeah, indeed. Into Mobile 1, into the stadium section where overtaking becomes quite difficult, where it becomes quite narrow, but especially on lap 1, there will be the overtaking opportunity, especially if you run wide at Mobile 1. Let's take a look at a replay in this big attempt from Marcel Chinchik.
He comes from a long way back, doesn't he? But he misses the apex, in fact, so Chinchik was a bit aggressive with McCormack there, but I wonder whether, is he going to tap the brakes here maybe, or does he just get loose and that's how he loses the place? Because it was fairly aggressive from Marcel. He just misjudges that, really. There was no need to be that far over the right-hand side on that curve, but he got loose, and that allowed McCormack to get back through again. The inside line going into the Mercedes arena there does often win out.
But this is where things on a day like this may become potentially even slightly more petty is maybe the wrong word, but if you're in the hands of like Virtus.pro, would you report that? You mean something that you probably wouldn't report a few days ago, but where there is the potential of you taking any potential points off of someone, when there's that potential of pushing them closer to a quali ban, surely you kind of have to.
Especially because Virtus.pro have now got their own penalty. First one of the day confirmed for a collision with car 88. That's Luke Bennett, if I'm not mistaken, for Redline.
88 is Jovski.
It's Jovski, sorry. So that's Wojciech Fiala who has got the penalty. Didn't see that one, actually. The Luke Bennett one is still being sorted out. The Bennett one was Tatsenko. 5-second time penalty, though, as well as 5 penalty points. That is very costly for Virtus.pro.
That is huge for Virtus.pro. So already coming against it a little bit as McCormack. The thing is, as you as a role in the team, you have certain roles. I remember talking to Mac Backen, big Porsche Carrera fan, obviously when he was racing with Porsche Carrera back in Gamers 8, he said there was a point in the race where they were racing for the team's championship, right? And his teammates are up the road. He knows what his job is at that point, which is not to get into trouble, not to get any penalty points, not to this, not to that. And so for McCormack, his job is to win. For the people like Wojciech Fiala, for Mikhail Stetsenko, it's kind of to score some decent points, but most importantly, getting out of trouble. That will not help.
Exactly. Effectively, what he's done is taken away the difference between a race win and a second place for McCormack. So race wins are the most important in this series. You get 25 points, but obviously the gap between first and second is the biggest also in the field. So it's super important to hold on for a win when you're in McCormack's situation. Now, there's no point, but it's taking away the achievement here for McCormack that he might be able to get in 6 laps time by taking those 5 points away. With 5-second penalty, Fiala's going to be last, and he's going to be getting -5 points as well, so his score's going to be -5 at the end of this. That's unacceptable for a driver, as you say, in that role of just backing up the other two.
Yeah, indeed, but that's just sometimes how it goes, and for McCormack it just needs to be eyes forward. We remember back in 2023 at Munich, there was obviously Darren McCormack started out that event by taking 2 victories in a row, back-to-back. Then our very own James Baldwin, I think, went 3 on the bounce, winning that fantastic race at Spa, and then, Jovski and Chinchik happened, and he'll be salty about that until the end of time, I'm sure. But at least he's raced Jedha, so there's that. McCormack continues to lead by half a second.
Did he race here? Is he raced here?
No, God no.
Wow, what is he here for then?
Exactly. No, but he's a legendary racer. He's raced around Jeddah, he's raced around Monza, he's raced around the circuit de Spa-Francorchamps twice as well. I'm sure maybe he has raced here, who knows. Bottom of your screen, you can see the BMW M Team Red Line Red Bull Sim Racing drivers, Jeff Rietveld, Sebastian Job, Luke Bennett, and then of course Kevin Siggy, left to right.
Marcel Chinchik has just given up a place on Jeff Rietveld, and you might wonder why we didn't get excited about it, because he was told to by Race Control. and has now done that. That's for overtaking off the circuit. If I'm honest with you, I don't agree with that. I've just watched the replay, and he was forced off the circuit, so sorry, but that shouldn't have been a penalty. But Chinchik has had to give up the place.
It's more, I think it's more the contact of the hairpin was maybe the problem. But either way, again, whatever you do from, I understand what it says on the race control sheet. I'm just saying that maybe that's, you and this literally like pointing at the screen.
That's not what it says.
It's not what it says. Marcel Chinchik, though, trying to get that position straight back through. One thing that has done is basically confirmed McCormack as the first winner of the day because he's run away. He's 1.4 seconds clear. Jeff Rietveld read Marcel Chinchik like a book straight back through. Chinchik did that yesterday. He was so good at reading some of the battles around him when they were racing at Fuji yesterday. I saw him go for a double overtake after basically perfectly placing his car as we ride on board with Fiala.
Fiala overtaken by Job, and that is going to be a pass for Team Redline. So this is where Team Redline's dominance starts to come into the fray. This is where their relentless consistency starts to become a real thing, because over the course of a race, maybe not over the course of the qualifying session, but over the course of the race, they start to make the overtakes, they stay out of the penalties. Andre Countman was very efficient at protesting when it was required as well. That's an important part of it that maybe we don't talk about quite enough. It's the whole package, isn't it? It's the whole package that makes them so difficult to beat.
Yeah, and honestly said, that's why they're such a strong force to be reckoned with in R1. Half of the race complete, half of the race left to go. It is a lead that is opened up for that driver right there on your screen. Darren McCormack leads by 1.7 seconds here in the Esports World Cup. We look at Jeff Rietveld, Marcel Chinchik, Kevin Siggy, Yuri Toman, and involved in this fight as well, McCormack's teammate Kevin Ellis Jr., who realistically needs to start making some progress through. One thing to note, by the way, we'll talk about this morning, we talk about penalty points and how many some people have worked up. Kevin Ellis Jr. has made 0 penalty points across the entirety of 25, as here comes Chinchik for second place.
Well, he's not been allowed to have that dive this time round, but it's the outside line, and Rieveld's going to try and let Siggy through as well. Can Siggy follow? No, not quite. He can't get alongside anyway. Rieveld pulls to the right to give him the potential of a slipstream if he wants it, but no. And in fact, he can't pull to the racing line just yet because Chinchik is still right there, and he might well go for another move. Oh, he just misjudges that maybe. He breaks a bit late, gets into the BMW, and that's going to be talked about as well. Outside line now for turn 10, and he's going to be in trouble here. Here comes Siggy, and Toman's in there, but he can't help his teammate at the moment.
Wonder if Rietveld might have also been on the brakes a little bit early to try and distract Chinchik side by side in the Mobile 1. Kevin Siggy looks to the inside, a little bit of brush between the two of them as they work their way through Mobile 1. Now into the stadium section as we head into the Sachs curve. Straight to the outside comes Kevin Siggy. He'll have the inside for the final couple of corners if he can remain side by side through this chicane. They head their way into the penultimate corner. They head their way into the final corner and just about ahead, but the up and under is perfect from Chinchik.
What an overtake that is, and here comes Yuri Toman maybe on the front straight. He's going to try and help his teammate here into turn 1, but no. Side by side through the first corner is extremely difficult. That's a bit of a bobble over the curve for Siggy, and here comes Yuri Toman into turn 2 maybe. He might wait for the parabolica, but in the background he's going for this, is he? Down the inside, no, not for the moment. Siggy is safe, but this is a battle for points at the moment at the front of the field, and it's really close between Redline and Vitality.
Yeah, indeed. I do think that Rietveld might have been on the brakes a little bit early into the arena. I'm saying the games are going to be starting here. You want to back the driver up behind you if you can get your teammate through. It was a good attempt from Rietveld if that is the case. Siggy's now going to try and do it, but Chinchik might try the same thing there. Here comes a big look to the inside though. Big move down the inside comes Yuri Toman, and squeezed off the road goes Kevin Siggy as Vitality pick up some very important points. They run 3rd and 4th side by side through the dogleg. What do they do now?
They're going to block the road. They try and block the road for Siggy. Here comes Kevin Ellis Jr. He needs to make up points for Versus Pro. They're taking each other off. They're off together. Vitality have taken each other off here, and they're going to make contact again. Chinchik and Toman have worked so well together this tournament, but they've just taken each other off down into the Mercedes arena.
What a wild scene there. Contact between your teammates. You can't have that on finals day. You cannot trip over each other. Absolutely crazy. Rietveld way up the road. Siggy now in 3rd and comfortably clear. Chinchik in 4th. Ellis Jr. is into the mix as well, so scoring some decent points for Virtus.pro. Vitality are falling to pieces in this race.
That was a disastrous mistake. Disastrous for Team Vitality. They cannot afford those kind of mistakes when you're going up against Team Redline. You cannot do those kind of things because Rietveld and Siggy are now in the clear. They're going to finish on the podium. They're fighting for scraps now with Kevin Ellis Jr. They've got no chance of leading the points coming out of this first race. Surely now.
Let's see the replay. They were going through the dogleg. Now, the only thing that might change it was there any contact behind. So we've got on the left-hand side there, that'll be the 15. He's just in too deep. He's just in way too deep. That's Marcel Chinching in the 15, in too deep, squeezing off his teammate Yuri Toman and allowing Kevin Ellis Jr. What a costly mistake for the team.
And the Scotsman's going to try and take advantage here. Outside line, he's got to be careful with that because he's up against 3. And there you go again. They've got to be careful with that Vitality because that's 2 times now where they've forced a driver a little bit wide through the hairpin, and they're going to force him into the grass nearly here as well. 3 wide are we? Coming into the right-hander. Ellis Jr. is just about alongside. He might well drive it here anyway. They're blocking in front. They've got to be careful. And there you go. Earlier on the brakes this time from Chinchik. And that's what he should have done last lap. They're still side by side in front. Here comes Haniyovsky down the inside.
The communication between these teams is critical right now. Now looking, it's Sebastian Joe nearly squeezed into the barrier. Kevin Ellis Jr. There was contact between Yayovsky and Chinchik. They're going to go side by side to the exit of Mobile 1 now down to the Sachs curve. This is what it's going to be like all day long. Kevin Ellis Jr. looking to get himself back involved in the top 6. There's a bit of a squeeze from Yayovsky.
This is where team play comes into effect. Last year when we had finalist mode and the final day, it was only 2 per team. You can really work the teamwork when there's 4 of you, and we're seeing that right now with Team Vitality. But are some of the things they're doing at the moment slightly over the line? We'll let race control judge, but there's going to be some unhappy drivers about the tactics already in the first race.
Yeah, we give all this plaudits to all these drivers out on the field, all of their coaches as well. Think about race control for a second. Think about how much of a part they will play in this and how much work they have to do to make sure that the racing is effectively clean and just. And they have got so much work ahead of them across this day. So, well, you know, give a thought towards their direction because this is going to be a busy one. It's going to be an easy victory, I think, for Darren McCormack once he's cleared off into the distance. But for everything behind, Virtus.pro will not be leading the points off. There's a think Redline will be, as there comes a look in the background from, I think, Mikhail Statsenko.
It was Statsenko on Kazabon, and here comes Luke Bennett. He's going to be able to try and get through for 11th, maybe. It will actually be 10th, though, because Wojciech Fiala has got that 5-second time penalty, which will drop him to 12th, and will, of course, cost Virtus.pro 5 points. Here comes Luke Bennett, down the inside into the Mercedes arena. Statsenko holds on. Where's Bennett gone? He's just had a bit of a slide on the inside line there. He's looking to try and get at least more than just the 1 point that he's currently got.
This is quite a way to start the day, I've got to say. We're right on board with teammate Kazamon. You can see Wojciech Fiala ahead. Sebastian Joe will be disappointed with 8th place. Kevin Ellis, to be fair, all of these drivers, if they're not in the top 3, they're disappointed. That's just how this race unfolds. All of these drivers, every single one of them, they're capable of great results. Most of them are capable of taking victories as they work their way through the final corner to start the final lap of the race. What more position switches? One final chance for them around the Hockenheim ring against the only time we race around here today. Where are the moves going to come in?
I believe this is with penalties applied. Team Redline with 41, Virtus.pro with 32, and Vitality with 30 as it stands.
Still
so
close.
the difference at the moment is almost effectively those penalties right now, I would say. Otherwise, it's very even across the board, and that is encouraging for us going forward into the next races, but maybe not encouraging for the others. Since they had Redline 3rd after qualifying in the race, they've only gone and lost points.
Yep, indeed. Redline have worked their way through after a relatively disappointing qualifying session, but the race is where the points are dished out, and for Vitality, I'm sure a few question marks and a few nervy moments, a little bit of issues between teammates. I'm sure that's woken them up.
I'm looking forward to seeing the post-race reaction from Chinchik to Toman and Yayovsky, I've got to say. I don't think they'll be screaming at each other, but there will certainly be some questions asked down there.
But when you're racing this close, when you've got your teammates all around you, you're trying to navigate it, you're always going to trip over at some point.
Oh, Redline haven't, and neither have Virtus.pro. So
Redline have in the past, though.
Well, this tournament is the one we're currently doing, so,
well,
you know. Yes.
Well, that is the case, at least for now, that Vitality might have a few things to look at after this race. Either way, through the final corner, we've not really spoke about him since he started checking out. It is Dominant Dara through the final corner to win at the Hockenheim ring. It was an excellent qualifying lap, delivered with an excellent race as well. A victory by 4 seconds over Riefeld and Siggy. Virtus.pro will take first blood, at least on the victory side of things, but our points leaders after the first race will be that team there. BMW M Team Redline Red Bull Sim Racing. A disappointed Luke Bennett, though, right at the back.
He's very disappointed, isn't he? It's only race 1, and he'll have to pick himself up very quickly. Although maybe it's not the points all that Redline would have wanted. Not too many questions being asked there for Vitality. They're certainly still in the mix. And it's very, very early on in the competition, but it is Darren McCormack's 7th victory in the history of R1 at the Hockenheim Ring. His 11th victory in 2025. That is by far and away the most of any driver.
There we go, the drivers straight out of the ring. You can see Erhan Yayovsky there. I'm sure they'll want to take a few quick looks at various bits and bobs to see how the race unfolded. Maybe some of the tactics that did work, some of the tactics that didn't. This is probably one of the most tactical side of racing, at least when it comes to wheel-to-wheel combat. Either way, let's take a look at provisional results for the first race of the day. Darren McCormack takes victory then comfortably ahead of Jeff Rietveld, Kevin Siggy in 3rd position. Then it's 3 team Vitalities of Toman, Chinchik and Yayovsky. Kevin Ellis Jr. will be in 7th position, just ahead of Sebastian Joe, Wojtek Fiala in 9th position, with Thibaut Kazamon, Mikhail Statsenko and Luke Bennett down the field in 12th place. Crazy scenes.
One more penalty come through post-race. Marcel Chinchik 1 second for forcing Kevin Ellis Jr. off the road at the hairpin down on the 8th lap. So that is going to drop him to 7th. It's going to give Virtus.pro another 2 points. It's going to take 4 away from Vitality effectively.
What an excellent first race to open the final day here in the Esports World Cup. We're going to step aside. When we're back, you'll have analysis of that first race.
This land is calling.
Lately, I feel I can't find my feet. Pushing closer, my heart skips a beat, and now I'm falling. Deeper than a fly, I can't control it. Dark against the sky, it's not so black and white. It's like I told him. There's things that I can't fight. I just keep going. I just keep going. In my time, I've been dreaming of a space to really fill my place. I wish he'd seen what I had dreamed. Before these darker days, I thought I found my way. Quickly it fades, losing the race, closing the page. In and out, I'll move myself again. Time moves fast, I feel my heart beating. If all they've been saying is true, there's a wall before your eyes. Tell me, can you see right through? Right through, right through. Down through the wires and the pipelines. We go disconnecting from the city and the skyline. Counting up coins for a soda can, and there's nothing going on, no game plan, no plans. So I'm jumping out the fire, back into the frying pan. I'm trying to disconnect from the stats and the spray tan.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Esports World Cup featuring Rennsport. This is the final day for $500,000, as well as the race for the Club Championship trophy for Virtus.pro and Vitality. Race 1 has concluded. Hockenheim was aggressive. It was incredible. It was chaos. And you know, we love all of that as spectators and viewers. The one who walks away with the most points is Redline with 41, Virtus.pro at 32, Vitality at 30. It's still very, very close, but Cormac holds on tight, Mac, and you gotta give him credit. The fastest time on Hockenheim for the qualifying session ever, and then doubles down with a big win.
Yeah, massive performance from him. Obviously, that qualifying lap was out of this world. He had a little bit of issues with Marcel early on, where Marcel set him up for a move in the hairpin, quite a late move. Did get through for a little bit there, but yeah, McCormack fought back. He gained the lead, and he was never seen again.
Yeah, and Vitality will be slightly gutted about that race because they started off so strong. Got given a penalty that I wasn't so sure was a penalty, and then Marcel fell back into the pack, and then they seemed to have a bit of a messy midfield scrap with the other team. So, and you can see that scrap with Redline right in front of us. So, yeah, not the race they would have been after, but Redline, even on their worst race, still came out on top. So even when they're having a disaster, they managed to lead the field.
Yeah, this battle here with Sigge was unbelievable. Just really well driven from both guys. And you can see here that the gap between him and Rietveld, who's right up the road now, isn't really that big. That is definitely something you could close. But it just started getting messier and messier. And yeah, you can see it here. The Finality guys crushing into each other.
I mean, literally outbreaking himself into the left. And that's McCormack coming across the line with a massive gap. 3.5 seconds, I think, which in R1 is very rare to have a gap that big. So, and Bennett absolutely gutted.
Yeah, and I mean, when you're side by side like that, you saw the crash. You have to be able to control the lanes. You have all the track available to you. You can slow the cars up behind you. You should be able to choose which driver goes ahead. And this is just, yeah, on Vitality's part, it's just bad team play. Maybe just another scenario they're too accustomed to.
That's right.
But there's a good chance that you can see more of these scenarios in the further races. So you have to get this together, because this is something that Redline, for example, is extremely good at.
Yeah, so one thing I do want to point out, Redline, again, walking away with the most points, Rietveld, Siggy up there towards the top, and which is great to see, them to step it up quite a bit. Great, wonderful drivers. I'm not saying that they're not, but when you have Sebastian Job and you have Bennett, performing as poorly as they did, Bennett obviously shaking his head at the end, very disappointed, James, but when they finish towards the bottom of the pack, it's nice to see Redline does have two competitive racers who can still net the most points in the lobby.
Yeah, they've got a lot of depth in the skill they have, but Bennett got very unlucky with Fiala taking him out and getting 5 penalty points as a result. So that's the thing. When you're at the back of the pack anyway, in Fiala's case, you really want to stay out of trouble, because the penalty points impacting the championship points. Sure. So what? You're going to get a bad result. Just don't make it worse by getting negative points. Yeah,
exactly. And the points you get in the back are really not that significant. You go from last to P11 or P10, it's 2 points. You really have to start thinking smart, like, hey, is this risk worth it? I'm not saying you don't move up, but you gotta at least not take the risky moves. You gotta stay clean, because like you see, maybe he would gain 2 points, but now there's 5 penalty points on the other end, so it's -3.
Yeah, we got to get a good grasp of that too, maybe even during the race when we're offline, to kind of figure out who is the closest to getting the qualifying ban. It's always been a big conversation throughout the earlier days, and with those penalty points adding up already in race 1, now you start to think, okay, how close are some of the drivers getting? And, well, worst case scenario, you get a team who is on match point, right, James? They get to the point where they surpass that next race, they can win the tournament, and now you've got a qualifying ban, or maybe even 2 or 3. It could be disastrous.
It could play a part today, and McCormack's probably the closest to a significant penalty. He's 4 points away from a race ban, so that would be
a race ban. That would be our first one we've seen, at least here on land.
Yeah, so he's on 46 penalty points.
So 50.
4 or 50, yeah. So I think he had a lot in the online. No, he's had no penalty points here at the event, so it was all on the online season, and that would just kill Virtus.pro. He's their main driver. He's bagging them 25 points on a very regular basis. To have him score 0, that would really impact them.
That would be insane to see. You said McCormack, correct?
Yes.
Four away. And then what, did one of the drivers get 5 alone during race?
Fiala. Yeah, so you don't have to do much to get 4 penalty points. Just if you accidentally take someone out of the start, or if you abuse track limits, you can very easily rack up those points.
Yeah, it's also a little bit consequence-based, right? So with Fiala, for example, he made a small error. Of course, it wasn't anything huge, but he took out a lot of cars, or at least disadvantaged a lot of them. And that's something you have to take account, right?
Well, Chinchik, from what I'm hearing now, 8 penalty points in race 1. So I guess it doesn't take much. 8 is insane, and Chinchik is such a dominating, dominant figurehead in the qualifying session. Granted, he drops down a little bit. We talked about that penalty and what he ended up getting, and how, of course, maybe you agree or you disagree with it. Hockenheim, it was brutal. It really was. But for Chinchik's perspective with Team Vitality, again, just like McCormack conversation, Chinchik, he gets a qualifying ban. I don't think he's too close to a racing ban, but if he gets a qualifying ban, even still, that hurts. You only have 7 more races left.
Yeah, it depends on the track you get it at as to how bad that penalty is. But, this is going to be very interesting, because Jedha is an Aston Martin track. We've seen that all week. And Redline are up against it here. It's good they left the first race in the lead, but this could be a sort of damage limitation round for Redline.
Yeah, I mean, we do think it's kind of an Aston Martin track, but at the same time, we've seen Luke Bennett here, who has been extremely fast every single day he's raced here. So even though I think the Aston Martin has a slight advantage, I do think Redline, and especially Luke, can probably bring it to them here.
All right, well, we're moving into Jedha. Hockenheim was already crazy. Jedha is about to be even more insane. Let's walk you through why that is.
It's all about tight walls and fast corners. This is Jedha. Braking hard for turns 1 and 2, it's important to get into a rhythm for the upcoming section. Turns 4 through 12 are all about precision, as the walls are only inches away. Turn 13, the hairpin, a long corner, so stay patient and wait for the right moment to put the pedal to the floor. A slight tap on the brakes and down to third for turn 16 before it's once again flat out. Another fast corner at turn 22, dabbing the brakes, dropping a couple of gears and flicking it through the left-hander, being careful not to use too much of the curb on the right. Finally, the 27th and last of the corners, a heavy braking zone into a tight left-hand hairpin, getting on the throttle as early as you dare for a clean run to complete a lap of the Jedha Corniche circuit.
Jedha, as we know, has been insane from day one to where we stand to day 4. It's going to be no less insane after watching that Hockenheim to turn 1. It's going to be crazy. And I think the reason why, actually I know the reason why, James, why it was so competitive on Hockenheim and it's going to be so insane on Jedha is the fact that teams now, not necessarily getting desperate per se, but just so highly competitive. You notice no racer wants to give any inches away to the other competitors.
Definitely not. I mean, this is the pinnacle, right? The 3 best teams this week. The margins are so tight, although looking at the first qualifying, Dara and McCormack's gap to P2 was pretty big. You know, a 10.5 in Rennsport is a huge gap. I doubt that that's going to be the case this qualifying session, but it can happen. So every so often someone comes out with a lap that's like, wow. We saw Bennett yesterday do a 58.9, the only 58 that's been done at this event around Jeddah. So if someone's in the 58s here, they'll probably be on pole.
Okay, 58, so that's going to be the mark we're looking at. And obviously a lot of eyes going towards Bennett, even though Redline very healthy when it comes to the points. They're number 1, as James said, Mac. It's like even when they have an off race, they're still the best in the lobby. But imagine Sebastian Joe, Bennett start to match the energy from Siggy and Rietveld. They're unstoppable.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it really depends, right? I mean, it could easily fall the other way now, where the other guys are going to fall a little bit behind. But yeah, if all 4 of them turn up, hard to beat.
Yeah, hard to beat indeed. But I do love the battle that we have with Vitality and Virtus.pro. Vitality doing very, very well. You know, not getting the win, obviously, that goes to McCormack, and then above them to Redline. But they were, what, I believe 4, 5, and 6, or 3, 4, and 5. Really good placing for Vitality. That consistency is going to take them incredibly far. If you have any other racers who may be dropping the ball a bit, well, hey, Vitality, Virtus.pro, they're going to eat up those points, eat up those placements. And I believe in them. I really do to keep it competitive. You know, race number 1, things are close, but when we start getting to like race 3, race 4, the question is, will we start developing a gap? Well, it starts here on Jedha. Let's go ahead and give it over to our qualifying commentators, Zach Sweeney and Steve Brown.
Thank you very much to Taylor and, of course, to our analysts. Let's get ourselves back underway then as we head to Jeddah. Yuri Toman will be the first across the line. He'll be starting his lap, and, well, alongside me in the commentary box is sub-minute Steve. He's very quick when it comes to Saudi Arabian circuits, of course, setting a very fast lap time at the karting last night. How do you prepare for a qualifying lap? How do you get the most out of your lap?
Well, this is where it really matters. This is when all of the practice has to come together. These guys have lapped this track, and in this car, they would have done it many, many times. They know their exact braking points, and it's just that matter of, do you go 100% all out, which I think you do have to do now. We're in the final day. This is when you have to go right up to the limit and risk getting that slowdown penalty. Yuri Toman's been really impressive yesterday, putting in some really good performances. So I'm looking forward to see what time he can do. We're looking towards a high 58 on a very good lap, as James pointed out, if not a low 59.
Yeah, exactly. 59.0 is probably going to be good enough for pole. However, throughout each of the days, and typically what you see, a lot of our lap records set last year at the 2024 Esports World Cup happened on the final day. They built up throughout the week. They sort of, as the stakes ramped up, they themselves got quicker, not because they necessarily got better at the circuit, but because that pressure ramped up, not because they almost learned something new, but because they had to go quicker. They had to find that extra tenth of a second. It's pretty decent to the first sector for Yuri Toman. He makes his way to turn 22. Quick flick to the left and to the right. 37.8 to the middle sector. Pretty much bang on the money as to where he wants to be. This could be a decent lap, and Vitality, after 8 penalty points for Chinchik, need a good lap.
Yeah, that's a disastrous -8 is huge at this level. So they need to put that right here in the second race in Jeddah. Down towards turn 27, big braking zone at the end of the lap. Run it right up against the wall on the exit, and then drive straight to the finish line. As we say, we're looking for a low 59 here, ideally into the 58s. The Aston Martin powers over the finish line, and we are going to get a lap time shortly. But next up, we have the Virtus.pro driver. Once again, this turn 27, I mean, we've seen it in Formula 1. This one can really trip up any driver, even the best drivers in the world.
can push a little bit too hard here and end up in the wall on the right-hand side.
Yeah, Wojtek Fiala, you can see the number 13. By the way, for Jiri Toman, it was a 59.1, so a very solid lap time. Let's see what Fiala can do. He's been quite handy in qualifying over the last couple of days, especially as the pressure has begun to ramp up. He's going to cross the line, break the beam, and goes to provisional pole. 1:59.1 for the Czech driver from Virtus.pro. Next up, though, Marcel Chinchik, and this is a driver that really does need to recover. He's one of those front runners for Team Vitality. They came in to today knowing they've got a chance, knowing that they're feeling strong. Marcel Chinchik and the entire team are feeling so good. They need to step up because, well, time is of the essence in a format like this.
Yeah, I've been really impressed by Team Vitality. They were the 7th seed coming into the competition, but now, you know, we're in the top 3. As he crosses the line, he looks fairly content with that.
59.0, he should be.
Was a 59.0, so yeah, he goes to the top of the leaderboard for now. That was a very solid lap.
Really solid indeed. Kevin Ellis Jr. up next. Virtus.pro and Team Vitality are the two teams to look at. This is very strong for the Aston. There's a lot of time where you're spent at full throttle. That leans well into the Aston Martin strengths. Across the line for Kevin Ellis Jr. Let's see what he can do. Again, keeping that car all the way to the left-hand side. Short on the distance. Breaks the beam. Can he go to a 59.0? No, it's only third best at the moment for Kevin Ellis Jr. Now we get the first BMW. It's Jeffrey Rootveld for Team Redline.
Yeah, here he comes. Now, Team Redline, they didn't seem to have the most assured qualifying last time out at Hockenheim, but they got the job done. They ended up with the most points in that race, looking to solidify their points total here. Jeffrey Rietveld with some good sector times. Once again, looking for that low 59. Are we going to see a 58 potentially? No, not quite. 59.2, he is 5th currently.
Yeah, not the best of lap times, the slowest of those that have said it so far. That being said, it is very close. It wasn't a bad lap by any means. A 59.2 would have been very competitive over previous Jedha races. Thibaut Casabon will be next across the line for Team Vitality. And the French driver really does need to step it up in qualifying. He's one of the best overtakers in R1. In fact, the best overtaker in R1 with the most positions gained of anyone. But the flip side of that means that because he's able to gain all those positions, he must not have started very well. He really does need to step up in qualifying, and right here, right now, could be a good opportunity to do that. Across the lines, first sector was decent, second sector also decent, but even then, it's just not quite enough, about 3/10 off where he needs to be. Another driver that arguably might need to step it up as well, Mikhail Statsenko, next across the line.
Yes, very much the Dara McCormack show in the previous race. He needs his teammates to be backing him up towards the front of the pack. Now, qualifying, of course, so important. You can assert control over the race and dictate the flow of the race, essentially. He crosses the line. I mean, there must have been a slowdown penalty there, so that has gone completely off the script.
Yeah, indeed. So 2:02.4 for Mikhail Statsenko. Luke Bennett, though, who was the only driver to go sub 59, a 1:58.9 for Luke Bennett. His run of form, and he even said it himself, he is feeling the best he has ever felt at LAN. What can he do in this qualifying session? Can he tip Chinchik to provisional pole position across the line? We'll wait for our timer screen to refresh, and yes it is, but only just a 59.015. Hanyayovsky, it's not great to that first sector. It's again not great to the middle sector either. Let's see what he can do on that run to the line again for Vitality. But what a lap that was from Bennett.
Yeah, really impressive. The two races we've done so far around Jeddah, he did a 59.0 and then a 58.97 and then now a 59.01. The consistency is actually unbelievable. Within half a tenth on all three qualifying times. Hanyayovsky, he drives up to the line. He only goes 8th with a 2:02. There must have been a slowdown in that lap.
Yeah, slowdown in the first sector, definitely. It was a couple of seconds off where it needs to be, so probably cut turn 11, the final part of the SS section of the opening sector. Kevin Siggy next across the line. That's more like it to the first sector. 37.8 to the middle one as well. Pretty much where it needs to be, so can he get that BMW towards the front? Of course, like I say, this is an Aston Martin track, but Redline are the ones to make the difference when it counts the most. At the moment, topping the point standings. They need 250 to enter finalist mode. Kevin Siggy goes 5th.
It's crazy, you know, he was a 10th and a quarter off and he goes 5th. That is, I mean, that just shows you, that indicates just how close this is, just how good these guys are. Sebastian Job, we expect big things of this guy as ever. Pretty good sector times. I mean, sector 2 was okay. He's going to drive to the line. Is he going to be able to back up his teammate Luke Bennett towards the front of the pack? That is the question. Not quite. 59.17, he goes 6th.
Yeah, not the best of laps that we've seen from Joe, but still pretty decent. And Jeddah, not one of his more favourable circuits. Darren McCormack, though, will be the last one across the line. This is statistically one of his best tracks. He is the man around the streets of Jeddah, and Sector 1 and Sector 2 look pretty decent. Can he get that Virtus.pro Aston Martin towards at the front? He needs to get one of those Aston Martins on at the front row. At the moment, it's Redline and Vitality that are 1 and 2. What can Darren McCormack do? And it's pole position, a 1:58.898. Darren McCormack steps up when it matters, and he's going for 2 victories in 2 races.
That is so impressive. It wasn't even a 0.9, a 0.8 from Darren McCormack, more than a tenth ahead of everyone else. But this is set up really nicely with 3 different teams in the top 3. I can't wait for this one.
Absolutely not. Well, we're going to step aside. We'll head down to the desk for some analysis on what was a very hectic qualifying session.
Hectic indeed, but consistency across the board for McCormack. Not only does he qualify in race 1 with the fastest time on Hockenheim, he also wins the race right after and then comes into the second race on Jeddah victorious with the fastest qualifying session. And, well, he kept the drama alive, didn't he, till the very end. He was the last one to qualify and shot right up to the top. Man, if I was Virtus.pro, I would be singing the praises of McCormack all day long. But not only McCormack is he great, but also is the race for the top, because it's Virtus.pro, Redline, and Vitality for top 3.
Yeah, for sure. Again, a nice little split right there, right? So you know the teams are really good. You know, they're pretty equally matched, but I mean, thus far 2 races in, there's one standout. You know, McCormack, he's unbelievable. I mean, we need to check what he's had for breakfast, because this is unbelievable.
I need
it too, yeah.
I need it, man. I don't know what it was. Maybe a soft-boiled egg or something like that. Who knows what the Breakfast of Champions is? Only McCormack knows that. Let's look at our qualifying race results and start to walk you through it. And, well, James, we'll take a look at it. Obviously, McCormack leading the charge.
It's an unbelievable lap. I mean, again, that's probably within 0.2 of his PB and probably as quick as other people's personal best back at home as well. So just clutching up when it matters. And yeah, you could arguably say he's got the most raw pace on the grid, and today he's just turned up and delivered that.
Yeah.
And yeah, just really impressive. The rest of the grid, though, again, very jumbled up. Virtus.pro looking a bit stronger, actually, with Fiala doing a great job. Kevin Ellis Jr. also right there. And Statsenko with a slowdown. So a couple of slowdowns in that session. So a good-looking grid, though.
Yeah, the only thing I might be slightly worried about here with VP is that I believe it was Fiala as well yesterday, who was quite far up the grid, but his race pace was just not there, and he was actually holding Kevin Ellis up a little bit. So I think they would have probably seen that, and they'd be trying to kind of get Kevin up ahead, because his race pace looked better.
Sure.
And you don't want to be stuck there, right? But yeah, again, this looks like McCormack's race to lose.
Yeah, and like yesterday, we see McCormack and Bennett on the front row of Jeddah. So I'm starting to see patterns. You know, we obviously put cars, you know, that car's strong at that track. But I'm starting to notice that some drivers suit certain tracks as well. And we saw McCormack and Chinchik, for example, or Hockenheim were both at the front on both days. So that's definitely a pattern emerging as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And then we have Monza, of course, which will come up later. Again, this is Marshall's. It has been Marshall's track for years. But I think, yeah, Jeddah is...
Monza's also a McCormack track as well.
Yeah, true, actually. Yeah, I mean, it just seems like every track is a McCormack track nowadays.
That's right. Well, Jeddah's also a McCormack track. I mean, just everything at this point, McCormack is looking great. Let's take a look at our Ramco pole position. And as we said, right, it's going to be McCormack at the top, but it's a bit split between Bennett, who finally made it up there. Bennett, very disappointing race number 1. He was at the very end of the pack, this time now towards the top in second. And while Chinchik, nice to see him return up in the top as well. He's been highly consistent, much like McCormack. He'd probably rather be in McCormack's position, right? First in qualifying race 1, plus winning the race. Now in first once again in pole position, but Chinchik still highly consistent.
Definitely, and I think with Hockenheim, McCormack got a very good start and got the gap, had to fight off Chinchik, but then had a huge gap, and the mess behind helped him. But here, you can overtake a bit easier than at Hockenheim. So I think qualifying was very impressive. The race is going to be a totally different story.
Well, the thing is, though, everybody tries to overtake in turn 1, and that's why Jeddah is so chaotic. And with how crazy Hockenheim was, I expect Jeddah to be no different.
Yeah, for sure. And I think the starts here have been generally kind of too wide. And especially when we go further down the field, right? We even say 3 or 4 wide,
right?
Then it goes wrong. But I think it will be a battle in the turn one, but I do think McCormack has the ideal position, and I mean, we've seen in the previous races where he qualified pole here, he was able to keep the lead, and I do think it'd be hard to run away here. Like James said, it's a little bit easier to kind of overtake here and stick with the car in front. But I do think McCormack has that raw pace, and especially at the end of the race, also at Hockenheim, I do think the Aston looks a little bit stronger maybe than the BMW. So I think he's going to take it.
Yeah, and if we focus back on the championship for a minute, which is teams, not drivers, as impressive as McCormack's been, Redline are still leading. Virtus.pro in a good spot, but yeah, it's going to be interesting.
Going to be interesting indeed. It's going to be a battle for sure. Redline goes into Jeddah with the point lead, but it doesn't mean it's guaranteed to be the same case after the race is done. Let's head into Jeddah, see if McCormack can go back to back. Zach Sweeney, Steve Brown, take it away.
It's time to go racing once more in that race to finalist mode, in that race to the Esports World Cup R1 Teams Championship. Let's see how we get on. Steve, they're making their way towards the line now. What are we expecting from this race? How do you get out of the gates quickly?
I think this one is going to be really closely fought. Every race we've had here has been pretty chaotic in this first chicane. Everyone's really trying to send it and get the work done early. Obviously, it's always a good overtaking opportunity on that first chicane, on the first lap. You can gain a lot of positions very quickly. You can obviously lose a race as well. Let's see what happens here, though.
Let's go indeed. 8 laps ahead of us. McCormack on pole alongside Bennett. Those two went to battle yesterday as well. That time, though, it was Bennett on pole, McCormack alongside. Let's see if fates can change as the safety car peels off to the left-hand side. The second race of the day. The golden number is 250. That gets you into finalist mode. We're a long way off that yet. But right now, those points being scored, everything counts in the overall championship. Lights go out and we go racing on that run towards turn number 1. McCormack has that inside line. Luke Bennett looking to go to the outside as well. Look for Marcel Cinchik ducking and diving his way through, nearly making contact with Wojtek Fiala towards the opening corner. Around the outside though, and the BMW M Team red line. Red Bull Sim Racing car of Bennett has gone round, and he's collected cars with him as well. Yuyovsky and Cinchik actually was the one collected. Now it's a race towards turn number 4. Kevin Siggy alongside Wojtek Fiala. McCormack still leads, and Wojtek Fiala holds off the Drivers' Champion of 2024. Fiala trying to keep that Virtus.pro 1-2 alive, and more drama as Redline nearly go round again.
Oh my goodness, it's all kicking off already. The first race was anything to go by. This one was going to be aggressive as well. The gloves are off. This is the final. No one is taking any prisoners here today. And Luke Bennett, right down to the back. That is a disaster because he is showing so much promise and pace around this circuit.
Yeah, indeed. So that's going to beat him on the back foot. Wojtek Fiala, though, able to get past Yuri Toman. Sebastian Job, though, with the up and under. Oh, my goodness me. That is brilliant from Sebastian Job. He read that beautifully, and now he's in a position to take second place. Wojtek Fiala, though, is trying to spoil the day. Look up the inside once again to the right hand and gets squeezed to the wall, but Sebastian Job gives him the room and takes second place. Darren McCormack, though, 2.7 seconds clear, and we're not even halfway through the first lap.
I've got to say, Sebastian Job, whenever he's towards the mid-pack or the back of the pack, you can be assured that he is going to fight his way through. He's got really good racecraft. He has a really high IQ for racing. He really clearly understands exactly where to position his car, when to time the moves. We've got a massive incident in the back of the pack. That's Yuri Toman dropping to the back. We're going to surely see what happened there, but Cinchik gains a few positions. Toman off the back of the pack now. Not sure what happened, but that is an absolute disaster for Team Vitality.
Oh, race control are going to be busy. The two Vitalities in the background as well. Kazabon and Yuyovsky were going side by side. I think to hold off Statsenko, who, by the way, after all of this carnage, has read it quite well. We said he didn't qualify too well, but he's made up some good progress in the opening lap. We tick off the first lap of the race. McCormack leads 3 seconds clear of Job, and that is a huge gap for R1, and that is 3 wide in the background as well. It's Yuyovsky and Kazabon on the left-hand side, the yellow Aston Martin of Vitality. It was Ellis Jr. trying to go the long way around. Fiala fighting away with Kevin Siggy, who works his way through. Yuyovsky on the inside of his teammate. They've pushed each other wide. Ellis Jr., though, not quite able to capitalise on the switchback.
No, they're still going to continue down towards turn 4. As hopefully they can resolve into single file this section here. You don't really want to be going side by side at all. Let's take a look at turn 1. This is Luke Bennett getting all sideways, and unfortunately the pack behind just engulfs you. There was nowhere for them to go, and as soon as you're sideways, you're getting pushed around. Luke Bennett down to the back of the pack, and then we have a further spinner here. He did really well to recover that and keep going in the right direction, and actually
to settle back into the pack there.
Yeah, that would have been a heart-in-your-mouth moment, maybe a change of trousers as well for Kevin Siggy. Got tagged sideways there. I mean, there was a car on his inside, so he deserved to be given room. Wojtek Fiala, and a good save from Siggy. I think maybe just tap of the brake just to lock the fronts, maybe track the front back straight again, but able to hang on and not lose too many places, because especially in that part of the circuit, that is not the place you want to be losing a lot of speed. Definitely not be going sideways and occupying even more of the track surface and giving the opponents behind you more surface area to hit. Well, Darrell McCormack, though, has capitalised on this opening up very, very well. Very similar, actually, to what we saw in Hockenheim.
Yeah, for sure. This race is always going to be highly contentious. Lots of moments like that. It's quite ominous the way that Team Redline, Sebastian Jedha and Kevin Siggy there have, despite all of the carnage, kind of found their way to second and third. They just somehow do that. It's really difficult to explain how that happens, but sometimes you just experience, you just know how cars make contact with each other, which way they're going to fall, and you're just trying to avoid it. Sebastian Joe proving once again his racecraft and intelligence. Darrell McCormack at the front, he's got a nice easy race ahead of him, 3.4 seconds in front. I mean, that just shows you just how chaotic that race, that opening lap was, that he's got that much of a gap already.
Outside line though, Marcel Cindric trying to keep back. Mikhail Statsenko, Jeffrey Rietveld getting involved in the background as well, and he's been able to capitalise quite nicely in that BMW, side by side towards turn number 4, and that's usually the favourable line, and quite rightly I think Statsenko backing out of that one, knowing that that is not a fight that he wants to be picking. Luke Bennett has picked his way back into the points as Yuri Tomin, maybe further drama for him after that initial contact and that initial spin for the Czech driver, who, by the way, has been on an amazing run of form. So don't let 12th place sort of discourage you from liking Yuri Tomin. He is a quality driver. It's just, again, wrong place, wrong time. There you can see Mehdi in the bottom right of your picture. Fantastic engineer, actually. Does a lot of work for Team Vitality. So passionate about what he does. And Vitality getting a lot of support from their fan base across the Esports World Cup. They've got fans from Rocket League and all the other games coming behind them to support them on social media. And that support is propelling them through this competition. I think they just need a little bit extra maybe to capitalise on some more points.
Yeah, I'd say Team Vitality probably had the best overall teamwork, certainly yesterday in the lower bracket. They worked really well together as a team. They're going to have to do that here because, I mean, their best placed driver is 5th at the moment. I do worry that Cindric's been a little bit potentially too aggressive so far, getting -8 points in that previous race. That's a heavy hit for any team to take, let alone from one single driver. Now he finds himself down there in 8th. I'm sure we'll see exactly what happened on that opening lap, but to drop down the order quite like that is not ideal at all. We need him towards the front, fighting with McCormack, with Job and Siggy.
Yeah, it seems that everyone sort of calmed down ever so slightly. I think the initial sort of drama of the opening lap opened everyone's eyes and said, all right, lads, let's rein it in a little bit. But I mean, what were we expecting coming in to today with the shock elimination of Porsche Guanda Esports Racing Team? We now have 3 teams that can all fight at the front. This was side by side going into turn 22. You can see the Vitality on the outside. I think this might well be how Yuri Tomin got sent round. Indeed it was. That's the 24 red line of Jeffrey Rietveld. And it was just one of those things where the cars just keep sort of gravitating towards each other, and then that just slight bit of contact, you pit maneuver yourself around and into the barrier.
It was really hard to watch that, I must be honest. It was so tricky. The cars just did not want to dissect from each other. They were pretty much stuck. And yeah, Tomin just, I mean, I think he was trying to give him space. They were both trying to kind of give each other space. It's just one of those awkward things. These things happen in racing. Sometimes you can't account for everything going safely and smoothly. You are just going to be involved in incidents like that, especially going sideways or side by side through turn 22. It's a fast corner. You ideally want to be going through their single file. But yeah, that's really unfortunate for Tomin. I've been really impressed by his performances so far. And now, you know, he's 14 seconds off the back of the pack with not much work to do, really.
It's going to be difficult for him. Of course, you've still got to be in the race just in case anything goes, swings in your favour. Hanyovsky riding on board. You can see him in the bottom left of your screen. Slow start to the Esports World Cup in 2025. Didn't really get things running too well, but a win at Monza yesterday and continuing his strong form to allow Vitality into the finals. And what a story that is. They started this competition on day 1. They had to fight their way through the last chance qualifier. They then had to fight their way through on day 2 in the group stage where the top 5 teams went through. They were on the cusp with Virtus.pro and Maus. They were then able to just eliminate Maus based on penalty points, and now they've made their way all the way to the finals, eliminating one of the favourites for the championship in the form of Porsche Commander Esports Racing Team. Vitality is a huge story, and Virtus.pro as well up there, really taking the fight to the absolute almost tyrant that is BMW M Team Redline Red Bull Sim Racing.
Yeah, and looking at the estimated point score as it stands, Virtus.pro would be leading on 82, ahead of Redline on 80. So, you know, it's not over yet. Redline are obviously the very strong team in this competition. As we have a move in towards turn 1, you're going to have to get more alongside than that. You're looking really to try to remain on the left-hand side here on the exit of 2, as you then drive towards the left-hander of 4 eventually. And scraping against the wall, he's going to run off the track. Interestingly there, is that going to, he does actually give up the position eventually, but that's good work. I think ideally you want the inside for turn 1, you obviously have to go the outside of turn 2, but eventually the line favours you in towards turn 4 and then you can complete the move.
Yeah, it's one of those things as well where you've got to have mutual respect with the driver you race against. Of course, these guys have been racing each other obviously throughout the entirety of the online season, last year's LAN event as well. They have experience, they understand how each other races. Is that something as a driver you sort of take with you? You anticipate a move, you're going into a battle with someone, you sort of know how much you're going to have to give and maybe the possibility of you having to back out.
Yeah, no, definitely. I think the more you race against these guys, you know, these guys have raced each other a lot of times now, so they understand who they can really push. I say push, I mean be aggressive with, and those you can't. I mean, lap 1, I don't think any of that was being considered. I think they all just kind of, through cautions of the wind, just absolutely sent it, judging by the fact that we've got lots of drivers crashing towards the back of the pack. So this is Wojtek Fiala having a good performance here, up in 4th, and keeping rough touch here with the 2 Redline drivers. Really difficult though, because of the slipstream effect. He's not quite within range, whereas of course Siggy and Job kind of push each other along with the slipstream. As we look further back in the pack with Marcel Cinczyk here, looking for a move or a defence in towards turn 27.
Yeah, nicely done there, but of course Kevin Ellis Jr. going to try and go the long way round. It gets tight on the exit of the corner, and you can see there nearly rubbing the wall, the grey Aston Martin of Virtus.pro on the now right-hand side of your screen. It's the yellow and black then of Vitality that will go defensive towards turn 1. Marcel Cinczyk, the Hungarian, a previous driver's champion of R1 competition. It's swarming in the background as well as Jeffrey Rietveld wants to get involved on the inside of Thibaut Casabon, who goes the long way round, gives you the inside for turn number 2. It's a case of who can put their foot to the floor first and get the advantage towards turn number 4. It seems to swing the way of the Dutchman of Jeffrey Rietveld, who now has the inside line and gets ahead of the Team Vitality car, making their day go from bad to worse. And Marcel Cinczyk able to establish control in this battle. Yuyovski rounding off the top 5. Darren McCormack has been able to grow that lead out in front to 4.1 seconds. Jobin Siggy, I think, understandably after lap 1 realised that's probably not attainable. Let's still push just in case he makes a mistake. But 2 and 3, we're scoring some really good points. I mean, 36 points just with those 2 cars.
Yeah, I think that's a really solid points haul there for Team Redline. Obviously, Luke Bennett, I mean, that was a disappointment for them. He, this week, has been the standout Redline driver around this track. I mean, he's really been the only person, I think, to really take a good fight towards Darren McCormack, who is Mr. Jedha. Obviously, he beat him in the first upper bracket race yesterday. It was a close one. But Luke qualified on pole, did manage to stay ahead for the entirety of the race despite the pressure from the Irishman. So that was a big miss for Team Redline. Luke Bennett dropping towards the back of the pack, absolute disaster for them. But yeah, Job and Siggy just doing a really solid job here. They're just managing the race. It's unlikely they're going to be able to catch up towards McCormack, so they're just trying to keep a nice solid 2nd and 3rd. Here's the overtake from Cinczyk in towards turn 27 up against Kevin Ellis Jr. Running right up against the wall, just about enough space, getting the job done eventually.
Yeah, nicely done. Again, just got to put your car there, run the car on the exit sort of as close as you can get to the wall while still getting the power down as much yourself, and also covering off the cutback from those behind because of how long this pit straight is. Kevin Ellis Jr. though, eyes firmly forward. That's something that you always learn as a driver. The race is only going to be in front of you. If you're constantly worrying about what's going on behind you, you're never going to make any progress forward. If you're always looking over your shoulder, always checking your mirror, you're always going to be thinking about defending rather than being proactive and trying to drive your way forward. Because if he settled now and defended Rietveld, Cinczyk would just run away in front.
Yeah, I've noticed Rietveld has gained a position, I think, on Casabon. And Luke Bennett, you know, he was 11th and 12th for a while, now in 10th, so it's, you know, it's a couple of points, it's a handful of points, and there's a certain assurance about Team Redline. I think they're very confident in their abilities. They know that even if they drop down, they'll just be patient, they'll wait for their opportunities, and they'll take them later on in the race. So, you know, despite fighting towards the back of the pack, every point, every position is so crucial. You gain points, you gain positions, and of course you take those away from your opponents at the same time.
Yeah, exactly. So you find that obviously even with when you're sort of say 7th and 8th with your rival, if you can overtake them, not only do you gain points yourself, you take points away from the opposing team. So almost the points difference is doubled, right? The points gain that you get is doubled because you're taking off them and gaining yourself. So that flip can be huge. Darren McCormack, the difference back to second place, Sebastian Job that we're following now. Darren McCormack is the one on the left, and the car we're following is Sebastian Job. 4.4 seconds. That's almost unheard of in R1 competition because of just how close and competitive this field is. But McCormack just let everything go on behind him and capitalised out in front. Only 21 is the Irishman, still yet to win an R1 Drivers' Championship or sort of be up there as one of the lead fighters, and still yet to win a Teams Championship as well as Darren McCormack, but one of the leading drivers in this competition, and right now is proving that today. I mean, he shows up on finals day. We've got one more tour, of course, of the Jedha Corniche circuit coming up. McCormack leads from 4.5 seconds. Let's see what the rest of the pack, though, decides as we head in towards turn 27. Once again, Thibaut Casabon under pressure from Luke Bennett, who looks to go to the outside.
Yeah, is he going to get this move done, Luke? Bennett around the outside, and you know, Rievel's going to move over to the right-hand side, give him the slipstream to give him the advantage down the main straight towards turn 1. And you know, Darren McCormack at the front, I've got to say, this is showing just how important qualifying is. The difference between qualifying first and second, it might not seem like much, but I think the chances of being involved in that mid-pack carnage are just so much higher the further back you are. So from pole, you can just control the pace. You're on the inside. It's a lot easier to assert authority on that first corner. And you know, Darren McCormack's done that to perfection in these first 2 races. He's really controlling it from the front. He's going to need his teammates to kind of deliver in the same way, but also Team Vitality are going to have to try and assert some sort of authority in these later races.
Yeah, indeed. So they really need to take a step up. Of course, right now, just check the point standings over the last couple of laps. 85 to Redline, 77 to Virtus.pro, only 40 for Vitality. And remember, it's a sort of a match point system. So once we reach 250 points after today, all the teams start on 0. Once they score 250, they then enter finalist mode, a match point system where only one of their drivers then need to win. They don't need to be the top scoring team. They don't need a 1, 2, 3, 4. They just need one driver to win in finalist mode. The rest of them can be 10, 11, 12. They do not care if they cross the line in first. They will then take victory. They will then take $200,000 of prize money and cement their key in the trophy and be, well, cemented in history as an EWC champion. Darren McCormack, though, is about to make his way to the line towards the final corner, and he has dominated this race in a similar fashion to that we saw at Hockenheim. He is the man setting the benchmark out in front, but is it enough for Virtus.pro? He has got them on their back. They do need to step up over the course of the next coming races, but Darren McCormack, though, fist in the air, he knows he's done well. From pole position, a sensational lap, he's converted to a dominant victory for Darren McCormack. It's a drag race to the line. In the background, though, Kevin Siggy and Wojtek Fiala jostling over the final place on the podium. Across the line, though, Kevin Siggy just able to hang on from Fiala, and that was a race and a half.
That was a very exciting race. I mean, there's going to be a lot to dissect from that carnage on the opening lap. As we went on board there with Darren McCormack, it looked like he had an estimated 58.88 on the dash. That is how quick he's going. That is just honestly ridiculous pace. He didn't even need to do that. He was already 3 or 4 seconds in front, so super impressive. Backed up by Fiala there in 4th. But Redline, once again, you know, getting up to 2nd and 3rd, that's very good for them.
It is indeed, of course. As the fuel goes down in the race, the tyres sort of stay alive, so you're on a lighter car, it should go a bit quicker. But even at the start of the race, he was running sub 59. That is just how quick McCormack goes. Didn't have a slipstream, didn't have anything about him. He was just in his zone, in his rhythm, and fighting right towards the front of the field, in fact taking a very dominant victory. It was close to being a double podium for Virtus.pro. I did say that the rest of the team need to step up, but Wojtek Fiala has been on a run of form over the last couple of days, really sort of got himself in gear and found some good pace going forwards in this race. Of course, coming up we've got the next couple of races and, well, working through the rest of the day. Darren McCormack, though, will take victory. A 58.6 was his best lap time. Sebastian Job sub 59 as well with 58.8 and Kevin Siggy rounding off at the podium. Wojtek Fiala from Erhan Jajowski, the top 5, the first of the Vitality cars from Marcel Chinchik. Then comes Kevin Ellis Jr., Jeffrey Rietveld and Luke Bennett, who are on a recovery drive despite starting quite well in this race. Bennett with the spin going into turn 2, of course. Thibaut Casabon from the 10th position, then Mikhail Stetsenko and Yuri Toman. Unfortunate collision for him puts him right to the back of the field and unfortunately unable to recover throughout the rest of the race distance. So that is going to put him with no points in this race. We're going to step aside, we're going to take a break, and we'll be back for some analysis.
This land is calling.
Can't get to you. Can't get to you. Run it back to me. Come run it back to me. Can't get to you. Can't get to you. Run it back to me. Come run it back to me. Can't get to you.
And welcome back, everyone, to the Esports World Cup featuring Rennsport. 2 races, 2 different circuits, but the same results. McCormack refuses to budge. He is leading Virtus.pro to victory. In fact, he is, I believe, he's getting to 25 points per race. He's got 50 points of Virtus.pro, and really the only reason at the moment why they are keeping it so competitive against Redline, with Vitality still trying to come up. As we know, Chim, as you join us on the desk once again for the finals day, man, when it comes to Jedha, it is always chaos, and it really was this time around, but no surprise because Hockenheim was just as chaotic.
Absolutely. I mean, the first 2 races, they delivered. There's more tension going on. You can feel it as the reaction from the drivers. I mean, I think a couple days ago when there was a spin and somebody got spun out or crashed out, there was minimum reactions. Now you see people punching the wheels, punching their legs and everything. So, man, it's delivering. Races have been amazing. There, McCormack, he is him at the moment. He is the best.
Without a doubt, man. McCormack is incredible. He's qualifying in pole position twice and has also won. There's not been a single person, James, today at least, who's been able to pass him up. Not even once.
He's at the perfect day, perfect qualifying, strong in turn 1 at Jeddah, and he's got fortunate that behind there's been chaos, so he's had huge race lead gaps. But look at the fastest lap time there, 58.6, over 0.2 quicker than anybody else, and he's in a class of 1 at the minute. He's clearly turned up today in the right mindset. He's clicked with the rig he's got, and he's going to be hard to beat.
Yeah, well, one of the other consistencies, Redline will take 2 and 3. They did the same thing just earlier on Hockenheim. That keeps them highly competitive, but Bennett's having a tough day. He unfortunately finishes at the bottom of the pack on Hockenheim. This time a little bit better, but still not where he wants to be.
I mean, Bennett's been unlucky, yes. I think Toman and both Chinchik have been unlucky as well, especially Toman. So they couldn't really get the points they needed or they deserved, let's say, because of all the incidents. But Chinchik's got a lot of penalty points as well. I think he's got 8. And I mean, now they're trying to get to 250. These penalty points are more and more important now. I mean, you can't get a lot of penalty points.
Yeah, we had a discussion about that, didn't we, with Mac as well? And it was like the penalty points are racking up. Chinchik gets 8 from race number 1. We know McCormack, granted, he's kept his nose clean so far, but still 4 penalty points away from a race ban.
Yeah, it's solid strategy, though, if you want to stay away from trouble.
Stay in first.
Just qualify on pole by 0.2 and run away every race. It's easy. But yeah, with Bennett at Jeddah, I want to see the turn 1 incident again, because it looked, on first look, like it was an unnecessary risk. But it was hard racing. It just didn't go his way. He lost the rear and then spun round in the end with the contact with McCormack. So, yeah, tough race for Bennett.
Yeah, tough race indeed, and I am curious if that's going to affect his mental. He snaps out of it, race 1, right last place, and then he comes into qualifying. I believe qualifies in 2nd or 3rd, if I'm not mistaken, and then, of course, finishes towards the bottom of the pack once again. Granted, not his doing necessarily, but still, when you finish that low, when you're Bennett and you came into today as the most winningest player on the team Redline, it still has to be tough to finish that low.
Yeah.
Sorry, go for it, Chip.
Yeah, of course. I mean, I think he has high expectations, as he should have. And Redline itself, they're here to win. They're all here to win. But I mean, I think everybody knows Redline was the favorites coming to today.
Absolutely.
It gives them extra pressure. Maybe that helps. Maybe that's not helping today. But obviously, I think there's still a lot of races to go. And I think it's really easy to cave into pressure.
Without a doubt.
And because they had a bad start, same with Vitality or same with Bennett. I think they should just keep on going because they're a bit behind, but there's so many more races to do.
Yeah, well, a bit behind at least when it comes to Bennett's perspective, but Redline as a whole, they're ahead, right? Unofficially, I believe Redline's at 85, VP at 77, Vitality at 40. Vitality being the lowest. You know, they came into today with a heroic effort against Porsche Quenda yesterday, knocking them out alongside that of Williams. Today they get here, and unfortunately, they're a little bit lower than we wanted.
I think this is what separates Redline from the rest, is even when they're not performing their best, they can eke out, you know, the lead, the championship, and they can always get the dub, basically.
Right.
So when Virtus.pro are having a bad day, they don't score well. Same with Vitality, but Redline, despite the fact that they've not had a good start, they're still winning.
Still winning, which is pretty spectacular to say the least. Redline, they're looking great, but Virtus.pro and Vitality, they're going to continue to fight. We're only 2 races in. Let's go to the winning comms from the winning team in our last race.
I've been pushed into an off-track. I have to give someone position, but I don't know who. Is this guy? No! Fuck this!
What is he doing?
Let's secure 2-3 here.
Good job, Marcel.
There's nothing I can do. I can't do those lap times.
NFA 41.
No, I mean, can I go in front now? Why? You can in front, but we have to come back.
If you feel you are faster, go. Let's swap. Go.
Whoa. Pushed me.
Yeah, it's not down.
Well, at least getting to hear from Redline at least. Good stuff coming out from them again, leading the charge. It's still highly competitive, though. It really is. And I'm glad to see that, you know, by race 2, it wouldn't have been surprising if Redline would have taken a significant lead, but the fact that Virtus.pro is keeping it competitive, specifically with McCormack, that is really wonderful. But the question is, how long can he keep this pace up? You know, it's a one-man army race at this point. McCormack is great, but eventually even the best start to fall behind, and that's when you need someone else to step up.
As I say, I've seen him do this at events in the past. The first couple of races, he comes out of the block so quick, wins the races, but it's just not sustainable for a team to rely on one person throughout the whole day. And I think that's where Redline will catch up. Interestingly, there with Seb Job on the radio saying, I can't do those lap times, talking about McCormack. I've not really seen Seb say that before. So, yeah, McCormack on another level.
Yeah, like Jim said, he's him. McCormack is him. Currently, how long can he stay him? Well, we'll find out. We're about to head into race number 3. It's Spa. Let's see what it looks like.
The Ardennes roller coaster then, the most legendary of them all. Beginning with that run into the source, picking an early apex to get a good run up to Eau Rouge. The iconic part of the circuit then, easy to lose the car over the crest at Raidillon. As we go down the Kemmel Straight deep into Les Combes, Bruxelles Rivage, downhill, off camber, patience is key and it's easy to overshoot the exit here. The fast double left of Pouhon. If you run wide here, it takes a while to get back onto the racing line. Into Fagnes and Campus, a tight and technical section, often overlooked, but crucial for a fast lap. Flat out through Blanchimont and then into the last stop, the bus stop, before completing a lap around the circuit de Spa-Francorchamps.
Spa, race number 3. We move into it very, very shortly. McCormack, again, the biggest highlight. And, well, then, of course, if you want to look at the negatives, right, Bennett towards the bottom, but he's still looking pretty good. That qualifying lap in race number 2 on Jedha was great, but he's just got to keep it consistent. One of the conversations we've been having on the desk, Jim, is obviously you've got 8 Aston Martins, and, of course, you have the BMWs. Going into Spa, which one do you think is going to reign supreme?
I think in Jedha and Hockenheim, Aston Martin had a slight advantage over BMW, but I think this is, I think Sebastian Job gets this pole.
Sebastian Job gets this pole. What are you thinking?
Well, I think Vitality need to bounce back if they're going to stay in this championship race, and I think Redline's a good shout. I think just McCormack's form. I know he's good round Spa. I'm going to say McCormack again.
Wow, McCormack again. You don't think he's slowing down anytime soon?
No, definitely not. I mean, Sector 2 at Spa is the key because it's basically a minute long and he's very quick in Sector 2 at Spa from memory, so I think he could do it again.
Okay, fair enough. If he keeps this pace up, he's single-handedly going to take down the title defending champions of Redline, which is truly sensational. But Vitality continues to struggle, Chim, and that's my biggest concern. And again, they have shown that they could win yesterday in lower bracket, winning all 3 of their races. Today, they haven't even got close, but I'm still believing in Toman. He was one of the key highlighting factors at the start of the day. Chinchik, I know he's gotten a lot of penalty points. Granted, his qualifying times have still been sensational, but whenever we do get to the race portion, he just doesn't have any support.
I think he just had bad luck in these first 2 races. It can turn around. It should turn around now. And we know Toman's quick. Chinchik's very quick too. And we know when they don't deliver, Yayowski is able to deliver.
Sure.
So I think they just had a rough start, but that doesn't mean it's going to go their way like this.
Well, what about Kazabon? Where's he been in the pack? Vitality, I think race 1, when we headed into Hockenheim, they finished 3, 4, and 5, which was quite decent. Jedha, not necessarily theirs, but one thing about Vitality is they have been quite scrappy today.
Yeah, I think to answer your question about Kazabon, we said it earlier, he is ill. I don't think he's quite a McCormack level driver anyway, but yeah, he's usually really, really solid. And I think clearly the illness is hindering him today and this week. But yeah, they need to bounce back. The gap's now just over 40 points from Vitality to Redline. So that's a lot of points already that they need to make up.
Yeah, 45. Now, again, I'm new to sim racing, but I have noticed or started to notice not only on Hockenheim, but also on Jedha, Vitality, when they're racing hard against everybody else, but also racing hard against themselves. I've noticed quite a bit of contact between each other.
Yeah, and that's not intentional. I think sometimes in the heat of the moment, it's hard to know what cars are around you. And you've got the radar in game that gives you, right, I've got a car next to me, but sometimes you just don't know which team or which car that is. So lots of mistakes with the racecraft from Vitality. That's where clear radio comms is very important. You've got your teammate on your left or on your right. And yeah, they need to sort that out.
Yeah, they definitely do. We've seen literally teams not qualify, get their key crushed because they were battling against each other too hard, intentional or unintentional. Of course, most likely unintentional in this case, anyways, when it comes to R1. But we've also seen some big spin outs, very early goings in each race that we've had so far in Hockenheim and Jedha. I expect Spa to be the same.
I mean, I think so too. Spa is a tough track. T1 has been tricky for all of them, but I think Bus stopped the last chicane, that caused us some chaos as well. But like communication, inter-team communication is going to be key, because I think in any team, when I did Rennsport here during Gamers Day, or when you did, I think when you go up the inside of a teammate, you say that on the radio that you're gonna go for it. And we've seen what happened to Porsche Quanda yesterday, where they had not one but just 2 team collisions, let's say, that caused them many important points.
Yeah, and team comms are big. Some people don't like to be spoken to during the actual race themselves, but I think it's necessary. And is that where your coach or your team manager comes into play, right? Who's going to be sitting right behind, obviously managing the team. Should he be calling that out? I don't know. As far as the team dynamic goes, is that something they normally do?
I would say that's an extra layer of communication you don't need. I think the 2 drivers themselves should be communicating in that sense, like, right, I'm going for the overtake, like Chem said, or, you know what, I'll let you go, mate, or whatever. I don't think you need an engineer to piece that together. So, yeah, and as I say, the one in Hockenheim was just one of the Vitality drivers braking too late and then running into his teammate. So mistakes happen, but they need to iron out those mistakes ASAP.
Well, going back to individual discussion once again, McCormack obviously great, but Fiala's been phenomenal today, Chim, and that's really, really nice to see. Fiala, an excellent racer, potentially, hopefully, being able to match McCormack's energy. If he could do that, imagine they'll be pulling up numbers like Redline has been, and who knows, might be able to pass him soon enough.
Yeah, normally you expect Kevin Ellis Jr. to be there to support McCormack, but Fiala has been quick, but he's been also causing some issues with other teams as well. I think he turned up today, and he's not slacking.
But to be honest, I think that's actually necessary. Sometimes you got to have a demon out there on the racetrack.
Yeah, and when you've got McCormack, the other 3 just need to cause havoc, basically.
That's what they're doing.
Yeah, Kevin Ellis Jr., not to put pressure on a driver, but we know how good he is. He's not quite been there today. If he steps it up, Virtus.pro have a real chance.
Well, they already do. I mean, again, unofficially, 85 for Redline, 77 for Virtus.pro. Jim, I didn't expect it to be this close, quite honestly. I really thought at least we were going to see a replication of last year where Redline going into, race 3 already had a big lead. Not the case this time. 250 is the threshold. We're most likely going to have 1 or maybe even 2 teams break the 100-point threshold here, but I'm thinking a long day. We have 8 races guaranteed. At this level, with how close it's been, we might get all 8 races.
I mean, I think so. They need to reach a very high threshold. So I think it's going to take them probably 8 races. And yeah, it's going to be a tough one, like you said. But I thought it would be closer than yesterday. I didn't think Red Line would run away with this. I think because of how close the competition is, we've seen. I don't really expect any team to dominate, except, I mean, McCormack is kind of winning everything. But besides that, if you look at team standings, it's very close.
So, racing dirty is obviously not the intention of really anybody, but I mean, how beneficial would it be to race a little dirty against McCormack, 4 points away from a racing ban? I mean, who wants to be the demon to cause that?
Well, Bennett tried.
Okay.
But McCormack's a hard racer himself and defended well. So, and then he was away, and you can't catch him. So, yeah, it's catch-22. You know, you got one opportunity at the start. If you don't get it right, you know, it can very easily end with you pointing the wrong way and going to the back of the field.
Sure.
So it's a risky game to play.
Well, we're moving into Spa, race number 3. And for McCormack's sake, I think it's incredibly important and pivotal, in fact, that he continues to get these pole positions, not only for the point race naturally, but also to just avoid everybody who might be trying to intentionally cause him to slip up, get those 4 additional penalty points. So Virtus.pro has to race without him because he'll have a race ban. That's what's at stake. He's only 4 points away. So for McCormack, can he continue this heroic day for Virtus.pro? Can he continue to get the pole position? And on top of that, right, the sweet cherry on top, get the wins himself. They're currently dragging behind by about, I think, 8 points. But hey, they are looking to overtake Red Line. Lewis McGlade, Steve Brown, let's move into Spa.
In the wise words of Jamie Fluke, Wagwan. That's what he said to me before we came into this, and we are ready for another fantastic qualifying session. We take to the circuit of Spa-Francorchamps for just the 3rd time in the Esports World Cup in 2025. Ready though for an important qualifying session. The last time we raced around here, Virtus.pro qualified 9th, 10th, 11th and 12th, with McCormack the final of those. We cannot see a repeat of that if Virtus.pro are able to keep this up.
No, not at all. Can I just say I'm truly blessed to hear Lewis McGlade say Wagwan.
I know.
That was truly special. So thank you for that. We are looking for mid 214s around the Spa-Francorchamps circuit. Yesterday in the upper bracket 3rd race, Charlie Collins, of course, Porsche are no longer here, but he managed a 14.489. He was the only driver in the 4s. Sebastian Job was the next best with a 5.68. So that's looking at the, that's the kind of barometer we're looking at. As Mikhail Statsenko is the first up here in the mid-pack with the Aston Martin, of course, for Team Virtus.pro. And he's going to be followed by the mercurial Irishman, Darren McCormack, after 2 wins in a row. He's looking in really good form.
Yeah, and can't wait to see what McCormack can do around here. He's had 2 incredible qualifying laps. To remind you, if you're just joining us here, they get 1 lap in this qualifying session. Fastest lap this week around this circuit is in the hands of Joshua Rogers, who has joined us in the... he's in the SMB arena at the moment, keeping an eye on what's going on. I think he might be a little bit of a guest later on. We'll keep Mikhail Statsenko and our eyes on him as he works his way through the final sector. That middle sector not quite good enough. Statsenko set a 14.922 yesterday to qualify in 11th position. The only reason he was ahead of Darren McCormack was because McCormack had a slow down penalty on his lap. Into the final chicane and into the bus stop goes Statsenko and up towards the line to set our first benchmark lap of this session. I think it's going to be a high 14 from Statsenko as he works his way across the line. It's a 14.839, but here comes McCormack and it's looking decent.
Yeah, that 14.8 probably not going to be enough. That's going to be surely down towards the back of the pack. Darren McCormack, now, of course, on the back of 2 wins, is going to look to try to complete the hat-trick here, and he's really carrying the team Virtus.pro at the moment through the chicane, all over the curbs, maximising the track limit on the exit.
Not happy.
He's shaking his head. Yeah, not happy with the lap. He has shaken his head previous times before on good laps. That is a 0.546. That is not too bad, but maybe he thinks he could have gone a bit quicker.
Now, in that race earlier on that we said yesterday, upper bracket race 3, where it was Team Redline, Porsche Commander and Virtus.pro seeds 1, 2 and 3 going toe-to-toe. Redline's fastest lap was in the hands of this driver here, Sebastian Job, was a 5.68, which means McCormack would be slightly faster than that. If he's not able to go any faster, then yeah, McCormack might be on pole position here. And I will say, it's not looking so great in that middle sector from Job. show. The final sector, though, is excellent. Sebastian Job goes on to provisional pole position.
That was really cool to see. He came out of the chicane. I don't think he was quite sure, so he was very relieved to see that was a 5.2 rather than a 5.5 or slower. Thibaut Casabon now heading towards the final chicane, spotting his braking point onto the brakes, coming off the brake pedal to get the car to rotate into that first apex, then the second, jumping up the curb, again right to the edge of the orange and yellow curb there, crossing the line. It's a 0.8. He goes fourth.
Yeah, not good enough for Vitality. Obviously, they've still got 3 more goes at it with Yovski, Chinchik and Toman, who is the highest point-scoring driver of anyone here in the Esports World Cup in 2025. However, on averages, Darren McCormack, no shock after the last 2 races, is the highest average. Wojtek Fiala will work his way into the final complex, and I'm not getting super excited about this lap because I can tell you that middle sector is rubbish, I'm afraid. It must have been a slowdown or a mistake of some kind. Across the line, he goes to 5th.
Next up is Yayovski. Now, I'm just thinking that Vitality have yet to race this circuit in the competition so far. Let's see if that is a bit of a disadvantage. They're not quite warmed up like the other 2 teams are on this circuit. I did notice that the practice session beforehand was a bit longer than normal, so maybe that did give each of the teams a bit more of a chance to warm up to the Spa-Francorchamps circuit. Erhan Yayovski then drives up to the line. He is going to go 3rd on a 7.4.
Bit of a spread out qualifying session though, is the next one to work his way into that final sector is Kevin Siggy. First sector, about a 10th off. Second sector, about a 10th and a bit off of the real fast stuff of where we're really expecting these to be if you're qualifying right up there. But it might be enough to challenge a higher 5, so it could challenge McCormack if he nails the final sector. Let's see what his reaction's like up towards the line. Almost nothing then, but that could be good for Siggy. We'll have to wait and see. Across the line, it is 3rd position. It's a higher 14.6.
It seems like we're having quite a few mistakes here and inconsistencies. Yesterday the times were very close towards the 5s. We're having a lot more 7s, 6s and 8s at the moment. So now we have Kevin Ellis Jr. had a really good qualifying, I think, in the previous race, fighting towards the front of the pack, at least for the opening lap before all of the carnage unfolded. Driving around the final chicane, up the curb once again, keeping the car just about within the track limits. The lap is looking good. He crosses the line. It is good. It's a 5.88. He goes 3rd.
Yeah, solid lap time from Kevin Ellis Jr. So he'll be able to back up McCormack a little bit. All Virtus pros have completed their lap, meaning we only have Vitality and we only have red line to go. Marcel Chinchik looking pretty quick on this lap at the moment. Again, as you said, Vitality have not raced around the circuit of Spa-Francorchamps in the Esports World Cup in 2025. But this is looking good for Chinchik to challenge for pole position. Can he do it? He's got the 2nd highest point score of any driver here in the Esports World Cup in 2025. Chinchik trying to wrestle away pole position, but the final sector's not good enough, goes to 4th.
Yeah, I was waiting for him to pop up on the top of the leaderboard there. Didn't quite happen, and he's been one of the quickest, or the quickest, in qualifying for Team Vitality. So they're going to be relying on Yuri Toman, who's actually been in good form this week, to try to put Vitality towards the front. Jeffrey Rietveld then, through the final chicane. The sectors are, once again, they're good. Is it going to challenge pole? I don't think so. We're looking at maybe a 6 or a 7. Actually, no, not even that. It's a 0.8. He goes to 9th.
Said about Marcel Chinchik being the 2nd highest point scorer of anyone here. I've already alluded to it in this qualifying session. Yuri Toman has scored 168 points. Unfortunately, none of those were in the previous race. He'll be looking to try and move his way forward and try and throw himself amongst the action at the front end of the field. However, those sector times not looking so great. Can he nail the final sector? See what he's like across the line. He's not too happy with it. We'll have to wait and see. Is he going to be around Yayovski? Just ahead of Yayovski. So into 6th place he goes. One final driver. He scored just 5 points today as Bennett. Here he comes.
Yeah, last but not least, Luke Bennett, 2nd place in Jeddah in the previous race, and then obviously flying to the back of the pack with the collision early doors. He's going to look to try to correct that hit into the final chicane. Yesterday, in the upper bracket race 3, he did a 0.57. That would put him 3rd on the grid if he were to repeat it. Coming out of the corner, he seems quite content with it. As he crosses the line, he is going to drop into P5 there, so a solid lap overall.
Certainly so, but as we look around, we can see some of the faces. We can see that fantastic lap from Job and the team. Look, things are looking good for Team Redline. They coming into this race, I believe they have 87 points. Again, they need to get to the threshold at 250. So a victory here will be very important. We'll head down, though, to the studio for a little bit of analysis before what I'm sure will be an epic race.
Without a doubt, it's going to be epic no matter which way you cut it. We do notice a bit of a shift right in the energy. McCormack drops down to second in the qualifying, but that's still phenomenally done. You love to see it. Let's look at our qualifying race results, and you'll notice, right, McCormack does drop down to second. Redline will take over pole position, but good news is for McCormack, well, James got Ellis Jr. right there to help him out, pass up potentially Sebastian Job.
Yeah, and McCormack's still on the front row, so that's as good as pole in this series, you know, because you can do something into turn one. So, yes, only a couple of hundredths off pole. Ellis Jr. right there, as we hopefully predicted for him. Virtus.pro looking strong, taking the fight to Redline, and Vitality again, maybe underperforming a little bit.
Yeah, well, I want to say Vitality, they've got to step it up. They really do if they want any chance to contend with the hot and ready Virtus.pro and naturally the consistent Redline. 5th and 6th, Bennett and Sigichim. I look at them to potentially cause some great chaos between Chinchik, Ellis Jr., McCormack up at the top to join Sebastian Job.
What a great picture from Sebastian Job, by the way. That is amazing. I love that. But also, when I look at 2-3 going VP's way, I think their plan is going to make that teamwork work and get P1-2 and try to drop Job to P3.
Which would be one of the best positions for Virtus.pro, or I should say best placing. Again, they are trying to surpass that of Redline. Sebastian Job is their biggest enemy, and Sebastian Job did earn our Ramco pole position lap with the fastest time around Spa to start the day. James, what do we see?
Well, we're seeing him approaching the first corner. So La Source, a really tight hairpin, braking nice and late and deep. First gear, and then you're straight on power. You want no coasting, straight on the throttle pedal, because you're going to carry the speed all the way down to Eau Rouge. Sector 1 is flat out, basically. So one of the coolest corners in the world, Eau Rouge, which in a GT3 car, which is what we're driving right now, is just about flat out. And you don't even see the top of the corner. It's such a crazy corner. I'm sure Chen will back me up on that. So
amazing.
Down the Kemmel straight.
Probably the best corner in motorsports, almost, I would say.
I would say for me it is, because, I mean, what other corners are there, right? Maybe the Corkscrew, Laguna Seca, I don't know. But
yeah.
All right. Well, hey, there's your pole position. Sebastian Job, McCormack, and Co. Looking great, looking poised, ready to get into it. And I believe we got something going on for our stage anyways. The players getting ready, and, well, I'm ready to get Spa underway, so let's do it.
Well, based on that analysis, you can definitely tell that James Baldwin's raced around here. He knows exactly all the corners, left, right and centre. We can see there, Andre Kunchman checking over the Redline team before they get into what will be, I'm sure, an exciting race. You can see the cars are rolling. They're into the final complex of corners now, and they're getting ready to take to that first corner and the legendary La Source before that run all the way down the hill to Eau Rouge, all the way up Radion, and all the way up to Lecom. It's Job, it's McCormack, it's Ellis Jr., it's Chinchik, the front couple of rows, as we begin racing here at the legendary circuit, the Spa-Francorchamps. If we have a race at the end of the day, if we need to go to 8, this is the final track. There's contact into the first corner, but nothing too major. One of those Vitalities was squeezed off in the background. I think that was Yovsky, who's dropped down now to 11th position as we go side by side down the hill, keeping our eyes focused on Kevin Ellis Jr. going side by side with Marcel Chinchik, who backs out of it. But now we're going to get the big slipstream. We head up and over the top at Radion, onto the Kemmel straight, through the Kemmel curve. Will Sebastian Job be able to hang on to the race lead? Will Kevin Ellis Jr. be able to hang on to third? Because here we go, too wide, squeezed out there goes Marcel Chinchik, but through to the race lead comes Darren McCormack with a brush with Sebastian Job, who cuts over the inside at Lecom. They remain side by side at Malmedy. Who's going to lead?
It looks like now McCormack, with some good teamwork, he's going to be able to help his teammate in here. Kevin Ellis Jr. goes to the outside. Now we've got Chinchik coming up the inside as well. Can the Virtus.pro drivers unsettle Sebastian Job? I do not know how he has done that. He has managed to remain in front of the duo there. That's really sensible driving, really intelligent driving. I did not think he was going to come out in the lead after all of that.
No, I thought that was going to be Darren McCormack straight through into the race lead. Great driving from Job, who runs out a little bit wide there as they head their way through. Put on down the brakes to make sure that the front end sticks its way straight into that second apex, more just to get the weight onto the front. They head their way into Fania, Piff Baff if you want to call it that. Sebastian Job leads, but we're now going to start that big slipstream down to the bus stop.
Yes, I think McCormack's looking aggressive here. He wants that race lead. He's got Kevin Ellis Jr. to back him up. This is going to be super interesting as we come out of... Well, let's actually take a look at the replay towards turn 1. Luke Bennett went really attacking to try to unsettle the Virtus.pro drivers. It kind of worked initially as Kevin Ellis Jr. kind of got sucked back into the pack, but then McCormack able to help his teammate out with the slipstream.
It was just a tough T1, don't see anything wrong there. Everyone's racing hard. It was a good look from Bennett, but it didn't quite work out. He remains in 5th position, behind Chinchik, behind Ellis Jr., behind McCormack, behind Sebastian Job. As they work their way through, Bennett's making, trying to make a move on Marcel Chinchik. He's trying to get 2 red lines in the top 4. Chinchik's going to muscle him out wide. This could open the door for Mikhail Statsenko to open his way into the mix. Sebastian Job completes the first lap here at the circuit of Spa-Francorchamps into the race lead. We're focusing on the battle for 4th position. Chinchik's getting to the outside. He's trying to fend off Bennett. They're going to go side by side down to Eau Rouge and Radion. Surely they'll get single file.
I hope so, because it's not going to be ideal to go side by side. Yes, very sensible to tuck in. You want to try and get a really good run off of the corner, not into it. And so they settle in. He hasn't really got any space to get any sort of a run. The car on the back end onto the grass. And now the Aston Martin pulls over to the left-hand side. He's got the outside line up against Luke Bennett. He's going to have to cover off, not against one car, but against, 4 cars.
Yeah, Rivalry was trying to find his way straight into the mix. It was Thibaut Casabon, the second of those Vitality cars. You've also got Yuri Topin off the rear end of this. Throughout all of that is Bennett, is Chinchik. Then you've got Mikhail Statsenko behind, Rivalry, Topin and Casabon. All involved. There's contact there, though. I think that might have been between Wojtek Fiala and Kevin Siggy. Siggy dropping right the way down to 12th position, the final spot of them, but he's back involved in the train. This is further back down to that Wojtek Fiala move. As Siggy's to the outside. They're all switching positions. It's Fiala versus Siggy versus Yajovski, but this battling is going to drag them right off the train.
Yeah, this fighting in the mid-pack, not just in this race, in all of the races, is so hard fought. My goodness, they are not giving each other an inch at all. They know what's on the line. $200,000 goes to the winner. 100,000 for second, and I think 60 for third. And so there's a lot of money on the line. There's a lot of pride on the line. These guys just want to win the races, of course. And speaking of winning, Sebastian Job looking settled at the front, but he has very big pressure here from the duo of Virtus.pro.
Points at the moment, very quickly as they stand. 133 for Team Redline, 119 for Virtus.pro, 57 for Vitality. The reason I'm pointing that out now and the importance of it, 133 points, that is comfortably over halfway to finalist mode. Will they be going into it into race 7? We'll have to wait and see. 7's been kind of the cut-off point where a lot of people think that maybe this event's going to end, as there's a bit going deep into the brakes. I think that might have been Chinchik a touch deep and a touch wide as he works his way into the bus stop. This is back to the front though. Darren McCormack, fastest lap of the race as he sets sight on victory again.
Yeah, he really needs to get ahead here. If he can pull through Ellis Jr. as well, that is big in terms of a point swing. And of course, they're trying to deny your opponent. And actually, this is interesting. Sebastian Job slowing down. Is this a tactical element of the racing here? Trying to get the slipstream, perhaps, to return the overtake in toward Lake Hume.
I'm just checking from race control. No, Sebastian Job has been told to give up 1 position for overtaking Darren McCormack off the track. They're trying to switch that one straight back through, so Job's given up the position, and now he tries to re-overtake for the race lead. Straight around the outside, that looked pretty easy for him. So, drop down. I wonder if race control will be like, yep, that's fine, that's all sorted. It's obviously on the first lap going into Lake Com. Sebastian Job cut over the inside, and that was why he was having to give up that 1 position. Importantly, though, despite that penalty maybe having been sorted, remember, he will get licence points. I think it's 2 licence points. So 2 points will now be taken off of Team Redline as well.
Yeah, that's quite interesting the way he did that. Just pulled off before the corner to get the slipstream back on the next straight. So if there's a time to do it, it was there. It was a sensible place to do it. I thought he was being very tactical with slipstream. Sometimes, you know, if you've got 2 cars behind pushing each other up the straight, it's almost impossible to defend against it. But at least if you pull back to second, you might be able to slipstream back past. That's exactly what happened.
I mean, he was being tactical. He dealt with the penalty. Yes, I know there's the 2 points that come with it, which is frustrating, I'm sure, for the team. But still, that was, it's so heads up to be like, right, I need to give up the position, so let's give it up on this bit of the straight, so that I'm not being dived into La Source, so then I can drop back in, and I can use the slipstream to fly my way back past. I think that is so well strategized.
Yeah, really smart. It's just the correct decision, and this is part of racing. Just obviously you've got to have really good pace and consistency, but it's all about making the right decisions as well. And now Kevin Ellis Jr. on the back foot up against Luke Bennett.
Darren
McCormack looking for a move against Job, not quite happening there though.
Yeah, Darren McCormack was looking for a move. I thought there might have been something there, but again, this is where we don't typically see moves down into La Source, which is this first corner we're just coming up. It's a slight rise up the hill. You'll try, like Darren McCormack there, he's trying to get him offline to try and give a slow exit. It's nothing about making a move there. You don't want to make a move there. What's the point?
Yeah, Job's not going to fall for that one. He's not going to divert from his line. This is the place to do it. This is it. I mean, there's no point almost in going into the final chicane or La Source, turn 1. You wait for this bit here. You rack up the momentum coming through Eau Rouge and Radion onto the Kemmel Straight. You build up the speed. Look at this. He's definitely got a run on him. Is Job going to go defensive? He isn't. He's going to stay to the left-hand side. And McCormack is going to get more than enough of a run here to get cleanly ahead before the corner.
Tried to squeeze him a little bit. Maybe if they were still side by side in the corner, it would give Darren McCormack a really narrow line. However, as we approach the halfway point of this race, about halfway around this 7-kilometre lap, it will be McCormack leading from Job, from Ellis Jr., from Bennett, from Statsenko. So some good moves coming in from Virtus.pro, and there'll be some good point scores courtesy of it.
Yeah, this is very representative, I think, of the overall point score at the moment, with Virtus.pro and Redline quite easily ahead in this race and in the overall standings at the moment. So McCormack doing a really good job here. That was a really well-timed overtake, I've got to say. He judged the gap exactly to perfection coming out of the source, timed the momentum perfectly, and got through into the lead.
Points situation as it stands. Redline 127, Virtus.pro 126. They are both halfway to finalist mode. Obviously things can chop and change, things can unravel as the race goes on, as the day goes on. Darren McCormack though in position to take 3 in a row. We're halfway through this race. This is not going to be easy to the checkered flag. He needs his teammate Kevin Ellis Jr. to effectively unseat Sebastian Job and pull him straight off of the race leader.
That is so exciting that they're both more than halfway towards finalist mode on race 3 here. So we could potentially see a finalist mode in race 7 out of 8 that we're going to see today. So that's pretty cool. Let's not forget, of course, that anytime you gain a position, obviously you get more points, your opponent gets less points. You're also denying them the chance to get towards that finalist mode, which is ever important. This is another look at Sebastian Job getting back into the race lead.
Yeah.
Was this on the opening lap? No, this was the return overtake after we conceded the position. So it's really smart driving from him. And then this was McCormack going back through with the well-timed overtake, really judged that gap coming out of the source perfectly to get that momentum, get that swing, and leaving Job with no chance to really defend.
Couple of switches then between our race leaders. Are we going to get one more? Are we going to get one behind as well? Sitting in the middle of the road goes Darren McCormack because he's trying to make things a little bit awkward for Sebastian Job. They go side by side. They drag their way up towards Lake Com. Into the braking zone they go. Sebastian Job back through into the race lead with 3 laps left to go. Kevin Ellis Jr. and Luke Bennett remain side by side, with now Bennett taking over the lead of that battle. This is a tough one.
Yeah, that's Timo from BMW there he is, giving us a wave in the seating
in the
arena,
Saudi National Bank Arena. Yeah, of course.
Watching on the BMW M4 GT3 powering itself towards the front of the pack. Job and Bennett just ominous. I said this in the previous race. They are quite ominous as now into Pouon. Having a look, there is that Riyadh going up the inside of Chinching. Not the best place to really go for a move. And thinking better of it. That was Siggy, wasn't it?
I think it was. Siggy in the Siggy Toman and Yayovsky battle with Wojtek Fiala and Thibaut Kazem on behind. Here comes a bit of a replay of the switch for the race lead. So you can see McCormack there is kind of doing the right thing. He's not really defending, but not really not defending. He's kind of sitting in the middle of the road and just trying to make things, to kind of almost make Sebastian Job doubt himself a little bit, right?
Yeah, that's all you can do in that situation. Just force him to the outside, just make it as awkward as possible. You know, potentially make them make an unforced error essentially on the brakes. But you know, Job isn't really the kind of guy to do that. This is the battle then for 4th. It's developing into 2 battles of 2, between Virtus.pro and Team Redline as they go side by side through the chicane. Kevin Ellis Jr., neither of them seem to be able to really gain control fully of third, but now Bennett kind of slots in ahead. We're going to see what they do once again as we approach La Source. This is where the real action seems to begin on this circuit, as we have look like a 3 abreast there towards the back of the pack. Whoa! It's Job with a bigger mistake on the exit of La Source.
Yeah, this is going to cost him potentially, unless Darren McCormack's maybe classified as being too close now to Sebastian Job. What caused Sebastian Job to also have that slight slide? What switch are we going to have here on the penultimate lap of the race? Slow over the top at Radeon. Here comes a look then to the outside. The Virtus.pro driver of Darren McCormack's going to come through, but also Luke Bennett might be into the mix as well. We've seen Bennett and McCormack battle for the racing before. Bennett might make this 3 wide, but instead he goes straight in behind his teammate Sebastian Job, playing the assistance, as does Kevin Ellis Jr. Side by side for the races again, around the outside as they go into Les Combes. So close between the pair of them. Darren McCormack just about has the lead, but as they go through Malmedy, still the overlap from Sebastian Job. It's McCormack to the front as they head down the hill into Rivage. Luke Bennett still side by side with Ellis Jr.
Oh, McCormack, this man, what can't he do on a racetrack? That is absolutely incredible. Just slotting in ahead, judging that one to perfection. I think we saw that in the first lap of the previous race. You can turn in a bit too aggressively on your opponent. You can end up spinning quite easily. We've seen that many times, actually, over all of the races. McCormack judging that one to perfection. Job and Bennett, though, second and third. They've still got a lap and a quarter here to try to get back to the race win.
Bit of sweat appearing here on, not too much. He's still pretty calm and collected is McCormack, but you can understand tension is building throughout the day, and it is going to be getting more and more difficult to take these victories. I mean, look, if this, we'll be racing at the Circuit de Spa-Francorchamps for the final race if we get to 8. Again, they'll have to get to 250 points, and then the next victory they take is what makes the difference. Now, right now, obviously, no one's near finalist mode. We're comfortable. We're just trying to score some decent points here. But once it comes to that final race, very, very different.
Yeah, that's when the gloves are well and truly off. I mean, they are already off, let's be honest. But here's McCormack's move around the outside. This was so well judged. I'm really impressed. Goes late on the brakes, goes onto the curb on the left-hand side for a bit more angle into the corner. And this is the battle then on the exit. Bennett just getting tagged there. And now, all of this fighting has helped Marcel Chinchik to get onto the back of it. So this is looking like a fairly set battle between only Virtus.pro and Redline. But now we have a Team Vitality driver with a chance to gain some further positions here.
I'm surprised Luke Bennett was that confident with squeezing on the exit of the bus stop chicane after the dramas at the Jedha Corniche circuit just about an hour ago. Either way, into a Rouge Radion, he remains himself in 3rd position. 4 for the race lead within a second, but you've still got Chinchik, you've still got Rietveld, a little bit of a gap back to Statsenko before we have our large gap back, relatively speaking, to Toman Yayovsky, Siggy Kazamon and Fiala. Here we go then towards the front end of the field. It's Kevin Ellis Jr. going for 3rd position. He looks down the inside of Bennett, but the outside line through Les Combes is what makes the difference. It's the final lap of the race, and at the moment, it is still McCormack leading. He was able to fend off Sebastian Job there. Marcel Chinchik looks to the inside. 5 within a second now as we come down the hill.
Yeah, super close. That's also Rietveld looking very aggressive at the back of the pack. And, you know, you can chip away and give Team Redline a further couple of points if you can get a move done here. So I don't think this is over. Of course, we have the final chicane, always going to be a big overtaking opportunity. Darren McCormack 6/10 ahead. He looks fairly comfortable, but there's definitely room for Kevin Ellis Jr. Or even, I think this battle for 4th is probably where we're most likely to get an overtake.
Most consecutive victories in R1's history has been 4. It's been reached by 4 drivers. Sebastian Job's one of them. Of course, we saw Max Benneker go out of the competition. He's also another. Darren McCormack, also another one of those drivers who have done 4 consecutive victories. Charlie Collins being the 4th of those drivers. No driver has done 5 consecutive victories. This would be 3 for Darren McCormack. Can he get to 5? Can he break the record? Can he set the most consecutive victories at LAN as well when the pressure is at its absolute highest? That's maybe getting a bit far ahead of themselves, because it's been a perfect drive once again. It was a brilliant drive earlier on in the day. The previous 2 races, he opened up his account with that victory at Hockenheim. He opened up, or continued it rather, with that victory at Jeddah, and he continues it furthermore here with a victory at the legendary Circuit de Spa-Francorchamps. Big slide for Marcel Chinchik, but it's McCormack across the line. 25 more important points for Virtus.pro, and a fantastic drive sees McCormack ahead of Job and Bennett on the podium, but importantly, Kevin Ellis Jr. was there to back him up.
Yeah, impressive run there by McCormack. Really, really good. It was never really assured who was going to win that one with Job. Very good battle between the two of them. Still impressed with Redline. You know, Luke Bennett just eventually getting up into third, and you know that's actually a really important position there to gain, I think. So impressive race. Really, really good form there by McCormack. He is, well, I mean, he had some backup there. Kevin Ellis Jr. did a good job, but he is really carrying the team for the time being.
So, 3 in a row for Darren McCormack. Once again, Virtus.pro on the top of the leaderboard. They are really putting Redline under pressure. It's Job and Bennett behind. It's Kevin Ellis Jr. in 4th position. Marcel Chinchik, the highest placed Vitality there, in 5th. With Jeff Rietveld in 6th position. Mikhail Statsenko in 7th. With Toman, Yovski and Kazawon for Vitality 8th through 10th. Kevin Siggy, a disappointing race from our Drivers' World Champion from the 2024 season. And Fiala, the rear of the field. Points by my calculation, obviously very provisional, of course. Redline would have 130 points. Virtus.pro on 119. Fantastic stuff and incredible drama. 3 races down in the Esports World Cup 2025 here on Rennsport. We'll be back for more and more analysis after this.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Esports World Cup featuring Rennsport. We are now 4 or 3 races deep, and it's getting highly competitive between Redline, Virtus.pro, and Vitality when it comes to the points category. But one thing again, and I continue to say it, McCormack remains consistent all the way at the top. He refuses to budge, and more importantly, refuses to get those penalty points. I'm your host, Taylor. Reflections Double. We got Chim Bolek-Bassey, James Baldwin, and Danny Ingles, the corporate director for Vitality, joining us on the desk for the first time. Danny, what's going on?
Yeah, thanks for having me. This is exciting racing, isn't it? It's obviously not going too well for us right now, but the battles on track are so great to watch.
Without a doubt, I've been having so much fun. Hockenheim is where we started. It was incredible. Insanity. Jedha was just as crazy. Spa, you know, very competitive. Not as crazy as Jedha and Hockenheim, but still super competitive in the race for first. Virtus.pro, I think, though, have been sensational. McCormack's been on fire.
It's crazy, especially for me from a Team Vitality perspective. We were hoping to get a good start and potentially rival the Red Lines, which we saw as the favorite, but now seeing McCormack dominating everyone, I think just shuffles everything, and we have a great battle ongoing right now.
Yeah, without a shadow of a doubt. By the way, incredible performance from Vitality. The fact that you guys are here is tremendous. Last year, second place, you fell short just to Red Line. This year, you're going for gold. Yes, you are a little bit behind the curve now, but it doesn't mean you guys are going to give up.
Correct, especially since we see Rennsport as our huge title, or one of the huge titles that we have for the club championship overall, right? And it's amazing to see that first week, first title, we were crowned the first champion of Esports World Cup here in Rennsport, and it has a huge meaning for the club championship already, not only for us, but I also see Virtus.pro as a strong favorite as well.
Yeah, $7 million, which is insane for an organization to get. James, let's take a look at the overall standings. We got McCormack again at the top, but man, Redline, aren't they so consistent with second and third?
Yeah, they're right there. They're solid. Again, McCormack with the fast slap of the race, which is no surprise. And he really is in a class of one. You know, the way he played that race. Usually, if you overtake the guy at Spa, the lap before the end, you'll get overtaken again. But he had so much pace, he could build the gap and still win the race. So, yeah, he's just faster than everyone else at the minute, and he's making it work.
Yeah, it definitely is. I think we do have. Obviously, we have Danny here, Chim. I don't know if you want to. Danny, you close your ears a little bit because I do want to bring up at least something from the last race. Vitality, communication, I don't know, maybe lacking. I know you mentioned something at the very beginning. It was a Vitality member, I believe right in the middle was Virtus.pro, and then another Vitality member just kind of pushing into each other, pushing one of them off the track. It seems like something is just a little bit off.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe it's better to ask Danny, but the communication compared to yesterday doesn't look on point. Yep. Like in La Source in turn 1 at Spa, there was a Vitality car, a Red Line car, another Vitality, and while trying to push the Red Line car to the outside, basically the teammates didn't see each other, so he ended up pushing Yayowski, I think, and he went back to last place. And yeah, how do you manage that situation?
I mean, look, you know how it is on a real-life racing track, right? It's such a messy situation in spots, sometimes especially if you go 3 wide, so it's really hard to also get the communication on point in that heat of the moment. I think our guys also have to just refocus and take it step by step. I think the emotions are high right now because we're also getting penalized left and right, unfortunately. So not only that, we also get unlucky the races. I think you called it out last race that in Jedha the start was horrible for us, and you saw Rivalry with a lot of emotions as well. So I think they need to cool down a little bit, and we have so many more races to go. Anything can happen. We can always bounce back. If we have a race like yesterday where the guys finish 1, 2, 3, all of a sudden we are back, right? And that's what we want to see from a racing perspective as well. And that's what I'm hoping for, because it can literally decide over millions and millions for us in Team Vitality, right? So these guys have a lot of pressure on their shoulder as well, which we should not underestimate.
Yes, and I think with Jiri, with Toman, he was really calm yesterday when he was performing really well, and today there's more frustration. You can visibly see him hitting the wheel and everything. I think they just need a small break, maybe more. I don't know, but something to just restart the day in a way, or mentally reset the point system and approach the next race like it's the first one.
No, I agree with you, and I think if we look up the tracks that will be coming, I think we are very much looking forward to Monza, because we all know our guys are amazing at Monza.
Yes.
So that could be a turning point, hopefully, for us, and hopefully right on time as well. So definitely looking forward to that, but I think you're definitely hitting the point.
Well, we've been talking a lot about today. Let's talk about the past. 2007 to 2012, you were a competitive sim racer, and I'm sure things looked a lot different then than they do now. Talk to me about your journey back then, what got you into sim racing, but then also what the landscape looks like currently, not only from your perspective, but also Vitality.
Yeah, I mean, I grew up watching Michael Schumacher, right? So as a German, I was always interested in motorsports. Somehow I found my passion for sim racing. I don't even know how exactly, because I started playing esports with like Counter-Strike. I was bad. I started playing racing games. All of a sudden I became good. And after a year, I won a BMW M6 like many, many, many years ago, which was an insane prize.
Sure.
And that was probably a time where you still went to kindergarten. So that's how old we are nowadays. And for me, back in the days, it was just about like you hook your steering wheel up to your desk and have your pedals below your desk and put something behind so it doesn't slip away.
Right.
And now you have these amazing rigs. The games became more realistic as well. I think also the competition became much stronger as well because it's so much more to real life. And yeah, these guys, like what they do on the racing track, like the battles are amazing, aren't they?
Yeah, they're the best in the business, right? We're watching the pinnacle of sim racing and esports right here today, and it's 2007.
2007. I started with Live for Speed in 2006, and then 2007 I became pro.
Wow.
I mean, not in 2007, but even in 2017, I still had a similar setup. I mean, Danny came to my dorm room in Germany because I studied in Germany for a year. Well, for like a couple of months, because then he turned me a pro sim racer, so I had to basically...
Hold up. Let's talk about that more. You turned him, so you're the reason why he's currently who he is.
Look at that, right? Like, it was 2017. I remember it quite well. I slid into his DMs on Twitter.
And you answered, because a while ago I heard he didn't answer. Well, anyway, continue on.
So we basically chatted a little bit. I was like, hey, I'm building a project for G2 Esports back in the days, which at this time he didn't know there was a project together with Fernando Alonso, which was an amazing story as well. But then he, trusted me, and we went on the ride together for I think 4 or 5 years, and he made the jump to real life racing, and now you're still here for sim racing as well.
Absolutely. I mean, I love sim racing, and I mean, with GT Sports, when we got in, I think I was one of the first few, or maybe the first to get a professional contract as a sim racer, as an sim racer turning an esports player, let's say, because you had all these League of Legends players in 2017, of course, but you didn't have anyone from sim racing, and it was the first year of F1 esports.
Yeah,
I think it's after I won the semi-finals or something that we talked about this, and for the finals in 2017 in Abu Dhabi, basically we announced the G2 Esports and then the Fernando Alonso project, and man, that day I can't forget about it still. I met my own idol hero, my GOAT. I mean, that was a special day for me.
I would love to continue this discussion. First though, we do have to go into our doctor's notes hot take, and well, again, close your ears because I'm about to give the hot take of the century. McCormack single-handedly with Virtus.pro is going to be able to defeat not only Redline but also Vitality. He's been on fire. 3 wins in a row, something that has not been done on land. We've seen 2, but we've never seen 3. McCormack is simply that guy. Virtus.pro are taking this championship, and Chim, I know you've been obviously pumping up Vitality here as we have to, but do you agree with me? Do you disagree? What's on your mind?
Look, I mean, VP is on a good run, McCormack is on an incredible run, and Kevin Ellis Jr. is turning up the level as well. So if he can get at least one more person to support him,
that's right,
not even get like P2, but at least like P5 or something, or top 5, they can do this. And even for Vitality, I mean, they're really far behind at the moment, but like Danny said, what they need is just one good race, like happened yesterday, where you get like top 2, which is possible in Monza, because we know Toman is incredible in Monza, we know Chinchik's incredible, but we also know McCormack's incredible in Monza. So I don't know. It's going to be an Aston Martin top 3.
Yeah, it's going to be. Well, we'll have to see for sure. I mean, McCormack, we look at him obviously just tearing through. And James, I know when we were watching McCormack race, even just last on Spa, how aggressive he was. And you even said during one of his moves, like, man, this guy, he's simply an animal.
Yeah, I liked Sebastian Job's move, though, where he let McCormack go on a lap 2 or 3 to re-overtake him on the straight. I thought that was really smart. I still think Redline are going to win it, just because although McCormack's been on an insane level, I'm not sure how sustainable that is. If he gets one off track, Virtus.pro are not going to score high.
Yeah.
I think Redline will always score high. So I think I'm still going Redline, but I think Virtus.pro is a solid bet, and it's a good hot take.
Redline's a great take, though. I mean, come on, 2nd and 3rd, they're so consistent. It takes an army to win a war, not just one single soldier. Hey, we're about to move in, though, to Daytona. Daytona's been fun, and it at one point was the final race for several teams who got their keys crushed. This time in race 4, we're going to Daytona. Let's see what it's all about.
Half the legendary high bank to the oval, half the infamous twists and turns of the road course as we head down the front stretch and into turn 1. Watch out coming down and off of the banking, it's so easy to run wide here. The International Horseshoe, a tight and long turn, important to keep the car close to the inside for as long as possible. Turn 6 is the key to a good run around the oval, early on the throttle, but don't run too wide. Down the back straight, it's time to breathe, but not for long, because we're ready for the Le Mans chicane. Use all of the curbs in the Le Mans chicane, previously known as the bus stop, and focus on a clean exit into the oval turns 3 and 4. From here, it's all flat out for the rest of the lap around the Daytona International Speedway.
Well, there it is, Daytona, race number 4, the halfway point for the battle for first. And well, as we do reach our halfway point, I'll give you a points update. 127 for Redline, Virtus.pro at 125. So, 2 points separate on Vitality. A little bit further down at 54, but they're not done until it's completely over with. 250 is the threshold. From that point, a team will be on match point and they have a chance to win. And if it is going to be Virtus.pro who reaches match point first or even second, going to hold off Redline, maybe even Vitality, I don't know. McCormack might be able to steal the championship. Let's take a look at our bracket, though, as we do head in to race number 4 qualifiers very shortly. Obviously, this was yesterday, and Denny, I got to talk to you, man, because, again, it was Vitality who stole the show. 3 wins in a row from the lower bracket, beating a titan such as Porsche Coanda.
Yeah, it's a roller coaster ride for us because I think the day before we got extremely lucky to even get to that point. A post-race penalty actually made us survive thanks to Mousesports doing a mistake there. And then the guys really took it to the next level and showed that they're capable of doing more. Yeah, I hope we see the turning point again for this grand final.
Yeah, we can only hope so, right? Vitality so strong, really shocked us in the standings. I think a lot of people were expecting Redline, Virtus.pro, yes, but Porsche Coanda to be there. So the fact that Vitality is obviously competing today is tremendous. We talked to the boys after their win yesterday, and they were just all smiles.
Yeah, it's amazing to see the emotions through the entire adventure here at the Esports World Cup. And obviously, we also have been struggling a little bit with Thibaut Casabon being really, really sick throughout the entire week.
That's right, yeah.
We rushed him to the ER in the middle of the night just to
to
get him prepped up. Not last night, it was like 2 nights ago or so. And the doctors took extremely good care of him.
Right.
We were able to get him back to a position where he was feeling good enough to race, because it was really at the point where we were like, okay, do we have to prioritize the health of the players over the competition? So we discussed the entire night, and Thibaut is a fighter. He obviously still doesn't feel too well, but he's doing the best that he can.
But he's a warrior nonetheless. You know, we've also had another member, it was Blyer from Williams, who was also sick himself. I don't necessarily know if he had to go to the ER. That's taken it up a step, but the fact that Casabon is out there competing at the moment just speaks volumes about his competitive spirit. I'm sure you at Vitality are incredibly happy to have him on your team. But like I said, second place last year, this time tried to better your results. What is sim racing to Vitality? You know, obviously you're the corporate director for Vitality. Sim racing means a lot to you personally. Was it your initiative coming into Vitality, or maybe brought onto the team specifically to lead sim racing?
It definitely was, but it's also ironic because I'm in a position where I always say I kind of hate sim racing.
Oh, okay.
Because I lived through it all as a player myself, right? And you guys probably would back me up here, and we see it in the grand final now. You can get unlucky so often. It's the only esports that I know where you can do everything right. You can nail your pole position lap. If someone takes you out lap 1, well, so be it. Then your race is over, and that's so frustrating as well. So it's also really hard to have this as an esports game where I can rely on always who are expecting more. So on the one hand, I always keep saying I kind of hate sim racing for that, but obviously I love it as well because it has been my life. And when I saw the opportunity, thanks to the Esports World Cup, knowing that here will be sim racing, I was like, okay, it makes a whole lot of sense for Vitality to also jump into sim racing. And then we found a great partner in what used to be the RAG guys with Romain Grosjean, which fits so well to the French connection. And yeah, they trusted us quite a bit to take over the Vitality brand, to take it here last year already, where they helped us. Like the sim racing team was the main reason why we finished 4th place in the Club Championship last year, because it was the final competition for us. Now we start here with the sim racing team, and they already brought us 500 points. We should already be extremely happy with 500 points.
Yes.
Obviously, we want to have more, But in 5 to 6 weeks, we will be at the Club Championship fairly high up, also thanks to these guys.
Without a doubt, and it also helps that you beat Team Falcons, or at least you, not maybe directly, but you do outlive Team Falcons, who ended up winning the Club Championship last year. And that brings an interesting point, not only for Vitality, but esports as a whole. The Esports World Cup is tremendous. 7 weeks, 25 different tournaments, 3 to 4 finals happening each and every weekend. How has the Esports World Cup impacted Vitality as an org?
A lot. It was one of the reasons why I even got my job in Vitality. I joined 2 years ago with the strategy to build something for the Esports World Cup. So sim racing was a small puzzle piece to that because we now this year have 11 teams coming to Riyadh.
Wow.
Rennsport obviously the first one now here in week 1, but we have 3 more coming into week 2. And it's also interesting to see because not only do we use this to expand the business and become bigger and bigger, but you also see a lot of cross-title engagement. So it was like 2 nights ago when Erhan went on Twitter after we had this miracle finish against Mouse Sports, and he was on Twitter like, Vitality never loses to Mouse Sports. Because that's the story in Counter-Strike. And we had Apex from our Counter-Strike team commenting under his tweet.
Yes.
So seeing this environment where all of a sudden esports as a whole comes together is so amazing, and it also obviously helps sim racing a lot.
It's incredible not only from the org's perspective, but a talent perspective. I was talking with Seltzer, I believe, and she called it like a summer camp. You come here and you just get to see everybody that you've missed for so long from a talent perspective. We're all good friends. And it's funny you bring up that tweet because, James, you were the one who showed me that very tweet.
Yeah, I saw that in the car on the way here the other day, and I really liked it, actually. And I saw there was a lot of engagement. So I think what you're saying is a good point. It's really good for sim racing that these big esports orgs like Vitality, Counter-Strike and Call of Duty have bigger audiences than sim racing. We know that. So sometimes, if it can pollinate, that's really, really good, isn't it?
I was worried, though. Seeing how race control treats us, I was like, maybe it's a post-race penalty as well. I don't know. Is this crossing a line? I don't know.
Penalty points. There
Most likely, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know if we want to go into that conversation about penalty points and how it ended up unfolding earlier. Chinchik especially, he got 8 of them, which is quite wild. We discussed that, but for Vitality, like you said, fighters, right? Kazabal being as sick as he is, the fact that he's still on that very stage is simply sensational. Vitality, yes, they are at the bottom of the pack in terms of Redline and Virtus.pro, but it doesn't mean that they are down and out. They're going to continue to fight till the very end on that very stage. Speaking of which, we're about to send it to it, right? Qualifiers, they've got to happen on Daytona. The question is, how consistent can our boy McCormack from Virtus.pro continue to be? He's qualified in pole position in 2 races, second in the 3rd, but consistently winning nonetheless. You can't get penalty points if you're consistently at the top and nobody can challenge you. That's his strategy all along. It's already made a heroic run, but can he continue to do so? 2 points away from Redline. They want even more. Ewan O'Leary, Zach Sweeney, let's get the qualifications on Daytona underway.
And let's see if he can get 4 in a row, Darren McCormack. What a great start to the day he's had. And we're going to see his entire pole lap. Worth noting that the last time Virtus.pro raced at Daytona, it was he and Kevin Ellis Jr. able to take the 1-2. So good omens there for the team, chasing Team Redline, and at the moment doing a good job of it.
Yeah, they're really taking the challenge to the reigning champions, and Darren McCormack especially. He's just shown up today, and I mean, we always talk about McCormack, he's always in the conversation, but today has just been another level. He's making his way into the International Horseshoe now, again, just trying to get a sort of a mid-apex, get the power down, use all of the circuit on the exit, and then put that power to the floor, flat out through the kink. We're now meant to make our way through. The thing with Daytona, a lot of it is straight line speed. You're spending a lot of time flat out. That's going to lend well to the Aston. So if Virtus.pro can line up 1, 2, 3, 4, at least have a lot of cars up there. Same too with Vitality. They can really maximize on a strong race. But the thing with Daytona is, again, with how strong the slipstream is, even though the BMW might be slightly slower in a straight line, they can really still maximize in the race.
It's not a bad first sector, but I'm not sure that corner onto the banking through turn 6 was quite what he was looking for. The Aston Martin does look to make gains through there. In fact, into the banking section. We do know it's pretty strong in a straight line. Now coming up towards the bus stop chicane, this is where laps are made or lost.
Yeah, it really is. You've got to be committed. Spot your brake marker as well, because it's very flat, so the apex is almost unseen. Eat the curb, and then get the car in a straight. It's pretty good to the middle sector. He's nodding his head. He's pretty happy. Could this be the first lap, and could it well be pole position?
He initially thought, yeah, I could have done better, then saw the second time and thought, oh,
you know what?
That was quite good. Over the line he will go. It's actually faster than any sector in the middle through online this year, so this is looking to be a very good lap time from Darren McCormack. A 43.7 for Darren McCormack. That is exactly what Virtus.pro needed. Once again, he delivers.
That is amazing. The pole times that we've had at the EWC in 2025 have not ever been quicker than a 43.8. McCormack has smashed that right out of the park. Luke Bennett will be next across the line. It's a 38.5 to the middle sector. A little bit slower than what we saw from McCormack. He's going to be next one then to make his way across the tri-oval, take the checkered flag and see the line. It's a 43.8. That would have been an amazing lap time if McCormack hadn't gone sub 8.
Oh, it's a slowdown penalty for Kevin Ellis Jr. The 1-2 for Virtus.pro is not going to repeat itself. It's a slowdown penalty, and that could be absolutely crucial here. One of their main men, Virtus.pro, have seen themselves get a slowdown penalty. It may not be the last, but even if it isn't, that's Kevin Ellis Jr. down towards the back end of the field. He knew it straight away. What's the time going to be? It hardly matters. 47.0.
Oh, not great at all from Kevin Ellis Jr. He really needs to be up there. Virtus.pro really need to continue that stride of working well as a team. Marcel Cinchik, though, is next across the line. 43.9 to the first sector, not bad. 33.5 to the middle sector, again, not bad. This could be quite decent. Let's see if he's able to tip Luke Bennett to get his Vitality onto a provisional front row of the grid. Let's see what the time is as he breaks the beam. Is it going to be a 43.8? Yes, it is, but still slower than Bennett.
Oh, it's a fast qualifying session so far, isn't it? But that's not good news for Marcel Cinchik, really, if he's going to be up towards the front with the others. This is a good time for Wojciech Fiala. Not as quick as Darren McCormack in the first sector, but almost as quick in the second. And Fiala is really stepping up here this afternoon. He got 4th place in our second race of the day, which came from Jedha. Wonder whether he can do something similar here and help his teammate out at the front. Up towards the line, Wojciech Fiala. He does get in front of Marcel Cinchik.
Wojciech Fiala has really stepped up, and I know there's been a lot of discussion about that young driver. He is a talent of the future, and McCormack definitely, as part of Virtus.pro, has really been helping him sort of develop his talents and really refine his craft, because at a very raw level, Fiala is a talent of the future, that is for sure. Kevin Siggy, though, through Sector 1, not bad. Sector 2, again, is not really where he wants to be. 38.6, considering McCormack was there with a 38.4. Across the line, though, for Kevin Siggy, it's not going to be very quick at all. 44.1, way off the pace.
And yeah, that's odd. Out of the final corner then for Erhan Yayovski, and that's a very good middle sector. The first sector, unfortunately, is sort of counterbalancing it at the moment, and that'll be a high 30... high 43 rather for Erhan Yayovski. So we'll see his time come through in just a moment. He chats on the radio. Not sure quite why, because Casabon and Toman are still going. But anyway, what's the time going to be for Yayovski? It is 5th place. Interesting thing here, by the way, for Sebastian Job, hearing that he got a slowdown on his outlap, which is exceptionally odd.
Good effort, I guess. There's not really much more to say to that. I mean, not what you want to get at all. I mean, it does start the lap slightly slower. That's not going to put him in good stead. Maybe why we're seeing an ever so slightly slower first sector. Of course, that final sector, the run to the line. That's where he is now. It's decent, though, to the middle sector. 38.4, right on the money. Let's see if he can get that BMW all the way to the front of the field. Up there with Luke Bennett. Maybe get red line in 2 and 3 across the line, though. It's only 5th. It's incredibly close, though, here at Daytona.
It always is. Out of the final corner then for Thibaut Casabon, who, as we've said many times already in this broadcast, he has been a little bit under the weather this week, but should be returning to some of that form now. Not sure this lap is quite going to prove that. He's going to be around Yayovski, I think, with this time in the 43.9s, but let's see. For Vitality, he really needs to start gaining some points, really, on those other two sides. It is going to be a 44.0, actually, for him, 7th place.
Yeah, Daytona is one of the anomalies, though, because qualifying, I mean, it matters, but as long as you can sort of get through lap 1 and still be in the mix with the slipstream chain, anything can happen, even from the back end of the field. Yuri Toman, not the best sector 2. I mean, it's a low 5, so still definitely recoverable as long as you got a good exit off of the Le Mans chicane. And again, it's just a case of not making a mistake, not dipping a wheel onto the apron and losing your lap. Across the line for him, and it's up to the front row. That was quality there from Yuri Toman. Gets Vitality in the mix.
Nice lap time from Yuri Toman. Absolutely required. Can Mikhail Statsenko help out his teammates? That's a good middle sector again here from Statsenko. This could be in the mix too for Virtus.pro. And then Jeff Rietveld has got to sort of max him there with Kevin Siggy down towards the back end of the field for Redline. See if Seb Job is pushed even further down here by Statsenko as well. If this is a good time, what is it going to be? Over the line, and it is 8th place.
Yeah, not great in the end. I mean, to be fair, with how close it is, 5,000ths of a second would have seen him ahead of Yuyovski. And to the naked eye, that's nothing. But in racing, it's everything. Jeffrey Rietveld will be the next one across the line. Middle sector 38.6, not great. Couple of tenths off where he needs to be. And we've not seen the best of Rietveld in this competition, but he's still scoring some decent points for Redline. Let's see if he can again do that here at Daytona. A shake of the head and a rub of the eye. He's not overly happy with Daytona. Can he at least get it off the back row of the grid? Of course, he'll do that with Ellis Jr.'s slowdown. But even then, it's only P10. Kevin Siggy, Jeffrey Rietveld, 10 and 11th.
They'll be pleased with that, Virtus.pro. It's Darren McCormack on pole again. What a day he is having in the Esports World Cup final. He is single-handedly dragging Virtus.pro into contention for the trophy here, and these boys have got some thinking to do down at Team Redline, that's for sure. Darren McCormack is absolutely firing this afternoon. Let's hear some analysis first of all before we get race 4 underway on the desk.
There it is. McCormack has managed to gain pole position 3 out of the 4 races. And you think, well, what happened in that 4th one? Well, no worries. He's still got 2nd in the overall qualifications, but he's managed to win 3 in a row. James, we were talking about the performance from Virtus.pro, more specifically in regards to McCormack, and if he's ever won 4 in a row. And you informed me he has this year, but he did it on, I believe it was like 3 Monzas and another one, right, if I'm not mistaken. This time he's done it on 3 separate tracks, and now about to do it potentially on Daytona.
It's insane. I have honestly no idea how he's doing it. You know, every qualifying pole lap as well is like a time that's not been done here at the event. It's like a 0.7 at Daytona, or, you know, laps we've not seen before. So he's just on a different level, and he's single-handedly dragging Virtus.pro into the mix, and they should not be there really, apart from his amazing qualifying laps.
Well, hey, he's managing to make it happen. Let's take a look at our qualifying race results. And yes, McCormack's at the top, but Danny, we do have a bit of a win for Vitality. Toman manages to secure 2nd.
Yeah, Yuri stepping up when we definitely need it. I guess it's all now coming down to how the races will unfold, because Yuri in particular was also good in Jeddah, but then he was taken out, and all of a sudden he finds himself at the back of the grid. So we want to avoid that going into Daytona. And you can see how close the field is. Like the first 6-7 places, all close together. It's just such an amazing skill level that we see here.
Yeah, from what I'm learning, Daytona is all about the slipstreams, helping out your teammates. Well, there's going to be a bit of separation towards the top, Jim, but there is an opportunity, maybe. We see Iovsky as well as Chinchik group up together to race up the pack.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Toman's going to need some teammates to help him get to the lead, because we know, especially in Daytona, I mean, if you have your teammates around you, if you can work together, it works at every track, but I think specifically Daytona, it's really easy to gain positions and do some switchbacks in between teammates to help recover the positions, defend the position. So if Toman can get Chinchik to help him, sure, I think it could be crucial.
Crucial indeed. McCormack, again, he's been on fire, and therefore we're going to get to watch his qualifying lap once again for our Ramco pole position. James, we've been breaking McCormack's routes down all day long. Let's continue.
Yep, so this is the start of his qualifying lap, so the outlap effectively. It's not a full outlap, but it's half an outlap, and takes the chicane as quickly as possible, taking the outside line on the banking to get the speed up to 6th gear already, and it's all about getting as much top speed as you can before you start the lap. Before we get to turn 1, which is still quite a way away, so I need to find some stuff to talk about in the next 20 seconds or so, but, but we're approaching the last bit of the banking, and the start-finish line is actually in 3, 2, 1 now, so the lap is live now, and approaching turn 1, you're going to take a really wide line out to the cones, a late apex for T2, and it just looks so tidy. There's barely any wheel movement. He's just on the limit of grip, but it's so difficult with this game to be on the limit without going over it, and he just is able to get to that limit way better than everyone else, so consistently as well. And you can see T4 there, nice and tidy with a late apex, gets a good exit down this back straight towards the end of Sector 1, and Sector 1's quite long here at Daytona. So onto the grass on the left-hand side actually, so really using all of the track into this right-hander, a nice late apex, and that was half of his qualifying lap.
That was it. McCormack in first, Toman for Vitality in second, and Bennett works his way up the food chain to secure third. Nice to see Bennett back into the fold. He's been having a bit of a tough day right when it comes to race 1 and 2. However, he comes into race 4 looking poised and ready to go. Daytona, always competitive. It's going to be a race towards the top, and I'm excited to see how it ends up unfolding. And this is the halfway point. Race number 4 of 8 potential races we'll be seeing today, which means if you're any team, for example, if you are Vitality, this is the time you turn your luck around, rally behind Tobin, who's currently in second, and try and get him up into pole position. Let's head into race number 4. It's going to be on Daytona. Ewan O'Leary, Zach Sweetie, take it away.
And it is going to be a barnstormer as well. Got control, not at the beginning anyway, we'll see how it develops in the race, but at the beginning this is going to be a bit of a Drivers' Championship style free-for-all.
Yeah, it definitely is. They're now making their way around to start the lap, but it's a long way. You're right, yeah, we've got each of our 3 teams inside the top 3, and that's going to be important then because they've not done it in qualifying, which means they need to do it on lap 1. A team needs to establish control, have a front line towards the front end of the field, and be able to sort of control the race that way. With the slipstream and with running very close to each other, you can really maximize your straight line speed and control the race. We're rolling though to the line. Let's go racing here at Daytona.
Darren McCormack will soon be in control of the field. Race 4 of the Esports World Cup final. Can he do it again? Darren McCormack brings them to the green flag with his teammate Wojciech Fiala close in attendance in 4th. We are racing here at Daytona, and it's McCormack on the inside line coming down in towards turn 1, and he brakes later than the rest to take the lead again. Now Bennett tries to follow through. Oh, and that's contact in the background. Off goes Marcel Chinting, I think, and there's chaos in the background. Chaos. A couple of red lines were off the road there for sure. Side by side, meantime, between Statsenko and Sebastian Job. Statsenko has got to stay close because his teammate Wojciech Fiala's down the back end of the field.
Yeah, Fiala got involved with something there. He's definitely about 2.5 seconds off the back. Side by side though, Mikhail Statsenko on the inside of Jeffrey or Sebastian Job even now on the brakes into the Western Horseshoe. He's got the inside line as the BMW M Team red line car. Statsenko then left on the outside, and establishing control of the apex there was Job, able to move his way up into 4th place, but once again establishing control of this race early doors. This is the crucial point though. Turn 6, foot to the floor as we make our way onto the oval.
And McCormack's lost the lead briefly, not sure how, but he lost the lead briefly to Bennett, and Yuri Toman gets back through again. I wonder whether Bennett was told just to give up some places there. Anyway, just for safety reasons, if you like, so that the stewards didn't give him a penalty. Not really sure, and it doesn't look like he's very sure either. He's now in the background of Yuri Toman, and again, no team has got control of this, and that's where Mikhail Statsenko plays into this. If he can keep the red lines there, battling for 5th, they can't help Bennett try and win.
Yeah, exactly. That actually hands the sort of the baton to Vitality because they've got Toman and Yuyovsky in the conversation. Let's take a look back at the start then. That's Bennett on the inside of Toman. Didn't see anything too untoward there, but I think just a couple of snaps of oversteer. That's what happened to Fiala, and then just everyone got collected behind.
That was Kevin Siggy for Redline who was caught up most. Erhan Yuyovsky in the meantime is going to try and overtake everybody on the left-hand side of your screen. Again, not great for Vitality, unfortunately, although they are 2 in the top 4. And Bennett breaks early. He wants to reconvene with his teammates who have gotten past Mikhail Statsenko. Oh, and McCormack's off! McCormack makes a mistake, perhaps for the first time this afternoon. McCormack makes a mistake, coming down in towards turn 1, and Vitality lead 1 and 2.
That is huge for McCormack, and straight away Sebastian Job trying to capitalise on the weakness. Looks to go to the inside of the International Horseshoe. McCormack able to hang on. He's got to compose himself quickly though and not lose track of this race on lap 2 of 9. Still plenty of time left to dissect this race and get your head back into the game, but he's on the back foot now. Really quickly needs to flick the switch, get back into it and get back on the attack.
Well, how can Darren McCormack do this then? Because Job and Rietveld behind him are making this difficult. There goes Sebastian Job, dive bomb down at turn 6, and now they're going to freight train him. Darren McCormack's going backwards here, and they've got to try and shuffle him here, red line, and they can't quite do it. Rietveld there wasn't quite close enough. There's a flash of a light from McCormack. The tensions are starting to rise here in amongst the field, and here we go again. It's going to be red line all over the place trying to get past McCormack, and Virtus.pro going backwards now. The red line boys are coming back again. Here comes McCormack, outside line in the bus stop. Can't contact. Oh, and he's gone. McCormack's gone in the bus stop chicane. Their best driver, Virtus.pro. 3 wins in a row coming into this race. He's not going to get a fourth. Darren McCormack down to the back end of the field.
It's Vitality 1 and 2. It's Team Redline at 3, 4 and 5. Statsenko, the highest placed Virtus.pro driver there, in 6th place. McCormack and the Le Mans chicane. It always happens there. All the drama in R1 at Daytona. It happens right at that pinch point, side by side, into one of the fastest, most demanding corners pretty much on the entire calendar. And it's always going to be drama there. And it's gone in, well, disadvantageous to Darren McCormack there. He's now all the way back with 0 chance of recovery in this race. It's kicking off in the background as well, though. Siggy trying to hold off Ellis Jr. and Chinchik. McCormack coming into this race with 3 wins on the bounce. Always going to be a target, and well, Redline have definitely seen an end to that.
Yeah, he won 4 in a row online. He's not going to win 4 in a row in the LAN event. Let's see this again. It's contact with one of the red lines. Now, this is the view I was looking for. Now then, contact again, there, and I'm afraid Redline, or I don't know who that was. I'm not going to say who it was to try and push that number 24. Who was that? Yeah, Rietveld. Okay, I'm afraid Rietveld has taken McCormack out there, and we'll see what the stewards do about that. But in my opinion, anyway, that was egregious coming down into the bus stop chicane.
Yeah, not at all what you want to see. And I mean, we saw controversy a couple of days ago, or yesterday, with Bennett and Tobias Pfeffer. That was a little different. I mean, Bennett's still clearly in the wrong. He said himself he was in the wrong, turning in on Tobias Pfeffer. At least then they were 3 wide. Rietveld, I really just didn't have much excuse there, trying to put his nose in where it didn't belong, and McCormack unfortunately got the short end of the stick. Kevin Siggy, though, running in P9. He's got Marcel Chinchik for company. Of course, the Hungarian not getting off to the best of starts in this race, trying to recover. But all of that contact, all of that carnage has seen a clear breakaway for the top 4. So it's Luke Bennett and Sebastian Job versus Yuri Toman and Nahan Yuyovsky pretty much for the lead.
Let's see what happens here as Statsenko tries to get past Rietveld. Got to be careful with that, and here comes in the background Thibaut Casabon, makes it 3 wide. Oh, it's a squeeze, and they're 3 wide across the line. Goodness me, the Frenchman on the outside is going to roar through, and Bennett's going to try and slow down the Vitalities. Outside line for him. Yuyovsky and Toman have got to try and stay together, and they cannot. Bennett gets in the middle of them. Now he'll try and slow them down a little bit and get Sebastian Job into the mix.
Yeah, indeed. So we split the Vitalities. This is important. Sebastian Job now was about a second behind at the start of the lap. He's now definitely closing that gap and within a couple of car lengths. So arriving on the scene then is some backup for Luke Bennett, who has had a really topsy-turvy race. Not in terms of his form, just really in terms of some misfortune. But there you can see Erhan Yuyovsky closing the gap, getting all over the rear end of Luke Bennett, who gets a little bit squirrely on the exit of the Western Horseshoe, but just doing enough to keep Yuyovsky at bay. Ideally, sort of around 6/10 starts the slipstream, but with the way it works, the closer you get, the stronger it gets. The stronger it gets, the faster you go, the closer you get, the stronger it gets. It's an exponential increase in terms of the slipstream, and we see that in bucket loads around Daytona.
Now then, how are Vitality going to work this? Because they do have 2, but so do Redline now. Sebastian Job is now in the fray again. 4 covered by a second. It's going to be another barnstormer at Daytona, that's for sure. And here he goes! Yuyovsky, the surprise move into the bus stop chicane. It can be done side by side, and they've slowed each other down here. Yuri Toman's going to go into the distance. Team Vitality looking to secure this victory for themselves.
Huge there from Yuyovsky. He sacrificed his own race to ensure Toman runs away, potentially for victory. The gap is open up to 1 second, and if he can keep this up, keep the red lines occupied, Toman is free. Side by side as Sebastian Job pulls out to the right-hand side, and Bennett is going to try and box in Yuyovsky. This side draft is going to be strong, but it's not enough for Job to really attack into turn 1. Now, Bennett trying to sort of hold the middle of the circuit and discourage Yuyovsky from a move, box him in on the apex. Sebastian Job tries to go the long way round, and he's got his BMW there. Now towards the International Horseshoe, he's got the inside line.
Well, is he going to have the place here? It looks like it. Inside line, Bennett's going to go wide, and there you go, there's the block, and they're going to get both of their red line cars in front, so that's how it's done into the International Horseshoe. In the background, Statsenko and Kevin Ellis Jr. are just trying to get 5th, and that's all they can fight for back there. Same for Rietveld, who's holding fort for red line. He's got Siggy involved now as well. Here comes Yossi again. Oh, barge, side by side into the West Horseshoe. He doesn't want the red lines together either. At the moment, Yuri Toman's gone. You can forget about the race win. It's going to be for second place here.
Yeah, exactly that, and that's Yuyovsky's job, right? Vitality need to secure a win if they want any chance in recovering in this couple of little updates actually in terms of penalties. We've not had a conclusion regarding the Le Mans chicane, but we have had a couple based on lap 1. Bennett and Job both getting a couple of penalty points. Just a warning for Bennett, 1 penalty point going on his license and a 1 second penalty for Sebastian Job, which really knocks him out of contention. Let's take a look back though. This was how how Bennett was able to split the vitalities.
It really let on the brakes here, by the way. Did a very good job. That transition off the banking is very difficult. Toman doing just enough in terms of giving space, but not giving any for free, that's for sure. And that was how Bennett got into second place at the time. Yoyoski is super close behind Job, but as you say, Job has got a second penalty now, so he's going to drop behind Yoyoski anyway. He can still cause a bit of trouble here, though, if he slows down Yoyoski somehow. And look at this, they're queuing up, it looks like, for the shops at the moment as they come in towards turn 1. Bennett, Job, Yoyoski, all slowing one another down. And that's wide from Job as well. I wonder whether he's going to try and let Bennett through now by slowing Yoyoski up as much as possible.
Yeah, maybe so. Could have just been a slight mistake. We always talk about the transition off the banking because, well, as it sort of levels out pretty much as your braking point, you're braking while the track then initially is leveling out, and that can really disrupt the balance of the car, especially if you've not quite got your brake bias right, and gets even more tricky when you're in a pack like this. Kevin Siggy really in amongst it in P9. He's got Thibaut Casbon in front, Marcel Cinchik just in behind, so sandwiched between the two vitalities. Ellis Jr. and Statsenko trying to apply some pressure onto Jeffrey Rietveld just in behind, just in front, I should say. And they've got Yoyovsky, what is that now, 6 tenths in front. I think Job is trying to get his teammates involved into a fight for the podium.
Yeah, exactly. He's trying to slow this all up here to let all these guys involved, and there does seem to be a bit of an accord here actually between these teams for 5th place. Rietveld, Statsenko, Kevin Ellis Jr., Casabon, then Siggy, then Cinchik. Sebastian Job's getting warm again. He is just trying to get them involved, and they might well do. All of those 6 or so are working quite well together, which is something we've not seen much of this afternoon, but it's required around here at Daytona. What about Yoyovsky? He's close again, but surely he's got to try and get in front of Job now, because if he doesn't do it soon, Bennett will get away with second.
Yeah, exactly that. I think maybe even, a couple more corners behind, and it could well be a lost chance. There you can see Erhan Yoyovsky in the bottom left. Yuri Toman is the one on the right. He's leading the race by 1.7 seconds, really in control, and this could well be the turning point for Team Vitality in the slipstream, but not bump drafting. That's not allowed. They can't push the car in front to get some extra speed, so Yoyovsky has to sit behind. Doesn't go for the move to the inside of turn 1, but has been able to close back up onto Bennett, so that plan of getting Bennett away clearly not working, at least for now. Lap 7 of 9 though, we're in the closing stages of this race, and this is where, especially at Daytona, it starts to matter most.
Absolutely. There's a bit wide. Oh dear, Bennett making a mistake this time round, just a bit wide through the international horseshoe, but there's been a bit of waiting now in the middle part of the race after the early drama that saw Darren McCormack's end to a great run that he was having. He was looking for 4 in a row, and he got another pole position to go with it here at Daytona, but that is going to come to a close here with this race. He's currently down in 12th place, scoring nil points in Daytona. Out of turn number 6 they go again, and we are pretty much together here, aren't we? Almost a second now between Rietveld and Yoyovsky, just in time for the finish. They're all going to be together.
Yeah, this is going to be a standout finish, and we've seen already some drama, NASCAR style, on the run to the line in R1 competition. It wasn't the first, it probably won't be the last. Let's see how we can fend off the final couple of laps of this race in what is a decisive one for the future of the finals day, the grand finals of the Esports World Cup. $200,000 of prize money to be decided. Second place with 100 grand, third place with 60. So at least they've got a guaranteed decent chunk of cash in that back pocket, but they're always going to chase a little bit more. Erhan Yoyovsky chasing after Sebastian Job in the slipstream, but just stalls out a little bit too soon. That's the problem, is that with the slingshot, it happens so quickly. We've got side by side in the background as well. Onto the penultimate lap of the race. This is when it's going to get busy.
Well, yeah, I thought they were working together, and they had been, but they've all thrown it away now. Statsenko and Kevin Ellis Jr. Oh dear, it looks like they're 3 wide, in fact, in the background. How's this going to work? Redline again working this well, and Redline have got themselves into 5th and 8th now. Siggy just went a bit wide. It would have been perfect if he could have got to 6th there as well, but not quite. Thibaut Casabon played that well as well. He's got no teammates, but he's playing it well at the moment. Round the outside for Kevin Ellis Jr. They have got their faster man in front here, Virtus.pro, but they need some more points than this.
Yeah, they really do, especially with Darren McCormack scoring 0. Keeping an eye, of course, eagerly on the penalty situation after that situation at the Le Mans chicane. A lap and a half left to go of this race, and well, it all boils down to this. All the stakes, all the pressure really starting to rise on race number 4 of finals day on that run to finalist mode. Kevin Siggy sitting just in behind Mikhail Statsenko, trying to, of course, get the best exit possible. Jeffrey Rietveld doing a brilliant job as to head the front of this train. And well, for all of these drivers, they all have some sort of skin in the game in terms of maximising their points. No one in this finals bracket is by any means comfortable.
One more lap to go then between these 12 drivers. And most importantly, those in the background, it looks like the Virtus.pro have been split up again. Oh, and Statsenko's going backwards. Kazabon and Siggy have both got through there. Not good news for Virtus.pro again into the bus stop chicane. But what about out front? Yayovsky close to the 2 red lines in front. Job is going to lose this place to Yayovsky, whatever happens. But can Yayovsky finish second? That will be his main concern. And how does he go about doing it as well? It's to the outside maybe? No, not at the moment. Yes, sort of. He's half thinking about it. Now he gets pulled across there from Job. What about Bennett? Where does he go? He's stuck on the inside. Yayovsky's on the outside line coming into the first corner, and surely they're just going to make sure he doesn't get through by hogging the road at the moment, but he's done well around the outside. He's still there alongside Bennett for third.
Nicely done. This is what it all boils down to, though. Erhan Yayovsky side by side with Luke Bennett, who goes the long way around in the International Horseshoe. He gets the power down first as well, but pushing the track limits there. Yayovsky trying to discourage him from being there. It's now the outside line for the kink, and that's where the car is demanding a lot of lateral load, so forced to concede is Erhan Yayovsky. That releases Job, at least for now, and now Redline really need to work together to secure a double podium. But for Vitality, a 1 and 2 could really turn the tide for their fate in the finals.
Well, let's see. Virtus.pro are in the most trouble, you would say, out of this group. Looks like Redline probably taking most points from this race. Maybe Vitality something similar, but Virtus.pro the ones who are really losing out at the moment as we go into the final sector. There is Kevin Ellis Jr. just in behind Jeff Rietveld. Imagine he will try and get past into 5th place, but how does he go about it? Does he do it into the bus stop chicane? No, he's going to wait, and so is Yayovsky in front. Side by side in the background, Siggy is going to get past Kazabon as well as Chinchik, and that's going to be a run to the line as well. Out front, it's going to be Yuri Toman, who wins for the 13th time in R1 history. Vitality, perhaps back on track here by gaining a couple of points in this 4th race of the day. What about Redline? Where are they going to finish? Looks like Job's going to be 4th, but Yayovsky is not going to get past Bennett, I don't think, on the way towards the line. There goes Toman. He wins again at Daytona, but it's Team Redline who have taken the lead of the championship and taken control here. Yayovsky can't quite get past Job or Bennett on that occasion, and so Redline will certainly be the most pleased coming out of Rennsport.
Yeah, you don't need to win any race today apart from the one that you're in finalist mode, so it's all about banking those points on that run to 250. That's the golden number today, and then a race win after that decides the fate. We'll wrap up the championship, but Vitality doing everything they can. They came into finals day potentially as the underdog, but have really delivered themselves well at Daytona.
Another penalty point for Erhan Yayovsky means that he will get a qualifying ban for the next race. He's reached his 2nd this season, or rather his 3rd this season, should I say. That should be his last of the competition, but either way, that will be disappointing for him to start from the back end of the field. Yuri Toman, though, wins for Vitality here at Daytona, ahead of Bennett and Job. Job will drop behind Yayovsky, though, in the post-race standings. Kevin Ellis Jr. did get to 5th in the end, actually, ahead of the 2 red lines. Kazabon and Chinchik couldn't. 3 Virtus.pros at the bottom. Statsenko, Fiala and McCormack. That is a big problem for them.
That is a really big problem. They had the momentum, they had the rhythm, but not quite able to deliver. Of course, a little bit of misfortune there for McCormack, their star runner at the front. But yeah, they really need to pick themselves back up, not let this knock them too much, and fight back in the rest of the races.
Absolutely. Let's have a quick break, and on the other side, we'll be back for analysis of race 4.
I stepped into a realm of wonders where the sun kisses the sea. Two worlds inspired by each other. Two worlds making one. This land is calling, Saudi Red Sea.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Esports World Cup featuring Rennsport. Finally, we've got a new victor. This time around, it's Vitality. Hey, it's kind of funny. We actually had the corporate director for Vitality, Danny Ingles, come up. We talked Toman. Toman takes the victory. Well done, and Vitality gets some much-needed points to go up the pack. The question is, can they catch up to Virtus.pro? And then ultimately, that of Redline, well, they've got a long way to go, but this is a wonderful start. The halfway point, they win. I don't know, I'll call it the swing round. Why not? That's a different esport term, but we're bringing it into racing. Monza's coming up next, but a lot to discuss when it comes to Daytona, because there was some wipeouts in McCormick. He ended up qualifying in pole position, but then he gets taken out, and once he does, he drops to the back of the pack, and when that happens, he's not able to recover, and unfortunately for Virtus.pro, they can't recover in general. In fact, the only one that finishes with a respectable placing is Kevin Ellis Jr. in 5th. The rest, all the way down at the bottom, 10, 11, and 12. You've got to be a little bit worried if you're Virtus.pro, potentially the mentality of them coming back, but hey, it is what it is. Mac, I don't know, Virtus.pro, worst placing so far.
Yeah, for sure. You never really want to hear it is what it is, right? This is not ideal as a team. You want to win. McCormack did really awesome again in qualifying, but yeah, just fell back in the race and yeah, got caught out by Sebi there. Sebi did receive a penalty in the end, but yeah, it didn't really repair the damage it caused. So yeah, really unlucky for VP.
Without a doubt. Well, I'm Taylor Reflections Noble, of course, joined by the wonderful Jim Balak-Bassi. We got Mac Backerman. Hold up a second. Porsche Coenda has made a return to the stage. Joshua Rogers, great to see you, man. How's everything going?
Hey, yeah, thanks for having me here. Yeah, it's not going too bad. Obviously, yesterday didn't go to plan, but we're back today. Obviously, a different setting for me, and yeah, looking forward to it.
Porsche Coenda, such a great organization, though, to represent. Number 1 seed from the R1 season. You come in, and obviously you finish top 5. Not where you wanted to be, but I will say this, for my first foray into sim racing, I've really enjoyed it. You've been a name that I've heard quite often throughout the R1 season, and we obviously complimented you quite a bit throughout the 2 days of competition that you had. So it's nice to have you here and calling the action. But Vitality, yeah, making it to this stage is pretty respectable and impressive. They finally get a big win, maybe to go up the standings.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, they were extremely strong yesterday as well in the lower bracket stages. I mean, they came through right from the beginning in the last chance races, so they've showed extreme tenacity, and yeah, they're putting up a strong fight today.
Without a doubt, tenacity. What does it mean to you personally to represent such a great organization such as Porsche Coenda?
Yeah, like obviously it's a big thing, right? We've had the opportunity to represent not only Coenda but also Porsche in sim racing and in esports. They're a big name in real motorsport, and to be able to bring that heritage and success into sim racing as well is a big thing. Obviously, we didn't get to have it this year, but we've had plenty over the years, and yeah, looking forward to continuing that process and building on what we have.
Sure. What do you think of Mac? Okay, because he's been repping Porsche Coenda.
Careful now.
Every single breakfast that we've seen him, he's been walking in. Porsche Coenda representing. Mac, you know, obviously a great guy. It's great to see you. And now you got Joshua Rogers here. But Mac, great guy. He's been your biggest supporter out here. And I think works also for Coenda, if I'm not mistaken. So clearly instrumental in maybe your guys' success and route to obviously the Esports World Cup.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, you know, good guy Mac. We've had our success as well. You know, winning Gamers 8 together as a team was pretty cool. Yeah. So yeah, I mean, you've also had the pleasure to represent us and be part of that. So yeah, I don't know. It feels weird to be sitting here next to you and you're not in your team gear.
Yeah, usually we've been dressed quite similar. But yeah, it was always really fun to drive with Josh. Well, I mean, I say fun. Honestly, it wasn't fun. He was just too fast, right? It was fun when I'm racing with him and he's scoring points for my team.
Right.
But like racing practice with him was never fun. I mean, he was enjoyable to be around, right? But just looking at the leaderboard, it was always frustrating. He was like, oh, again.
Well, you know, the thing is, it's funny because we were talking about winning, and I asked, I said, Mac, what does it feel to win? He says, I don't know. I've never actually won a race, which I know is a lie. Not in
Rennsport.
Not a Rennsport, but he had you there either way. For Gamers 8, which is really cool. And talking about that, you've clearly been sim racing for quite some time. Walk me through your journey, right, from sim racing to the Esports World Cup.
Yeah, well, now that you say that, I'm feeling the age. You know, I've been with Rennsport R1 since the beginning in the start of 2023.
Fellow Unk.
Yeah, I'm getting there. But yeah, I've been sim racing for such a long time, also at high level. I mean, I moved to Germany 5.5 years ago to pursue this dream as a full-time job. So yeah, been around it, raced in plenty of different series and had various levels of success and plenty of failures. I think for most of us, you have more bad days than you have good ones. But it's been a pleasure, and I've learned a lot along the journey. But it's been many years. Yeah,
many years indeed. I don't think your UNC status just yet. I'm 33. I don't think you're around the 30. Yeah, see,
you got to pass 30, I think, to really get the UNC status. But you're getting there.
So Lewis McGlade is now UNC status.
He's a certified UNC.
Fair enough. Well, like you said, many failures, but you can't have success without failures. It's nice to see you out here and, of course, get your insight going into the future races. For Chris Tunn, well, he had a chance to meet up with a special guy called Barney Banks, who's on a different stage. Chris Tunn, Banks, what's going on?
Okay, Rennsport fans, we're back here, but we're at the Gidea Arena, and we have Apex going on. I'm here with Banks. Now, Banks, you're stage hosting over here, but Apex has been going on for a couple of days as well. You got a wild stage, by the way. I was looking at before. A bit dangerous, maybe for me and you, but irrelevant of that, it looks like it's going really well. How has Apex been going?
Yeah, it's been awesome. I think that it's everything that we expected it to be. It's just carnage. It's chaos. It gets to the final circle. No one really knows what's going to happen. It's amazing that the players get to have that level of control in their mind when all of that stuff on screen is going on. We've got some crossover as well. Some of the teams that we've got competing over the next 2 days here, or today in fact, and then tomorrow we've got the last chance qualifier. So it's all go, go, go here, man.
It feels like that way in Rennsport as well. It's like turn one is probably what final circle looks like to you guys. It has been pretty insane. But I mean, look, VP, could they go on to do well today? May well do well in Apex as well. But as far as Apex goes, how many more days you got to go? How are things looking throughout the rest of the week?
So today is group stage day 2. And then tomorrow's last chance qualifier, so only 6 teams will qualify into the final day, the grand finals, which is match point, that really exciting format that we've got going here. And so it's just exciting to see who's stepping up a level, and the entry point into this is so vast. Like, they've got to be literally the best team in their region to get to this stage. There's only 40 teams in the world here, and it's just being whittled down every day. Like day 1, we sent 3 teams home, and so it was a short journey for them, but at the end of the day, that's the way the cookie crumbles.
Yeah, long way to come for a very short journey, unfortunately for them. But thank you very much, Banks. We'll be keeping an eye on Apex. I'm going to actually probably stick around, but we've got some good races going on, so we'll get back to that.
Well, there it is. We've seen a little bit of everything, right? Dota, we've seen Valorant, now, of course, Apex over there with Banks. Banks, a great guy, always a wonderful stage host, of course, in conjunction with Seltzer and Sandstorm. A lot of games taking place throughout the Esports World Cup. We're talking 7 weeks, 25 games, 3 to 4 finals happening each and every weekend. We hop into a fresh circuit. It's going to be on Monza. Chim is personally very excited for this one. Let's see what Monza looks like.
It's time for the Temple of Speed, braking as late as possible into the Rettifilo chicane, down into first, and important to get the exit right into Curva Grande. The Roggia chicane with its quick flicks to the left and then to the right, making sure to use as much curve as possible. Lesmos 1 and 2 punish hesitation, get in early and clip the curbs, but watch out, the gravel is close on the exit. It's all about the rhythm in Ascari. Be too late or too early by the tiniest of margins and you will most likely be caught in a spin. The last test, the Parabolica. Easy to lose a good lap here, wide on entry, full throttle as early as possible, and that's the way to complete a lap of Monza.
There it is, Monza coming at you with the speed. It's going to be race number 5. Hey, just to reiterate, 250 points is the threshold for match points, and we are getting towards the very end. Chim, race 5 Monza coming their way.
I mean, one of my favorites. It's going to be an intense one, and I think each race, because we're getting closer and closer to the end, it's getting more and more exciting, more and more incidents, let's say. And I think that race in Daytona triggered something for everyone because it was the start of some carnage, and I think now VP's heated. Red Bull's happy, of course, in a way. I mean, Sebi is one of the cleanest drivers you could have, but I mean, I think he just made a misjudgment, let's say, when he went up the inside into the chicane, into bus stop, which happens. He didn't do it intentionally or anything. It's just sometimes it happens. But unfortunately, it cost a lot for McCormack and the VP team.
Yeah.
And they will want to punch back.
Well, Joshua, even though it wasn't intentional, it still had very real race results. McCormack, who's been dominating all day, not only in qualifiers, but also winning. And truly the reason why Virtus.pro has been keeping pace with Redline up until that race number 4 on Daytona. With McCormack dropping to the back, even if it wasn't his fault and not a representation on him as a competitor, does it rattle him?
I think as any driver, it would be difficult not to feel a little bit rattled by that. In these formats, though, I've been in that situation myself. You can't let races get to you. Every race is a new one. What's more important is that you continue to score your points throughout the rest of the races rather than being hung up on something that happened 2 races ago and you let the entire thing slip away from you. So, in the past, I think there's been maybe some scenarios where you'd struggle with it a little bit, but to be honest, I feel like today, at least, in those consistency in the first 3 rounds, and also the races in the past days, I'm pretty sure he'll be able to put that behind him and move forward from this.
I mean, the team has to make some clear communication with McCormack, I think, because also if he's triggered and he maybe races slightly more aggressively, he can get a quali ban, and that's the worst thing that can happen.
It's actually a race ban that's up next.
A race ban. That's even worse.
Yeah,
yes.
4 points away from the race ban. We've been talking about that all day, and that's scary. That's very scary, Mac.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I wouldn't say it's a one-man team right now for VP, but he is their top guy, right?
Without
He's
doubt.
bringing in the wins. He's bringing all the points. I think Kevin and specifically Statsenko, Fiala, they've both been, or the 3 of them have been kind of mid-pack. Some of them, kind of a little bit more towards the bottom. They need him. Like, without him, it looks hopeless, honestly. They've fallen a lot behind on points, and to claw back those amount of points, you need Winston right now, and you need McCormack for that.
Without a doubt, but the thing is, Redline, Joshua, has just been so consistent, and you and Redline, you guys got a lot of history battling for the top seed throughout the regular R1 season, obviously battling in race number 1, on day 2 on Fuji, and then ultimately meeting them in the upper bracket and then dropping down to the lower bracket. But talk to me about Redline. What makes them so good and consistent? And for Porsche Coenda, I know you guys are out, but how would you specifically go into battle against the dominant team of Redline?
You just have to put your best foot forward and put laps together in qualifying and see where it takes you, honestly. In the races, though, having many cars together on track is a very important aspect. I think especially at a track like Monza or like we just saw at Daytona, towards the end, when you have multiple team cars together, you can strategize and really put yourself in different situations and maximize what would, if you were on your own, normally be a suboptimal situation. So making sure that you've got plenty of cars up towards the front, or at least the pointy end. Lots can happen at Monza anyway. You have the first chicane and the second chicane where often there's either cars cutting or facing the wrong way. So staying out of trouble, keeping cars towards the pointy end so that you can be able to work together as a team and push forward that way.
Well, you clearly know all the guys, the competitors, racers who are currently on that stage now competing. Who do you favorite going into Monza out of the three teams?
Going into Monza, honestly, it's hard to look past Vitality, I think.
Okay, good. Okay.
I mean, Chinchik is, I feel like he's for sure the strongest driver in the series at Monza. Obviously, Redline's a strong team though, so they're all going to put it together. I think it just depends whether Virtus and Vitality can have multiple cars up towards the front.
Sure.
I think that will for sure determine the result of Monza.
Yeah, and it's well said. That's what we've been highlighting for Redline. It's they've got a lot of great drivers, but those drivers consistently finish up and get those bonus points. I say bonus points, but the lesser points towards the middle of the pack, where I feel like Virtus.pro, Vitality have been missing out on that. Plus, let's not forget that Redline, not necessarily winning races, they haven't won today, but they're consistently getting second and third. Those are some big points, so they're consistently gathering points, and I do appreciate Vitality did so well with Toman and some others on Daytona just a little bit earlier, so it's nice to see them finally making it way up the pack. My only concern is it a little bit too late? Well, I guess it's not until Redline hits 250, but 250, that's a long way away even still, Mac. We're on race 5. I don't know, when do we reach the threshold? Do you think it's realistic to reach the 250-point threshold by race 8?
Yeah, for sure. I think Redline is now around 180 points. So I reckon it would take them probably 2 more races, right? So now we're starting race 5. They'd probably, I reckon they could get it by race 6. And then, of course, race 7 and 8 is all out, you know. Vitality and VP can't allow Redline to win. And yeah, Redline has to do everything to win, right? They can, you know, slow everyone down. They just need one guy to win, of course. So that makes it a little bit, makes it easier, also trickier, I suppose. But if you're 1-2, then you can just immediately let one guy go and just have everyone being backed up, and you win that way.
Sure. Well, let's take a look at the point standings as they currently sit. You'll notice Redline is going to be at the top, currently in first place. Right below is going to be Virtus.pro, and then Vitality are going to be trying to come back up. I mean, they're really, really fighting hard. We'll look over to the right-hand side of the grand finals. Joshua Rogers, don't worry about the loser, and or should be the upper bracket and lower bracket. Grand finals, 175, I believe it is, to the 130 to the 97. So Joshua Rogers, let's say you're in it, your Vitality. What are you feeling at this point, right? Being towards the bottom, you're coming off of Daytona, you're trying to catch up to Virtus.pro and Redline. I guess, like you said, just putting your best foot forward. What's your overall mentality?
Yeah, I think it's a difficult situation to be in, right? You're a significant way away on points, also a long way away from the cutoff. I think at this point, they're probably best to try and push things as far as they can into race 8 and take points away from the other guys. It's probably unrealistic that they're even going to get to the 250-point threshold. But yeah, at the same time, like Redline, like you said, hasn't won a race today. Getting that monkey off the back and actually like putting it together and winning that race, even if they're at the threshold, can be difficult. So honestly, I still think it's everyone's to play for. I
don't know if this is going to play an impact. There's been a lot of discussion with the 8 Aston Martin cars and then of course the 4 BMWs. Do you think that's had an impact in today's standings?
Nah, I don't think so, to be honest. Like the balance of performance has actually been really good this time around. Yeah, it's sure the strengths and weaknesses of the different cars are there. And for Redline, that does make it a little bit more difficult in some scenarios, but at the same time, it can play to their strengths in the other. So, yeah.
All right, well, fair enough. We're about to hop into race number 5. It's on Monza. We are getting deep into the grand finals. Redline has successfully taken a pretty substantial lead. Question is, can Virtus.pro fight back after really, really tough Daytona? They're going to have to fight hard at McCormick. Can he recover mentally? Because it's going to be a big mental battle. We'll find out all that and more. Let's go ahead and go into our qualifiers. Lewis McGlade, Zach Sweeney, take it away.
Well, here we go then. We are taking to the circuit, the Monza circuit, of course, the Temple of Speed. Erhan Yayovsky, the number 88, has been given a qualifying ban for breaching too many license points. So unfortunately, we will not see him out in the qualifying session. The last time he took to the circuit, he reigned supreme. King Erhan taking victory around the Monza circuit. However, it's not going to unfold that way this time, which means there's more pressure on his teammates. Not Zach Sweeney, by the way, in the commentary booth. I need to update that. Unfortunately, I feel I've given Taylor the wrong information. It's myself and it's Steve Brown in the commentary booth.
Yes, hello viewers. As Marcel Cinchik here coming into the Della Roger chicane. Monza, very difficult circuit to get dead right. It looks so simple on paper, but when you actually get down to the tarmac, it certainly is not. Trying to really maximise the track limits through the chicanes is really where you can get a very easy slowdown penalty. Throwing it into the second Lesmo, trying to get that good exit onto the very long straight here. He looks pretty settled, 35.3 in the first sector, and it's an interesting circuit because all the sectors are roughly the same in terms of the estimated time. 35.3 is what we're looking at in all three. As he heads into Ascari, a bit of an oversteer moment, corrects it up, over the curb right at the end, over the curb to finish off the Ascari, and that's a solid lap so far.
It's looking good. Marcel Cinchik, obviously, Vitality have raced around here 3 times so far in this competition. Marcel Cinchik had the first pole position. It was a 46.244. He then qualified in second position the second time they came in with a 46.134. It was Dominic Blyer who had the fastest lap time. It was a 46.112. Let's see what Marcel Cinchik can do. 46.112, the time really to aim for if you're going to go for pole position, and it's a 1.67. It's a very solid lap time to open this qualifying session.
That is really impressive. Really, really good time there laid down by Marcel Cinchik. He's been really quick through the competition. Jeffrey Ritveld now. I must say, Team Redline have been so good so far. Even if they don't qualify right at the front, they have this ominous force about them. They surely but slowly make their way towards the front. Now Jeffrey, his sector times here slightly slower, 0.4s. So this is probably going to be a slightly slower. It is about quarter of a second off. It's a 0.4. He goes second.
And now we see the second of our red line drivers. You're absolutely right. They've been so consistent. They are 75 points away from finalist mode. Now, 1, 2, 3, and 4 in the race. That is 74 points. Means it is mathematically impossible for them to get into finalist mode in this race. However, it is very likely, as Mac Backen was saying on the desk, that it is very, very likely that Redline will be in finalist mode going out of race 6 unless they have an absolute disaster. Siggy gets into the 0.1s. He goes to second, though, not ahead of Chinchik.
Yeah, very good lap. Now, Luke Bennett really quick in sector 1. That's a 0.2. I don't think we've really seen one of those before. A bit slower sector 2, though. Bit of a mistake, I think, coming out of Lesmo 2. Into Parabolica, the final corner on the circuit. Bring it back to the right-hand side on the way through. Gives you a straight line to the finish line. He's going to come up to the line then. Where does he go? He is going to go up into second. It's another 0.1. Look how close this is.
Very tight session. Unfortunately, Kevin Ellis Jr. for Virtus.pro is not going to really be adding to it. A 0.4, nearly a 0.5 in the first sector. A 0.5, nearly even a 0.6 in the second sector. This will be challenging Rietveld's time in fourth position, and even then I think that might be a little bit ambitious as Kevin Ellis Jr. comes through the final corner. It's been a bit of a struggle with that disappointment back in Daytona. How can McCormack respond? How can Statsenko respond? How can Fiala respond? How can Ellis Jr. respond? A 3.80, he does go ahead of Rietveldt, and that could prove pivotal for Virtus.pro.
Here comes Sebastian Job, 35.3 first sector and a 0.4 in the second. This is looking pretty good. And Luke Bennett, Kevin Siggy, second and third at the moment. He's going to look to be backed up here by Sebastian as he rounds out the Parabolica. This is looking really good for Team Redline. The remaining drivers are going to have to do something big here to dislodge them from the top of the order. He's going to finish his lap. Is it going to be a good one? It is. It's a low 2.
Look, as long as he's around his teammates, it doesn't matter which red line car's up there, as long as there's 1, 2, 3 of them, that's what they're looking for here. Thibaut Casamont, all right first sector, not a great middle sector. It's going to be, again, challenging where Kevin Ellis Jr. and Jeffrey Rietveld are in that 5th and 6th position at the moment, and those could be dropping down the order. We do see slow down penalties around here in qualifying. For exceeding track limits, typically around Ascari. There are a few other occasions. There is also one other place that you can exceed. It's not done in game. If you go wide, I think it's at Lesmo 2. It is a automatic 5-second time penalty in the race. Must not run wide there.
Yeah, that would be an absolute killer to your cause. Statsenko now, his sector times are looking okay. I don't think he's going to challenge towards the front row of the grid. This is looking very solid for Team Redline. They are just delivering when it truly matters. Now Monza, of course, one of those tracks that you can gain positions and, of course, lose them. Statsenko coming across the line. Where is he going to go? He goes up to 5th.
Wow, there we go. Statsenko pushing Rietveld, importantly pushing Rietveld down the order. Toman's up next, the final of the Vitality cars that will be qualifying courtesy of Erhan Yujovski's, we believe, qualifying ban. So it is Toman, then Fiala, then McCormack into the final corner of the Parabolica. Toman goes. The first sector's decent. The second sector's not too bad as well. He's had a podium around here, a couple of podiums around here in the Esports World Cup in 2025. Let's see what he can do in this qualifying session. Starts to split some of the red lines. Into 4th position goes Toman. As we go back to Wojtek Fiala, who, of course, will see quite a bit more of his lap, courtesy of Erhan Yujovski.
Yeah, so Yujovski missing because of the qualifying ban. Fiala a little bit further back in the lap, coming out of Lesmo 2. First sector looking good as he heads towards Ascari. A long time to wait to try and hit your mark. Looking around about the 100-metre board before you throw it in over the curb. Lots of curbs that have to be used here around the Monza circuit. So you have to be comfortable. Your car has to be compliant. A bit of a moment, he had to correct mid-turn. That's a slow down penalty. That's a disaster. Sector 2 is not good. This is not going to be a good lap. He is going to drop to the bottom of the order. Just shows you how much he was pushing. He's had a couple of good sessions today, but this is not going to be one of them.
It's a big shame for Wojtek Fiala as he'll work his way into the Parabolica, and it will definitely not be challenging for pole position. It'll be on the final row of the grid, you'd have to say, alongside Erhan Yujovski, if McCormack can fire in a good time. We'll see across the line Wojtek Fiala And he'll go into 10th position with a 49.3. This is the lap we've been waiting for. Is it going to be a response after a disappointing Daytona? Is it going to be back to pole position? Let's just see what he can do. He's been so strong in this competition thus far. 3 victories today. Into the final corner, Darren McCormack is going to go. Racing his way up towards the line. Is it going to be good enough for pole position? A 46.167 to beat. I'm not sure he's going to be there. What can McCormack do? It is pole position! So important for the Virtus.pro driver. Darren McCormack at the last, a .148, is able to depose Marcel Chinchik, the master of Monza. Fantastic lap from McCormack when the team needed it the most.
He does it again. He does it again. This guy is so good. Just delivers under the most pressure. Everyone else had set their times. He comes along, puts it on pole position. His team desperately needed that because well, I mean, it wasn't looking good for Virtus.pro until that point. But let's go back to the desk to have some more insight on that.
All right, there it is. McCormack back on top. In fact, he really never left, did he, when it comes to the qualification conversation? Out of the 5 races he's now qualified for, he's finished in pole position 4 times, and then second another. But does he get wiped out like he did on Daytona? Well, that's going to be a conversation, at least for the casters, during the race itself. Qualifiers are done. Here we go, boys. McCormack back on top. Joshua, I asked you, I said, how is McCormack going to handle that devastating crash that sent him to the back? Well, it seems like he's doing just fine.
Yeah, I'm trying to act surprised. Monza, it's a strong track for him, strong track for the car. I'm not surprised that he's on pole. Still has to control the race from here. I didn't catch the rest of the results, but I'm not sure how many other VP cars are up there with him. But
nobody, yeah.
It'll make it a little bit harder.
Statsenko down in 7th, actually. Let's take a look at the qualifying race results and give you a visual because, yeah, Statsenko is going to be down there in 7th. Everybody else above him is going to be Vitality as well as Redline. Unfortunately for Virtus.pro, yeah, McCormack, he's going to be all by himself, all the way at the top, unfortunately. Good news, though, for Redline. Kevin Siggy Bennett will finish off in 3rd and 4th. So, once again, you're going to have Redline, who's going to have some strong presence up towards the top, of course. Sebastian Job, also a number 6. So, Mac, let's take a look at it right. It looks like Redline got the better end of the deal despite potential or missing out on 1st and 2nd.
Yeah, for sure. I think overall Redline's looking a little bit better in qualifying, but of course the front row is locked out by McCormack and Marcel. I think maybe they probably wouldn't talk to each other, but maybe you kind of know that they know they need to work together. If they don't work together, they know Redline will eventually start winning, get more points. I think they realize that it's the both teams against Redline right now.
Yeah, it definitely is. Redline, the top dogs, everybody's trying to catch up to them. Chim, we take a look at our starting grid, and well, Iofsky, unfortunately, too many penalty points will therefore result in a qualifying ban, and that's not the time you need him not to qualify because, well, Vitality just come off a great Daytona where they get a win with Toman, but now things are looking rough once again.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Kazabon and Yaoski at the back will not be great for the team, but I think, like Max said, this is all about teamwork now and just VP and Vitality working together. Because, I mean, Redline has a big points lead. What they need is just they need to be against Redline, work together, beat Redline together until, I guess, VP is in the lead, and then whoever is not in the lead, Vitality has to work with the second place team so that the first place doesn't run away with the points.
Yeah, it's a weird balance, isn't it? It's a balance, though, that they're going to have to master. We take a look at our Ramco pole position and get to see McCormack once again. We've kind of only been watching McCormack over the 5 races, really 4 out of the 5 races. Mac, Joshua, I don't know, maybe you could tag team this and see why McCormack is so good on Monza.
Yeah, I mean, here's setting up his lap. So this is the start of quali. Again, he's really just trying to maximize his speed out of the corner, right? Going into the first chicane. From my experience, it was always really curve heavy, the first 2 chicanes. You really have to take the first one a little bit and then just kind of slightly over the second to kind of straighten out the car. Is that still?
I think it's a bit more now. So you'll see he'll take a significant amount of the first curb, half of the second roughly. Oh, no, a bit more. But for sure, maximizing traction off. I think Monza in general is lots of long straights from tight corners, so exit speed is everything.
Yeah, it looks like he got that exit dialed pretty well. He always corrects the car a little bit, it seems, in the Aston, but I guess that's just kind of being on the edge of traction. This chicane, for me was always really enjoyable. I don't know why, but you always kind of slide through it half, especially when you hit the curbs. And just when you hit it right, it always felt so good. And just looking down, if you do a good sector, it felt so rewarding.
Well, McCormack, he will get pole position once again. Chinchik for Vitality will be in second. And then Bennett in third for Redline. There's your top three. Question is, can McCormack get any help? Because you go all the way down Statsenko. He's going to have to work his way up the pack if he wants to try and ultimately help McCormack remain victorious, which even still, you know, he wins the first three races. Number 4, it gets a little bit rough, right? Finishes towards the bottom. However, I do believe if McCormack can recover, Virtus.pro might still have a chance. And while I still have you, just real quick, Joshua Rogers, predictions for this next race on Monza.
I think it's pretty clear that Chinchik and McCormack will try and control the race. They need each other right now to extend this, so I'm pretty sure one of those two in the front two for sure.
All right, fair enough. McCormack, Chinchik, well, we've been talking about them all tournament long. We'll continue to talk about them, of course, as we head into race number 5, which is going to be on Monza. Things start to get serious. We're deep into the grand finals. The points are starting to get a bit spread out. More so close for Vitality and Virtus.pro, but the race for first place is all Redline. They currently dominate, and if they have a successful race 5 on Monza, well, the Virtus.pro Vitality could be in even more trouble than they already are. 250 is the threshold. That's what Redline is trying to achieve, and they are the closest currently. But if they do fall apart, I don't know. Virtus.pro Vitality might be able to catch up to them, which would make things even more exciting. Let's not forget, Virtus.pro and Vitality are going for the Club Championship trophy, so that is currently at stake. Race 5, Monza. Let's get into it. Lewis McLean, Zach Sweetie, take it away.
Here we go then. We are ready. We are in position to begin the second half of this competition on this Friday in the Esports World Cup. At the end of today, the first club championship points will be given out. The first champion will reign supreme. A maximum of 8 races on this day. We have completed 4 of them. Do we need all 8? We'll have to wait and see. Darren McCormack will be leading from pole position. Marcel Chinchik alongside someone who knows how to win around this iconic circuit. And then there's the trio of red lines behind, looming large with Bennett, Siggy and Job. How's this one going to unfold with this incredibly long run down into the first corner? It's Darren McCormack who will lead from pole position. We get the show underway and we will lead down into the first corner with McCormack as we fly our way over. We can see some of the jostling for positions as Kevin Siggy looks down the inside to try and go either way of Marcel Chinchik. Chinchik still darts back out to look to the inside of Darren McCormack as we send our way into the first corner. Bennett getting strong on the outside. He'll go all the way around, but he will cut over the inside. Now we'll have to rescind that one back as there's contact and Vitality are being pushed down the order. And here we go. The contact continues as Redline come through almost completely unscathed.
Yeah, look at that. Now the Redline cars all in the top 7 after all of that. They seem to somehow manage to avoid the chaos every single time. They're doing a really good job of that.
I know they dropped down the order a little bit, but like you say, they just seem to pick their way through it so brilliantly. A bit of contact here between Rietveld and Fiala, but you're so right. They just seem to navigate without losing too much when you look at, you know, even Virtus.pro and Vitality are side by side. Oh, there's more contact as Fiala gets into the side of Rietveld. Rietveld will now come out on top as they work their way through the right-hander of Lesmo 2.
Yeah, Rietveld just needs to get on the back of Sebastian Job here just to need a helping hand really with some slipstream, just so he's not under complete attack here from Fiala and Chinchik. That is a disaster for Team Vitality. My goodness, they were fighting each other off on the exit of the first corner, and it looked like Chinchik was going to spin completely. I think he got recovered by one of his teammates, but then the teammate ended up spinning instead. So completely disastrous. Yajovski and Kazabon both 6 and 8 seconds off the back of the pack. That's going to be very difficult for them to recover anything from there.
Yeah, and they're probably not really going to gain anything, like I say, anything major realistically from that point on. So definitely not where they would like to be in this race, basically off the rear end of the pack and struggling as they continue on. Big lead, well, I say big lead coming in at least for the top 2. Now we've seen McCormack and Bennett battle. We saw a great battle between them around the Jedha Corniche circuit earlier on in the week, and I get the feeling we're going to see some more.
Yeah, these two guys have been locked in battle all weekend, and it's been really good to watch. They've been very evenly matched. Let's take another look at this first corner. What do you make of this, Lewis?
This is just always how it goes down there. It's chaos. Luke Bennett skipping out over the left-hand side. I think he's receded the position, so it's nothing too major. But they just, when you're 4 wide, you just get sandwiched between each other. And we can see there, here's even Ewan O'Leary's reaction. Seems to not even care.
Yeah, it was an interesting corner. I think, was it Chinchik chopping across the curb? And you kind of bounce across awkwardly as a redline driver onto the grass, backing out eventually, trying to make some inroads here. This is Toman looking back with Statsenko just behind, and then the big block of redline cars. Even though they drop back a couple of positions, I think this is actually a good situation for them to be in. They've got plenty of laps here, 7.5 more laps, just to try and slowly but surely make their way through this order.
And Statsenko is currently in 4th position, which will be very handy for him and the Virtus.pro team. They ideally need to be scoring some more, because at the moment they'd be on 174 points. The reason why that makes a bit of a difference, they'd be 76 points away from finals mode. They need to score some more so that maybe in the next race, if they have a good one, maybe they can get it. Because you wouldn't want, imagine they are 76 points off, and the next race they somehow get a 1, 2, 3 and a 4, and you'd be sat there looking at yourself being, oh, but we should now be in finalist mode.
Yeah, just as much as you want to get points for yourself, you almost need to get points to deny Team Redline having an extra opportunity or getting finalist mode a race earlier. You deny them that opportunity, possibly. So Toman here and Statsenko need to do everything they can to keep the Redline cars at bay.
Bennett remains patient at the front end of the field. He was close enough to go for a move, but decided better of it. They worked their way through the Retifilo, the opening chicane around this Autodromo Monza Nazionale. Now we go back to the battle for third. It's Toman, it's Statsenko, it's Siggy, Job and Riyadh. Fiala also just about keeping himself into this train with a big gap back to Ellis Jr. and Marcel Chinchik with some important points. Vitality, 10th, 11th and 12th. I don't want to say it, but I will say it, they're effectively out of the Esports World Cup, and I don't even think they'll be runners-up as they were back in 2024.
No, it'd be a difficult, long journey for them to recover second place in this World Final. I think, as Jem alluded to in the pre-race talk, Toman and Statsenko, it's almost like Vitality and Virtus.pro kind of need to be one team now. They need to kind of work with each other. Statsenko needs to kind of just push Toman along, try and force, work together to push away from Kevin Siggy and Sebastian Jobe behind.
Look at the focus there on Darren McCormack. That's as he's navigated the infamous Ascari chicane that we ride on board with Wojtek Fiala through. But you could see how much there he was wrestling the car. Even though it's a sim, even though it's it's a game, you're racing around a virtual circuit, it's still so much work to wrestle this car around.
Oh, it is. These guys are on the top of their game. It takes a lot of mental stress, mental toll to get this completely right. And putting a race together is a series of decisions and timings. You've got to get them right, and these guys are doing it for the most part. Darren McCormack is doing a very good job, except for the last race. But now we go 3 abreast into turn 1.
Siggy sending it. He's trying to do so. Yuri Toman turns in because Mikhail Statsenko was there. He had to skip over the chicane. Now Yuri Toman will surely have to give something up there. Statsenko was definitely ahead. Race control, I'm sure, would look at that anyway. But Toman finds himself in 3rd position. The driver who has now completed the most races in R1's history is in 3rd position, trying to keep Statsenko at bay as they dab onto the brakes into the Roger. He's not giving up. He feels he was forced wide, which I can understand why, but then I kind of almost feel like he maybe turned it. I don't know. It's a 50-50 one there.
Yeah, it's hard to say. I think they'll probably just continue as they are. Kevin Siggy there just having an exploration into getting into 4th place. He kind of backed out, and I think he'll try again in a lap's time maybe. But he's just having an early look at trying to gain positions. As we've seen from Redline, they are very patient. He's not going to go for a move that is not really on. He'll just wait for the right opportunity.
Well, let's see. This was the 3 wide then. So this is on board with Siggy, who will dive himself onto the brakes. He kind of gets squeezed there. Statsenko's in the middle, and that was where Yuri Toman has just run wide. We'll just say, update from race control. Yuri Toman has a 3-second time penalty for an unsafe track re-entry on lap 1 at turn 2. That's when he skipped over at the opening chicane on the first lap, I believe, maybe causing a bit of an incident. However, race control have seen that. It's 3 seconds time penalty, and importantly, 3 penalty points for Vitality, so an extra 3 points taken away from them.
Yeah, that is not good news at all. So it was Toman indeed who was skipping across the curb, who kind of triggered the rest of the carnage. And now here comes Kevin Siggy around the outside. He's going to get the assistance of Sebastian Joe here, and look at the difference it makes as they head towards the corner. Turn 1, Siggy is going to be able to hold the outside line, which gives him the inside, of course, for turn 2. And then, of course, he's going to get the assistance of Sebastian Job on the exit. And so he does secure 4th place eventually.
Yeah, and if you're behind now, he might here when they go up into the braking zone at the Roger, he might somehow try and give his teammates some extra assistance. He's going left and right, trying to figure his way through. Not going super defensive is Kevin Siggy. They go onto the brakes into the Roger. Job's trying to find his way through. You can see the champion's key there. Will they be retaining that in 2025? At the moment, they head the points, but it is certainly very, very, very far from over here. You could see there the Virtus.pro key, the ones that are challenging them harder than I thought anyone really could in this competition.
Yeah, for sure. Virtus.pro have been putting up a very good fight so far. Of course, I mean, I think that spin from McCormack in the previous race was huge. He's been carrying their campaign so far, getting 25 points 3 times in a row, 75 points. He's probably going to get another 25 here, or very likely to do so. That'll be at least 100 points from McCormack himself. If unless Bennett can get past him, he still remains just under half a second behind as Bennett. So keeping him honest, McCormack, he's not really one to fall under too much pressure, although he did in the previous race. A very uncharacteristic mistake from him to push him back. But now, Kevin Siggy getting through eventually, halfway through into the race, moving up into 4th, and now the rest of the Red Line team's drivers are going to look to get past Atsenko.
I know the Le Mans chicane. This is the kind of thing is everyone's being like, oh well, the incident of the Le Mans chicane was definitely not McCormack's fault at the last round, but he will still hold turn 1 in his head. But he's seeming to deal with it now. His teammate though, Statsenko, the highest place of the Virtus.pro drivers that aren't McCormack, is now trying to fend off a trio of very hungry red lines. Which way are they going to go? Around the outside, remaining in 4th position is Kevin Siggy. Now this is important because look at them all line up on the inside as they go around Curva Grande. Can he get back in line? Just about. Well judged by Statsenko, as this time to the outside still Sebastian Job goes nearly 2 wheels in the grass.
This is really good defense from Statsenko. He's 1 against 3 and he's somehow keeping it in 5th place, in the 2nd place in this group. I don't know how he's quite done that. The cars, the red line cars massively have the advantage here. 3 against 1. You'd think that they'd be able to help each other through, but it's not quite happened. So Statsenko doing a really good job here to remain in 5th.
So good. I mean, look, he's kind of... there comes this point as a driver where it goes through your head. How much do you want to win this? And that is what channels you through the race. Yes, they aren't long races. It's only 9 laps around Monza, but the pressure they deal with is the pressure that some drivers deal with over an entire season. Let's take a look at this replay.
Yeah, this is Siggy going around the outside, getting a bit of an overlap, and then getting the eventual inside line for the 2nd corner, getting good traction off the corner in the M4 GT3 and moving up into 4th place.
Again, good bit of driving. I think, like you say, in trying to be on the inside for the second part of the Rettifilo, typically you actually kind of don't really want to be there. You want to be around the outside, it gives you the better drive off, but he was trying to just like open the door for his teammates. He's trying to bring his teammates back into it, but not quite yet. Will the slipstream for Sebastian Job afford him an opportunity into the 1st corner? Statsenko will be closing in. We've got 3 laps left to go here at Monza, the 5th race of the final day in the Esports World Cup. We can go to a maximum of 8. Will we need all of it? I mean, Ewan O'Leary was pretty open at the start of the day, saying absolutely we do.
That looked quite close in the rearview mirror. I don't know if you guys spotted that, but Rietveld, I think, was under assault from Fiala from behind. So that's just opened up a bit of a gap here. So Job and Rietveld opening 8 tenths between them, and that's probably good work from Fiala to kind of separate the red line cars to give, basically it's no longer a 3v1 or a 3v2. As Fiala goes side by side, now 3 abreast nearly into Lesmo 1. How's this one going to resolve itself?
Yeah, Chinchik's to the outside, and I think this is kind of what, at the moment, Rietveld's trying to do. He's trying to kind of put the 2 Aston Martin teams against each other here a little bit. Fiala, Chinchik, Ellis Jr., they all go side by side through here, or at least line astern, and now Ellis Jr. is going to try and find his way through, but it's Chinchik trying to make the move in the light yellow and green Aston Martin there for the Vitality team. They'll head their way up towards the Ascari chicane. Chinchik could get freight trained here. He's going to try and send it around the outside as they go into Ascari, and still holds on in the middle. Great stuff.
Yeah, that was really good defense. I think this race has shown some really good defending and good decision making. That's Rivalry on the screen, and that was very good intelligent driving from him. He's kind of saying, yeah, no thank you guys, I'm just going to drive off into the distance now, as these guys are left on their own, already a second behind. So that could have gone very badly for Rivalry if he had made the wrong decision and just got that a little bit wrong. Instead, he remains there in 7th and actually opens up quite a big gap. So he's kind of on his own now, looking pretty safe with 2 laps to go.
At the moment, if things were to finish as they stand, Team Redline would be 28 points away from finalist mode, which means, I'm not saying they're guaranteed it, but they're basically guaranteed it. To go into race 7, in finalist mode, I suspect they would be able to score 28 points between the 3 of them at the next race at Fuji. I just don't see how that wouldn't happen.
Yeah, that will give them 2 chances to try to win a race and become the winners of this competition. Now it's up to the other teams, of course. Now, interestingly, Redline haven't actually won a race today. 4 races so far. This is the 5th one. Luke Bennett very close to the back of McCormack, as we can see here. He's got 1.5 laps to try to win this one. I mean, will he even try it? Because he doesn't really need to, per se. It's not going to change the score too much. But, you know, there's a big risk with going for a move.
But 2 things. Number 1, going for a move. If you force a mistake out of Darren McCormack, remember, he is 4 licence points away from a race ban. You put him close to that, again, you're just making your life a little bit easier later on in the day. And if anyone is going to deny Redline on a day like this, when it's their finalist mode, it would be McCormack. Now, if you can get him into a race ban, not necessarily for the next race, but for the one after, the one that you're probably going to need to win, that's that, you know, I'm not saying they're going to do that, but by racing McCormack, you're almost forcing his hand. So I think for Bennett, he'd be silly not to try.
Yeah, exactly. I think McCormack, I mean, if he wins this one, he's got 1 more lap to try and do. He would have won 4 out of 5 races.
Yeah.
And of course, to win the competition, unless it goes to the end of the 8th race, you do have to win the race. Here comes Bennett, though. Is he going to go for it? No. He backs off, just waits behind for the time being.
It's just so difficult to overtake, though, around here once you've gone past this point at T1. T1's the great overtake opportunity. Yes, you could do it into the Roger, but it requires a lot of risk. Yes, you could do it into Ascari, but it requires a lot of risk. T1 is the safest place to do it as we look our way back. Statsenko, Siggy, they go side by side. Going through Curva Grande, Siggy on the inside.
Yeah, fair play to Statsenko. What was that? What we're
race lead.
This is for the race lead. So that was McCormack defending the Della Roger. He's got a poor run off the corner. Is Bennett going to be able to get up the inside into Lesmo 1? He's got the line. Not quite able to do it there.
He's squeezing, he's trying, but McCormack is holding firm. They go their way into the right-hander at Lesmo 2. These 2, they're good mates off the track. They're proving that they're vicious rivals on it.
Yeah, really good racing, good respect. As you say, good friends, good respect shown. But this isn't over yet. Coming towards Ascari, he's got another opportunity, puts him on the inside line. Can he go the long way round?
This is so brave from Bennett. Let's see what he can do. He's going to put it all on the line as he goes straight to the outside of Ascari. What a fantastic move from Luke Bennett, but it is not done yet. We head our way out of Ascari. Darren McCormack all over the rear end. He's going to go full send. Surely he's got to win this race. That's all that's going through his head. It's McCormack versus Bennett. We've seen it time and time again in the 2025 Esports World Cup. Into the Parabolica. It's surely going to be a drag race to the line. It's covered off brilliantly, but for the first time today, it looks like Team Redline might be on the top step of the podium. The drag race takes us all the way to the checkered flag, and it's Bennett across the line to take victory. His 5th time at LAN and his 3rd time in the Esports World Cup of 2025. What a superb drive and an important victory as they move 1 step closer to finalist mode.
Absolutely incredible from Luke Bennett. I was saying it earlier, Team Redline, they're patient, they wait for the right opportunity, and there, wow, Bennett around the outside into Ascari, gets the job done. McCormack couldn't reply, and they finally win a race. Amazing race from Team Redline.
as far as I have it, very unofficial communication immediately between McCormack and Bennett. And to be fair, Bennett looks pretty happy. A bit of a not a shock on that. I'm sure McCormack's still a bit like, yeah, it's still a good race. Disappointing not to win, but a good race is a good race regardless. At the moment, Redline have 229 points. It looks like they might be 21 away from finalist mode. Maybe 2 races away from the Esports World Cup. Let's take a look at provisional race results then from race number 5 from the Temple of Speed. It's Bennett, it's McCormack, it's Toman, Redline, Virtus.pro and Vitality, your top 3. Kevin Siggy and Sebi Job was able to get their way past Mikhail Statsenko, who drops to 6th. Jeff Rietveld in 7th. Wojtek Fiala in 8th with Marcel Chinchik in 9th. Disappointing for Virtus.pro in 9th, 11th and 12th. With Yovski and Kazmon, Kevin Ellis Jr. between them. We are getting closer to seeing who's going to become the 2025 Esports World Cup champion here on Rennsport. But before we go into some more racing and some more analysis, we're just going to have a bit of a breather.
Reach your impossible. Lenovo Legion.
This land is calling.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Esports World Cup featuring Rennsport. We have just finished race number 5 on Monza with one of the most electrifying finishes we have seen yet between Luke Bennett from Redline and McCormick from Virtus.pro. Man, that was incredible. One of the closest fights we have seen. And from Redline's perspective, they started off through the chicane with the penalty point, but finished on top, their first win of the day. Chim, what an exciting ending to the race, which you were so excited to see.
Yeah, I mean, that was a tough one, and I think that was a great race from Bennett, first of all, to overtake McCormack in a track that he was the heavy favorite, but also with a great move that wasn't, I mean, it was at an unexpected place, let's say, entry to Askai, overtaking Askai, as we've not seen that much until now. Yeah,
and McCormack, though, we cannot dispute how consistent he has been all day long, not only through qualifiers, but through the races. I thought for sure he was going to take it, Mac, but at the end, it was Bennett overtaking McCormack.
Yeah, you see that move here. It was perfectly executed, honestly, by both men. Of course, McCormack is a little bit close on penalty points, so he didn't want to risk it, but to kind of go through there too wide and not have a crash or something is also unheard of. He tried pulling it back at the end, couldn't quite do it. It's really difficult in the final corner to do it around the outside. Bennett left him no other option. He kind of closed that off perfectly. And yeah, close race, but Bennett won.
That's it. Bennett did, in fact, win where it matters most. Redline so very close to 250. The battle, though, has been fierce with Virtus.pro trying to catch up. McCormack leading the charge in that regard. And while Vitality still continue to struggle, they get into a scuffle early on. Yovsky Kazabon cannot recover because of it. And while with Chinchik down there in 9th, Vitality's chances of overtaking Virtus.pro for 2nd and potentially Redline in 1st starting to fall a bit short. I'm your host, Taylor Reflections Noble, joined by Jim Bollock-Bassett. We got Mac Backham, and hold up a second. Nikolai, the CEO of Virtus.pro, joins in the mix as well. Nikolai, how's everything going?
Yeah, hello. Unfortunately, they couldn't keep the first place in the last race, but he's still carrying the team. He's a strong character, and I'm pretty sure that he will recover for the next race. And when we take a look at the final standings, we see that Statsenko, Misha, is performing well. So it could be a signal to the team, because again, this is a team game. There was carrying us for the first 5 races, but probably the other guys can have their say, and there is still a chance. Unless it's not over, there is still a chance in any sport.
Without a doubt, without a doubt. And CEO of Virtus.pro, such a big title to have at the Esports World Cup, such a tremendous event for esports as a whole. You're going for the Club Championship race, right? It's pretty cool that you guys made it this far. You came in as the number 3 seed from the regular R1 season. You are now going for the number 1 spot. Falcons are out. They took the championship last year. You're also outperforming Vitality at the moment. What does the Club Championship mean to Virtus.pro?
Well, Club Championship means a lot for us because we made a strategic decision to build a multi-gaming organization, because throughout its history, Virtus.pro was focused on titles which were popular in CIS, Eastern European region, and there were few. Now we are inspired to compete with organizations like Team Liquid, Team Falcons, and to compete in Club Championship as well. So it's important to make us believe that our strategic choice was right, and from financial standpoint as well.
Yeah,
no one can deny that $7 million is a huge amount for any esports organization, even for Team Falcons or Team Liquid.
Yeah, without a doubt, $7 million. I mean, I would personally be happy with it as an individual perspective. Virtus.pro, you could do a lot with it. Team comms are always fun to listen to, and it was an epic battle between, of course, Bennett and McCormack towards the end. Let's listen into that epic fight and hear what the competitors had to say.
Boost me. No, you should have boosted me.
Oh, shit. Sorry.
No.
Who was that? Oh, I'm
nice,
so
nice.
sorry,
We're alive. Box him in.
Box him in.
I am.
Hey, he hit me.
He nearly killed me.
Yeah, stay focused. I don't want to hear anything negative. So shut up and drive.
Oh my god, I'm barely gaining. Okay, go right.
Oh
yes!
my god.
Yes! Let's go, Bennett, man! Yes!
Yes!
Let's fucking go! Let's fucking go, Bennett, man!
Well, there it is, the excitement from the overtake. Bennett clearly pumped up, and Redline knows they are not far away from a victory. Well done from Bennett. We'll take a look real quick at our updated bracket. With the updated point standings, you'd have to assume Redline are dangerously close to the 250 mark. We look over to the right-hand side as it does auto-populate. I think they're going to be about 220, Chim, if I'm not mistaken. No, even better, 232. Virtus.pro down at the bottom at 164, and then 114 for Team Vitality, Chim.
Yeah, they're getting super close. I think, 18 points, that's really easy to get per race. Yeah, that's just one race. So I think this race 6 is when they hit the champions mode.
Without a doubt, I think they're definitely going to, which puts the pressure on Virtus.pro and Vitality to try and overcome. I do believe in the boys. I really do. Virtus.pro has been playing very well. Obviously, Vitality have had their struggles, but we know that they are a passionate bunch, and they can ultimately overcome adversity. They just have to do it. Not many more races to go. Speaking of races, we are about to move into Fuji. Always a fun and entertaining circuit. Let's see what Fuji has to offer.
Mount Fuji's playground with arguably one of the most iconic and unforgettable backdrops in the world of motorsport. Coming down the long straight and into the hard braking zone for turn 1, probably the best overtaking spot on this circuit. The Dunlop corner is extremely tight and very tricky to get right. Turn 13 to 15, they're very technical. It's all about throttle control and balance through here. Turn 16 is the final corner. Getting it wrong here will lose you time all the way down the 1.5 kilometre start-finish straight to complete the lap of the Fuji Speedway.
Fuji, race 6, potentially the race to send Redline over the 250 threshold, making them eligible for match point victory. Now as we focus back to the desk, Nikolai, of course, CEO of Virtus.pro. Esports is a global phenomenon. You know, you have people from everywhere competing. It's wonderful. I truly love the fact that, I can get onto a game. I'm playing with somebody from Australia. I'm playing with somebody from England. I'm playing with somebody from the Netherlands. I don't know, Mac, maybe we need to get some games in. Or Turkey, right, coming out there from Chim. Virtus.pro, as an organization, you guys are global. You're all over the place. How many players do you represent from all around the world?
Well, we have more than 150 players under contract, including some players of our academic rosters in CS2 and Dota 2. And they represent 32 various countries. So we are truly global and inclusive esports organization. And we are the mirror of the esports itself, because esports, as you said, is inclusive and allows to compete to any player from any country, any region, any continent.
It's beautiful, isn't it? I mean, Absolutely. It really is beautiful. I love esports because it gives an outlet for those who may not like to play traditional sports or maybe don't have a passion in traditional sports in general to then go and find an outlet to truly be competitive. Esports changed my life, and of course, I'm sure you as Virtus.pro are also changing competitors' lives as well, giving them an opportunity to be on this stage. And speaking of Rennsport, how important was it for you strategically to get involved in Rennsport? It's the opening week, right? So the first chance to truly cement yourself within a club championship trophy. Rennsport is the start of that.
From a club championship perspective, it's important to have a good start and to gain as many points as possible and to to put some psychological pressure on competitors, which we potentially can do because Team Falcons are already eliminated, and we are, at least at this moment, we are in front of Vitality. And when it comes to Rennsport overall and our investment in this title, we thought that this is important for us to be present in various genres and to have various types of esports audiences which don't overlap usually.
Sure.
Because those who watch Rennsport, I doubt they watch Dota 2 or they watch Mobile Legends.
Right.
So we have to have as many pieces of that puzzle of esports audience as possible. So from that perspective, Rennsport is as important for us as any other titles.
So, you know, CEO, that's a big title, all right? You got to wear a lot of hats. There's a lot of things that you have to manage. Speaking in regards to Virtus.pro, what if you had to say what Virtus.pro represents to the esports scene, to the Esports World Cup, who is Virtus.pro?
Who is like a symbol?
Well, just what are you guys? Like, you know, into the esports, you know, when you think about like other organizations, do you mind if I say another org?
Yeah.
Like, let's say you say Optic, for example, right? When I think Optic, I think Call of Duty. I think, you know, leading the charge in shooter titles, right? Virtus.pro, you're in Rennsport, you're in Dota, you're here at the esports global stage. Virtus.pro, if I was a competitor and I'm looking to you for representation, what do I get from you guys? You know, what is Virtus.pro to the esports economy?
First of all, Virtus.pro has legacy in esports. We are one of those organizations which has more than 20 years history, which given all events that happen in esports, it's a huge period of time. Not too many organizations manage to survive.
That's right.
So from one hand, it's legacy, history, but from the other, it's always focus on the future, focus on the development, focus on enhancement and trying to have presence on various continents in various countries. So it's both. And when it comes to a particular title, I really cannot say to choose one from all the variety that we have.
They're all special.
Tech, yeah.
You know, it's funny. You said 20 years. First off, congratulations. That's a massive accomplishment. Did you know one of our casters, Zach Sweetie, he's only 19 years old. Okay, so your organization is literally older than one of our casters, and oftentimes a lot of our competitors in esports.
Yeah. Yeah, so 21 years ago, we have already been winning some titles, even though our prize money was not that big. Yeah, but it happened, yeah.
That's insane, yeah. I've been involved in 12 years, 13 years in esports. So esports is very near and dear to my heart. But Virtus.pro, you've always been leading the charge as an organization, and obviously you've had a heavy hand in the success of Virtus.pro and what they are. But you got to be proud of your boys. You know, like I said, came in as the third seed for Rennsport. They battled hard through the upper bracket yesterday. They made it to this point. I know we talk a lot about Redline. Redline is phenomenal. They're leading the charge when it comes to points, but you've got some talented racers, McCormack, for example. In my opinion, even though Virtus.pro isn't leading in the points, McCormack, for me, has stolen the show today.
Yeah, absolutely. We've just been talking to guys from other titles, and someone said that he's Zaiwu of Rennsport.
Oh, is that right? Right on. I like it. McCormack is that guy, man. Well, as they do slowly load into the qualifying session, Virtus.pro, I'm hoping they step it up because realistically, they are the team to challenge Redline and shut them down potentially in the points race. And I'm hoping that happens, but you never know. Redline's been so highly consistent. They've been on fire. They've been looking great. But from Virtus.pro perspective, they've been the true team to challenge. Vitality has gave it their best effort, but unfortunately, they're falling short at the moment. But the thing is, all eyes on McCormack going into the qualifying session here on Fuji because he's been the one who is the guy who's qualified, 5 times out of the 6 races in pole position, only dropping to second place earlier in the day, I think in race number 2 or 3. But either way, he's been battling tooth and nail for the pole position, not only qualifiers, but also when it comes to the races themselves. Truly a sensational player. I've heard he shows up on finals days. Well, clearly he's doing exactly that today. Question is, who can shut him down? And really, I don't think anybody, but who can shut Redline down? Because they're going into Fuji with the opportunity to surpass 250 points, which makes them the first official team of the 3 to be match point eligible. It's going to be intense. It's going to get crazy. We're going into race 6 on Fuji. Lewis McGlade, you and O'Leary, take it away.
And Zach Sweeney doesn't get mentioned, but he is here as well. So we're all
I feel like I've given Taylor some terrible information.
Yeah. Sorry, Taylor. This is our fault, probably. Anyway, out the final corner for Jeff Rietveld, who's going to kick us off in race number 6. It's getting important for Redline now, isn't it? They're only a few points away from finalist mode. And I guess more importantly as well, this could be about keeping the others at bay. We've been talking all week, previewing this final as to how it's going to go, because, well, we have had, obviously, Teams Championship in the past with finals mode. Never had it quite like this before. There's a very real situation where Redline could actually beat everybody on points here today. They have won a race now, but they might not need to win the last one, or indeed when they're in finalist mode to win the title.
Yeah, it comes down to the points gap, how many points you have left. Again, reminding that there is 74 points you can gain from one race.
Well, 68 on another team, 74
Correct.
overall, yeah.
But I'm more talking about them away from finalist mode as the main thing. So at the moment, Virtus.pro are still comfortably within it because they can get to finalist mode for the final race. Now, again, remember, only one driver needs to defeat Darren McCormack, good enough to do so.
Yeah, let's see here in the very, very tricky final sector. It is indeed. First sector, 26.5, is maybe a tenth or so away from what you would have wanted, but second sector's okay in the mid-.7s. See where this is going to see Jeffrey. I'm not entirely pleased with it, but at the moment, as displeased with himself as he is scoring the solid points that Redline do require if they're going to get towards finalist mode, and maybe his participation will be a little bit obsolete later. 36.7 to begin with. Oh, and Sebastian Job's got to slow down.
Wow, that was not expected. I was about to start talking Sebastian Job up a little bit there. He set a 1:36.498 back in the round robin part of this competition a couple of days ago, and that was good enough for pole position over Darren McCormack. He set a 36.546. It's obviously not going to be that for Sebastian Job at the moment. So as he comes up towards the line, maybe things not looking so good for the BMW M Team Redline Red Bull Sim Racing team. As he crosses the line, it'll be second place.
This is a race that Redline really need to capitalise on. They're only 18 points away from finalist mode. Ideally, they need to get it done in this race to give them 2 bites at the cherry in order to win this competition. Jiri Toman making his way now across the line. This is typically a circuit that favours the BMW. Everyone's been talking about it, that this is going to be Redline's track. So this is one they need to deliver on. This is one that Vitality need to try and stop them. Same too for Virtus.pro. Jiri Toman makes his way across the line. He's probably going to beat Sebastian Job. Goes to provisional pole. Nicely done, but only just.
Only just for the moment. And this is Luke Bennett, who might well just be able to go a little bit quicker here. Sector time certainly proving that. He's had a fantastic LAN event here so far. Certainly his best time here in Saudi Arabia. He's been here on all 3 occasions. And I don't know, personally anyway, I think he's performed best this year than what he has in previous years. Anyway, that win at the end there, that late pass on Darren McCormack was super vital at Monza. Doesn't look delighted with this lap, but I think it will be pole for now. And it is a decent lap, 36.6.
Do remember, it doesn't need to be amazing for Redline here. It just needs to be pretty good. Well, into this final complex of corners, we've got Marcel Chinchik. First sector, not great. Second sector is all right. It's pretty good, but I'm not sure where this is going to put Marcel Chinchik. He got a very important second place yesterday behind Jiri Toman, but the slowdown, it's a slowdown penalty in the first sector. I know what you're pointing to now. I was only reading the final bit. There we go. Well, across the line, he's going to be back there with Sebastian Job. Sorry, Ewan.
I mean, I did see a 29 to the first sector. I thought, hang on, that's a bit worse than not optimal. That's him with a slowdown, and that's going to put him right at the back of the field. A second off Sebastian Job, who himself got a slowdown. Mikhail Statsenko has stepped up in the last couple of races. It's on the money, actually, to the first sector, and not too bad to the middle sector as well. Can he get his Aston Martin into the mix in this qualifying session? Definitely be ahead of Job, and definitely ahead of Chinchik as well. Let's see as he breaks the beam. Can he get it up there onto the front row provisionally? Still got a lot of drivers, though, to cross the line. But it's a good start for Statsenko.
Good time from Statsenko. This is not a good time from Darren McCormack. That middle sector has a slowdown within it. So we've seen, what's that, 3 in 1 session now, is that? Yep. For Job, Chinchik and McCormack. 3 of the best drivers we've ever seen in R1. That is very, very unusual indeed. So Darren McCormack's winning run is not going to be extended, although ever since that Daytona race, it has felt like some of that air has been let out of the balloon, you might say, out of the final corner now. And that is just in front of Chinchik of those who've got to slow down.
Aye. Well, Thibaut Casamon will be the next one to come through. He's got his teammate Erhan Yovski after that. And again, just a reminder, it would be 28 points required for Redline. That's all they need. And it seems though in this session, you don't need an amazing lap time. You just need an all right one to come up for pole position. Thibaut Casamon not looking particularly pleased about how things have gone in that final sector. He'll work his way up towards the line. He could challenge Bennett here for pole position, but unfortunately that final sector just not good enough. Ends up on a 7-4-7. The rest of that was pretty decent.
Yeah, it was up until that point not too bad. Of course, has been battling illness, has Thibaut Casamon, and definitely looked a little bit distressed in the sim rig. Whether that's about the lap or about his sort of well-being at the moment is something to confirm a little bit later on. Hanyovski, though, next across the line. Not too bad to the first sector, pretty much right where he wants to be in the middle sector. This is probably going to be up there, not quite maybe going to be pole, but probably about a 36.7, maybe around that sort of area. Across the line, though, it's a 36.6. Not too bad for Yovski.
I think maybe he feels like he could have gone quicker, but yeah, that's a decent lap time, 36.6. What about Kevin Ellis Jr., who's in the last couple of qualifying sessions just been a little bit away from where he's really needed to be. Needs that late apex through the final corner to give him that run up towards the line. No reaction just yet, and that might be a good sign here for Kevin Ellis Jr. This could be a 0.6, and it could be quite close to Luke Bennett. Up towards the line now for Virtus.pro, just when they need their Scotsman to step up. He has. Kevin Ellis Jr. takes the pole.
Very impressive from Kevin Ellis Jr. there, but can he hang on to it to the end of the session? Here comes Kevin Siggy, 26.4 in the first sector, and then he's followed that with a 35.6. This could be a good lap. This could challenge. It could get under that 36.606. Ellis Jr. has been on pole position for not 15 seconds, but it could come to a close immediately. Siggy up towards the line. What's he looking like? Can he steal it away? Oh. Yes, he can. It's a 36.599. 1 time left to go.
Nicely done there from our 2024 drivers champion. Wojtek Fiala will be the last one across the line. It's pretty decent to the first sector, also pretty decent to the second sector. He's really stepped up in qualifying as Wojtek Fiala, but it seems that Kevin Siggy seems pretty confident that he's got pole position. Will Fiala be able to cause a bit of an upset towards the front end of the field, or at the very least get another Virtus.pro towards the sharp end and maybe disrupt Redline's day and their plans of getting into finalist mode here at Fuji? Across the line, breaks the beam. Where does he put that car? I think it was P3 in the end.
It was, yeah. Very good time from Fiala, but it's Team Redline who will be most pleased. They only need 18 points to reach finalist mode, but that's not really what they're worried about. They're trying to keep Virtus.pro and Vitality as far in the rearview mirror as possible so that they don't end up losing this championship on points or anything silly happening a little bit later on. So being up towards the front still rather important. Let's go back to the studio and analyse that qualifying session.
Well, there it is. Redline officially on top. 18 points is what is needed for them to reach or surpass the 250-point threshold to be match point qualified. It looks like nothing can slow them down. An impressive performance from Kevin Siggy. First, it was Bennett leading the charge. He drops down, and then Siggy retakes the lead. So you're going to have Bennett and Siggy up at the top for Redline, looking to hold it down on Fuji. Question is, who can challenge them? And is McCormack starting to slip? Well, let's take a look at our qualifying results for the race number 6 on Fuji. Mac, what do we see?
Well, tremendous job from Siggy, right? They need to make sure that Virtus.pro doesn't score enough points to get into finalist mode. I think they're not too worried about getting the finalist mode themselves. That's almost guaranteed in the next round. But of course, they're trying to slow down VP. VP can still get into finalist mode, but Redline's job now is to slow them down so they don't get it. Of course, Redline, they probably wouldn't really care too much if they score 18 points now or 80, because they just need to win in the next round then. So yeah, their job is all about slowing VP down.
That's it. Well, Chim, to put it in perspective, if the qualifying results, if we replicate this for the end of race results, Redline would be at 275, Virtus.pro at 209, and Vitality at 134.
It's going to be close because that VP gets to 209. Over 200, that means in race 7, there's a high chance they're getting into finals mode. You said champions?
It's finals mode, match point.
Yeah, match point. And if they get match point, then it's going to go to race 8 for the finals. And who's going to win that one, you know? And I hope it goes to race 8, if I'm honest.
You know, who was I talking to? I think it was Joshua Rogers earlier, and he said, you know what we should do? We should just do it where, hey, the first 7 races, they don't matter. Just finish it off in one hot lap on race 8. That would have been pretty fun and wild, but of course, that's not how it ends up unfolding. Let's look at our Ramco pole position as Siggy will be on the screen. Taking it, Mac, what do we see?
Yeah, really good lap from Siggy. Just looked pretty consistent throughout. You can see he's struggling a little bit with the steering here. I mean, it is a really tricky section, right? It's super technical. You can't run it out crazy wide here. This is just starting his lap. Normally you'd stay a little bit tighter. Here's obviously trying to just get the run in, starting his lap as fast as possible. But I think Siggy just really pulled that lap together quite well. A lot of people were close, but Siggy was just the best.
Yeah, but that top 5 was ridiculously close. I think they were separated by 800ths of a second. 5 people, and it's great to see how accurate the Fuji track is, by the way, in Rennsport, because I've actually raced here and lived near the track for a long time, and even the buildings around it is pretty close.
Laser scanned even the buildings on the outside. Rennsport, revolutionary. It is a phenomenal game, and well, Mac, as we do end our Ramco pole position, again, Siggy just on fire.
Yeah, exactly. And here, this turn 2 is so difficult. It's so fast, it's really deceptive. You also go downhill, it's super easy for the car to understeer. It's so hard to stay composed there, especially because the next corner is also kind of a tight right-hander that you have to roll out a little bit. Yeah, great lap from Kevin.
Very tough corner, technical corner.
Great job indeed. Kevin Siggy up in front. Ellis Jr. there from Virtus.pro and Fiala. So things do look a bit scary for Siggy. Nikolai, your boys trying to overtake and keep things competitive. I believe in them, and it's been phenomenal being able to, you know, obviously talk to you about the club championship, about who Virtus.pro is, you know, I'll give you the floor. Is there anything you want to let your fans know, whether it be Rennsport or as a whole, when it comes to, of course, the Esports World Cup?
Well, as I said, first of all, this is a team game. So as you can see from the results of qualification, the other guys of the team are ready to carry the team forward.
That's right.
And I'm pretty sure that all Rennsport fans who are now viewing the broadcast will want to have all 8 races. So let's cheer for VP.
Let's cheer for VP, see how far they go. They're looking to go all the way, currently in 2nd place, which would be honestly a great showing, a great finish regardless for the organization, something they weren't able to do last year. It was Team Vitality who finished off 2nd. So this would be a nice boon, a nice advantage in the Club Championship Trophy race. But for Redline, well, they're looking to take points away for those organizations in the Club Championship race. And they have the opportunity to do that. 250 is just around the corner, and so is race 6 on Fuji. Let's send it to our casters, Lewis McGlade, Ewan O'Leary, and Zach Sweeney.
It's almost like when we give him the right information, he gets it right.
What? No, look. We don't talk. Look, my spreadsheets are all right, not the commentary schedule.
Yeah. Well, anyway, never mind. It is us 3. We're ready for race 6, and it could be an absolutely crucial race as well. If things were to end as it is, Redline, unsurprisingly, would be into finalist mode. That's not the surprising thing. The thing really here, I think, in this next race, is about how close Virtus.pro and Vitality are really going to stay.
It's more about Virtus.pro staying right up to that limit. They need to make sure that they're basically in position to get into finalist mode in the next race.
Yeah, absolutely. They're 41 points away at the moment. If it stays as it is, as we know, things could really change. But that was a good qualifying for them. 3 on the first 3 rows. So then, Kevin Siggy got the pole on day 2 around here at Fuji, Team Redline. It's been a while since his last, but he's back on pole again on day 4, right when it matters, race 6. He's got a lot of non-teammates around him, though. Only Luke Bennett up there with him as well. Up towards the line they come. The long run to the line here at Fuji. Siggy waits, and now Siggy goes. With Ellis Jr. on the inside of him, this could get very interesting in towards turn number 1. They already fell out to 3 wide in the background, as you can see. That's a look down the inside from another one of the red line cars down in towards turn 1. But it's Virtus.pro across the front, 3 wide in towards turn 1. Slightly late on the brakes from Fiala, and he's going to pay for that. Few positions lost. Kevin Ellis Jr. though, out the other side of the corner, gets into the lead in his turn 3.
Full send Fiala there. That was impressive stuff as they got side by side between Yajovski and Bennett. They go their way through T3. They get squeezed off. Now the inside line comes in from Bennett as they head their way through 100R.
Yeah, this is fantastic stuff. Of course, Vitality and Virtus doing everything they can to stop Redline from getting into finalist mode, but they just need 18 points. It doesn't matter how far into finalist mode they go, as long as they get above that 250 point threshold, they then have an opportunity to wrap this competition up in 1 race time. This race though only just started. Wojtek Fiala trying to get feisty towards the beginning of this race. We make our way into the final sector for the first time.
Bennett's done a very good job to get up to 3rd there for Redline. It's a good start, and there's a spin from McCormack. Contact with one of the Vitalities, and again Darren McCormack goes around, not for the first time this afternoon.
It's just been one of those bits where a couple of bits of unluckiness has entered McCormack's ring, where he's been taking victories, been challenging for the victories, or it's basically been at the back of the field. He's 10 seconds off the rear end. He will not be getting anything for Virtus.pro in this race, you'd have to say. They go back out onto this enormous 1.5 kilometres straight here at Fuji, and it's Kevin Ellis Jr. just about leading the way.
Yeah, Kevin Siggy's got Luke Bennett though as a nice rear gunner. Could well be giving him some assistance with the slipstream, but look at that. It's exponential as he gets closer. The slipstream gets stronger. Kevin Ellis Jr. parking his Aston Martin in the middle of the circuit, brings it back over to the left though as Kevin Siggy goes with him, not really taking too many risks. Sebastian Jarman I think as well, Jeffrey Rietveld in the background trying to make some moves on Mikhail Statsenko, but I think that's the consensus. Siggy and Bennett know they don't need to take any risks. Siggy on his own is scoring enough points, they just need 2nd.
Bit of a puzzling one, I've got to say. Kevin Siggy there staying behind, but you can understand why the 2 Redline teammates want to stay together there in 2nd and 3rd.
But they don't need to do anything more, right? They're in 2nd and 3rd. They're scoring enough points. They only need to score, and yes, it was 18, or I'm getting my old age is catching up to me already. They don't need to score that much, just a little bit. Here's McCormack.
Yeah, it's just he just gets pinched by the Vitality and then just I think maybe doesn't see him or doesn't think he's alongside, turns into the left. I think it's one of those where it's 50-50. You can go either way, but McCormack in that situation, in the situation he's in with being so close to a race ban, shouldn't have really taken many risks there and just given a little bit of space.
Yeah, exactly. I agree. I think he did probably just come across there, and unfortunately the just lack of form or at least consistency in the last few races has cost Darren McCormack and indeed Virtus.pro. You can see what a talisman he is for them, because now that he's dropped towards the back end of the field, he is, as a team, they're starting to struggle a bit more. That was a bit wide from Jeff Rietveld in the background. Seb Job, wonder how those two are going to play it, whether they might reverse those places.
I mean, look, they're going to have to try, I say they're going to have to try something. Again, it's one of those ones where Redline just need to keep themselves clean. They don't want to be picking up any major penalty points. They just want to be ticking off some major in-race points. To see if there's a switch this time, I don't actually think there will be. The threat will be more about if they're giving any extra positions to those behind. That said, we are going to see Siggy try something here. Why not take off some points off of Virtus.pro? To the inside comes Kevin Siggy as he fires his way down the inside at T1. Nice easy move, bit of a brush between them. Could the door be open though for Bennett?
Yeah, it is indeed. It's going to be the outside though by the time they reach turn number 3, so Kevin Ellis Jr. is going to have to be on the defensive though, tucked back in. The thing for Virtus.pro here, and this is why it's so important that McCormack's is spun and Ellis Jr. is now falling behind. Virtus.pro, even if Redline, which is looking likely, get into finalist mode in this race, Virtus.pro need to be in a prime opportunity to get it in the next race, to be in position for that final race when we go to Spa. Right now, before Ellis Jr. lost the lead and lost second place, they were then 45 points away. It's going to be so difficult if things stay as they are for them to get into finalist mode. It's going into the hands of Team Redline.
So now they're 54 behind, and that is a big score needed in race 7, and that is very, very difficult to regain. Let's have another look at that pass for the lead down in towards turn 1.
Yeah, and this could be it. Basically, this move, as much as we're saying, maybe this, that, and the other, if you're basically making it so much harder for finalist mode for VP, then you're effectively making your journey to the crown that little bit easier. If they can't get into finalist mode by the final race, effectively the job's done before it's over.
Yeah, exactly that, and they just need to hold either finalist mode or that points advantage going into the final race at Spa. So they're giving themselves as much ammunition as possible to win this championship, and that's exactly what Redline do. They give themselves these opportunities. They really capitalise when they need to. Not only are they getting into finalist mode to win it in the next race, but they're also putting Virtus.pro on the back foot to ensure that Redline have the advantage going into Spa. We're riding on board with Yuri Tayman, Wojtek Fiala and Erhan Yuyovski doing battle going into turn 1. Wojtek Fiala was trying to go to the outside onto the grass, and it's a creative judgment of a move, but not one I'd really go for myself.
What was Wojtek Fiala doing there? I've got no idea. He was trying to get down the outside when there was almost no space between Yuyovski's car and the grass, but he stays in 5th position for now. That was very weird for a team who absolutely can't afford penalty points.
We were all into the comms booth for that one. My goodness, Fiala was that was a creative interpretation of the Fuji Speedway, but still an attempt is an attempt. We go back to Sebastian Job in 8th and 9th. Can he make up any more positions on Statsenko?
Yeah, does he need to though at this point? And yeah, you're taking points away from Virtus.pro, but they're already in a position where it is going to be unlikely for them to get into finalist mode in race 7. So for Job, I think he knows his job. Same too with Rietveld, is to just be there if they need to and capitalise when they do. Lap 4 of 10, we're about to tick that off and start the 5th lap of the race. Kevin Siggy controlling it from Luke Bennett, and they've got a prime position ahead of Kevin Ellis Jr. So with the more laps that we tick off in this race, the more in favour it looks to go to Redline. But if there's one thing not only R1 but this week alone has shown is that you cannot count it out until the checker flag waves, and well, in the case of Maus, even after that.
And Kevin Ellis Jr. at the moment just doesn't seem to have the speed quite. Statsenko is under attack from Job into the final corner, and that could allow the Team Redline cars to get together here. They are starting to dominate the Esports World Cup final right now. Race 6 is on its way to going their way, I'm afraid, at the moment for the others. Virtus.pro and Vitality in real trouble here as far as trying to keep Redline away from the title again. Here comes Sebastian Job, inside line in towards turn number 1, and Mikhail Statsenko, who needs to try and hold on to every single point they can.
Statsenko still trying to hang firm around the outside. Sebastian Job takes over 7th position, and things go from bad to worse for VP. Redline, they are taking control here in Riyadh once again. They are such a strong force when it comes to racing at LAN. They proved that last year in 2024. They've not had the same level of domination in 2025, and yet still they are potentially getting into position to become our champions.
Yeah, Team Redline don't need to be the dominant force. They are just always there. They're always a thorn in whoever they're fighting with. Of course, Porsche Commander came into this as their big rivals. Then it was Virtus.pro and Vitality that stepped up and were, in all honesty, really matching them. Dara McCormack kicking the day off with 3 wins on the bounce. And for a moment, we were thinking, do Virtus.pro have a chance? But that ruthless consistency from Team Redline is proving, and it's showing through the cracks in the defense of Vitality and Virtus.pro. Even though Sebastian Job is only P7, even though Jeffrey Rietveld is down in P9, they're doing exactly what they need to do in order to hang on to that advantage. And the Esports World Cup 2025, Redline once again just showing yet another level in this competition.
Siggy and Bennett are showing that right now in this race in spades. They're just over a second ahead of Kevin Ellis Jr. at the moment. It's up to Virtus.pro and Vitality now to try and disrupt things, but Statsenko's going the wrong way as it stands. Jeff Rietveld's next on the menu, and he's going to be going into 8th place, surely. A late defence, a late move on the front straight, but Jeff's down the inside anyway. Inside line into turn 1 doesn't always prevail, though. So who's going to get in on the brakes? Tight on the inside, Statsenko pushed wide. Bit of a slide for Rietveld as well, but Statsenko loses a place.
Here comes Chinchik as well. It could get even worse for VP. Straight to the outside comes Marcel Chinchik. He'll send it in at 3. The outside line can work here. He's been pushed off the road. There'll be potentially Vitality arguing that contact pushed him out wide. But at the moment, Chinchik has come through into 9th. Now, even the opportunity to get into finalist mode is almost slipping through the fingers of VP in the next race.
Yeah, it's not looking good, of course. The maximum amount of points you can score for a race is 76. They're getting dangerously close to that. And that's if everything goes to plan, goes perfectly. 1, 2, 3, and 4. And that's going to take a lot, especially in something this competitive, in a field this competitive, and especially with Redline at the moment in finalist mode. They are not going to let that happen at all. VP are not in a good position at all. Let's take a look back, though, as to what happened down in towards turn 1.
Yeah, this is Jeff Rietveld trying to get past Mikhail Statsenko into turn 1. Of course, he would manage. Just see the way that he just carts him off wide there. Not illegally forcing him off the circuit, that would get you a penalty, but just carting him slightly wide, ushering him to the edge of the road.
At the moment, 192 points is what VP would be on. They'd be 58 points away from finalist mode, so they would need an unbelievable performance when they go racing next time for race number 7, and that would also need to deny Redline, who are destined for finalist mode at the moment. They effectively, at this point, have one hand on the trophy.
Yeah, exactly, of course, and Motorsport is going to throw some surprises, but if there's one thing that seems almost certain, that was a bit of a snap of oversteer, actually, I think, just for Sebastian Jobe on the exit of turn number 1, able to keep it under wraps, though, as we approach the closing stages of this race. And Kevin Siggy controlling this race, they're just breaking away. They're working together so well up in front, and they're just working together, again, similar to sort of what you see in cycling. They're using the slipstream of each other. What happens? Bennett gets really close to Siggy, uses the slipstream, and then sort of pushes the air back onto the back end of Siggy to give him a bit of aerodynamic assistance as well, and it's just allowing them to bridge that gap and cement control in this race. On board though, Hanyovski has got sight for a podium. Vitality know that time is of the essence. They probably are thinking that Team Redline are going to win this soon. If they want any chance at second place and an extra 40 grand worth of prize money and the club championship points as well, they really need to be starting to gain.
And there's Darren McCormack. How was CV feeling at the moment? I agree. I think that, you know, the incident that he was involved with and got spun round in a moment ago was down to him. But, you know, it all goes back to qualifying, doesn't it? You don't get that slowdown, you're not involved in that in the first lap.
Yeah, I'm sure he's devastated at the moment. Sebastian Jobe, I believe this is making a look to the inside of Yuri Tomin. Brush between them as they come their way through the final corner. 3 laps left to go at the line. Sebastian Jobe's actually been looking quite a lot in that final corner. I wonder if that's to try and slow down the car ahead to work their way out onto the stretch. Then he gets back into the slipstream. It's so long that you can use that to fire your way to the inside as Tomin takes them all the way to the wall.
Yeah, very good stuff there from Tomin, giving him everything, but not a centimetre over the limit. But Sebastian Jobe is getting his elbows out, tries to muscle out some room going in towards turn number 1 and pushes the Vitality car all the way to the exit of the road. Sebastian Jobe works his way back in his 6th. Now the fight's not done yet. Tomin looks to go back to the inside of turn number 3, puts his nose there, but Jobe chops it off and takes the apex.
That was very good defending in the second part there from Jobe, but how about the bumping and barging down in towards turn 1, by the way, driving each other on the straight?
I've done some touring car racing. That was it. You don't typically see touring car racing in GTs, but that was definitely a little bit of that. A lot of door banging, and to be fair, they're kind of lucky that when you make that contact, that you don't end up going straight on at T1.
Yeah, you have got to be so careful. We saw that yesterday. Jobe gets the job done, definitely.
That is
has been the case.
I'm so sorry.
I mean, the pun is terrible, especially considering the pronunciation is different. But you've got to respect the sign.
Jobe gets the job done.
Yeah, but after commentating on Alex Dunn,
he gets the job done
because it was always, you know, it's done. And it's, I understand it, but I also hate it.
It's a cliche, if that's the right word. Out the final corner again, you can see, by the way, I've been noticing this over the last couple of laps. Kevin Jr. is not slow. It's just slower than the 2 red lines out front. You can see Hanyovski really pushing to even keep up. He's not had a single chance yet. Fiala as well, who's driving really well, by the way, in 5th place. He's not really able to keep up either. So this is a super fast front to this race. But Kevin Siggy at Fuji does seem to be a combination that is going well together.
Well, of course, when we raced this in the round 1, we raced it twice, and it was Redline versus Coanda versus Williams, and then there was Redline versus Coanda versus Virtus.pro, which versus Pro, that's quite hard to say, but we'll gloss over that. Redline won on both occasions. It was a double pole position. It was Kevin Siggy in the first one, Sebastian Jobe on pole position in the second. A race victory for Sebastian Jobe in the first one, and for Luke Bennett in the second. My point being is Redline have kind of controlled this circuit when they have raced around it, and it looks like they're controlling it for the 3rd time.
Yeah, indeed. So, I mean, it's just been so good for Redline. And, I mean, speaking to Vitality, speaking to Virtus.pro, they all sort of came under the same sort of consensus that if there's any track the BMW is strong at, and again, throughout the week, the BMW hasn't really had standout tracks. Like, for the Aston, it's Jedha. For the Porsche, it's Spa. The BMW doesn't really have that. It's just sort of decent everywhere. But if there is one where it is kind of close to that sort of title as such of this being the strongest track, it would be Fuji. They've proved that both in qualifying and throughout the races as well. They're just so good at cementing control at the front and just preventing anyone else from sort of getting involved. We're about to make our way onto the final lap of the race, and it just seems that control is slipping out of the hands of Virtus.pro and Team Vitality. Redline really putting one hand on the trophy, and I don't think it's going to be long until they raise it.
As it stands, they are 58 points, Virtus.pro this is, 58 points away from finalist mode, which they would need to get in that final race, or that penultimate race rather, so that they can get enough points points at the moment as well. They are 97 behind Team Redline, so either they get into finalist mode in the next race, or they get Redline close enough so that they can overtake them on points. Both are looking a little bit unlikely at the moment.
Small thing also, but you know, they've also got MVPs, the team MVP award up for grabs as well. Luke Bennett at the moment is the second highest point scorer in the Esports World Cup in 2025. Now, with a couple of issues in the last couple of races from Darren McCormack, he has actually become #1 on the average point score. He's scoring 15.9 on average, which means it's basically his average finishing result in this Esports World Cup is third.
Yeah, Luke Bennett, honestly, I have to say, I'm so incredibly impressed. I mean, one of the stats that I wrote down about him coming into this LAN event was that he's statistically not great at LAN. Coming into this, only 4% of his wins happened at LAN, but he's so consistent. He's got the most podiums for Redline. He's got the most races for Redline, and this week he has really stepped up with race victories, podiums, pole positions, you name it, the lot. He has done so much work for Team Redline. The entire team have done so much work for their colleagues, their compatriots, those that they fight arms in arm with, and it's only a matter of time before they maybe do the double for the championship.
Well, they've got 2 more races to do it, but they are going to be in finalist mode. Kevin Siggy wins at Fuji in race 6 of the Esports World Cup final, and Team Redline are now within touching distance of this World Cup. There is Darren McCormack, who's been such a thorn in their side this afternoon, unable to do anything as Virtus.pro slip away. It's Team Redline who make it to finalist mode first.
They are on top. Another victory for Kevin Siggy. Luke Bennett up there as well. Superb stuff, great results, and it does seem as though BMW M Team Redline, Red Bull Sim Racing are taking control of the Esports World Cup.
This is insane. We could well just be one race away from wrapping up this competition, the first competition of Esports World Cup in 2025, and it looks like once again Redline are the favourites. Could they wrap it up on the penultimate race of the day?
Well, let's see. There's Kevin Siggy being congratulated very warmly.
Hello.
A bit too warmly.
Very
for my
close.
liking. Sebastian Job walks off the stage, and he knows he's done a very, very good job indeed in this race once again, just to pick up those smaller points outside the top 5. It's Kevin Siggy who wins, though, ahead of Luke Bennett, with Kevin Ellis Jr. slipping from first, as he was at the end of lap 1, to third by the end. Hanyoski, the best of the Vitalities, in 4th, ahead of Wojciech Fiala, who had a good race, in 5th. Then Job, ahead of Toman and Rietveld to round up the red lines. Stapsenko and Kazabon on the rest of the top 10, ahead of Marcel Cintic, who got that slowdown in qualifying. And Darren McCormack, who had that only incident of the race, that only spin of the race anyway, finishing down in 12th. We'll have a short break and be back with some analysis from race 6 and a preview to a crucial race 7 after this.
This land is calling.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Esports World Cup featuring Rennsport. That might have very well been our final break of the day, because going into race 7 on Jedha, Redline have surpassed the 250-point threshold to make the match point eligible. Hey, things start to get real, and there's a lot of storylines going into this race 7 that we need to break down without question. But let's go ahead and recap at least race number 6, which was on Fuji. A wonderful 1-2 finish for the likes of Kevin Siggy. Luke Bennett says they finished 1 and 2. Virtus.pro, though, didn't go out empty-handed. They do get Ellis Jr. in 3rd place, Iofsky in 4th, and Fiala in 5th. So Virtus.pro looking relatively healthy. Vitality, though, still struggling a bit, right? They've got a couple more races to try and gain onto Virtus.pro. Virtus.pro have one more race in order to break the 250-point threshold, or else race 8 is going to be very, very painful for them alongside that of Vitality. But the crowd is getting into it. They're getting ready, because at this point in time, Redline are looking like your favorites. And, well, for the fans out there who are supporting Redline, you know they're as happy as they could possibly be. And to go back-to-back years and with the same roster, what a feeling it would have to be. Hey, here it is, your full race results. Mac, we take a look at it again. For Redline, Kevin Siggy, Luke Bennett, they're 1 and 2.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, ideal scenario for Redline, right? They're in contention for the victory, basically, next race. And VP is not. Kevin got the lead a little bit early, but yeah, it wasn't enough. I mean, the Redline guys were just too strong. It was a little bit unfortunate as well for McCormack that he had that slowdown, because all of his teammates were actually quite far up the grid this time. So if McCormack would have been able to snatch that pole, they potentially would have been able to do a lot more damage.
Without a doubt. And it's, you know, McCormack, he's been the reason why Virtus.pro has remained so competitive throughout the grand finals. But as he starts to slow down, does that also mean the chances of Virtus.pro reaching 250 also slows down? Well, you have to question. Of course, I'm Taylor Reflections Noble, your host. James Baldwin back on the desk. Mac Backham. James, great to see you. We've been watching the races. We now have Redline officially past 250 points. What does that mean for the competition?
Well, it's game on, isn't it? It's finalist mode, and they didn't need that many points from the last race. They only needed 18 points, but they decided to go and get a 1-2 anyway, because why not, right? Go. And they're looking strong. They could get the job done in the next race. Virtus.pro is still in their hands. If they go and win the next race and get a big points haul and win race 8, they can still win this.
Well, look, there is a real reason why, though, Redline would want 1 and 2 to get as many points as possible, because let's say we don't officially get a match point winner. We only have a guaranteed 8 races, which means it would then come down to total point tally, right? Which means Redline would win anyways. So they've got a lot of reasons to be happy at the moment, not only because of finalist mode, right, match point, but also the points category in general. Mac, what does it mean for Virtus.pro now? What do they need to do? Because to my tally, they currently sit 57 points away from 250.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, they need to regroup, and they need to perform. It's that simple. I mean, 57 points is a lot, but it's not unheard of. I actually believe Redline in this race just now scored 57 points. So for sure you can see it's doable, right? Maybe that gives them a little bit of confidence that they're seeing it like, okay, they finished here, we can probably do that too. But they really need to lock out a 1-2. That is the bare minimum that they need, and then they need their other 2 guys as well. Yeah, probably in that top 6.
Without a doubt. Well, it's been a long road to get here. Of course, from upper bracket to lower bracket, we knew our top 3 teams going into today: Redline, Virtus.pro, and Vitality. Now that we are here, 6 completed races deep, about to hop into race 7, Jedha, we now see Redline, the first official team over the match point threshold at 250. But the question remains, can anyone else reach it in time for the final race of the day? Virtus.pro at 193, 57 points away, and no Vitality much further down at 132. For Vitality, best case scenario, they catch up to Virtus.pro here. Redline, I don't know, keeps it, you know, they obviously want to win it, but I mean, for Vitality, it's going to be so difficult to try and secure a second place. But hey, it is possible. It's not over until it's over, and Vitality is going to continue to fight until the very end. How do you hold back Redline? I mean, they are now at match point in finalist mode. Do you get a little bit dirty at this point? Because, you know, you have to stop them from winning.
Yes. You know, if it comes to it, depends on the scenario, obviously. Obviously, we know Dara McCormack can outpace them, put it on pole and run away. If that doesn't happen, though, then I suppose you have to resort to dirtier tactics, as you say. But the wheels have come off a little bit for Virtus.pro, just with, you know, McCormack's Daytona initial mistake, and then he got wiped out by the red line car.
That's right.
Obviously, the slowdown at Fuji, and then the rough start to the race at Fuji as well. And that's what I said earlier. If he, and everyone's human, if it doesn't go quite right for McCormack, Virtus.pro just cannot compete with Redline.
That's right.
And that's what we've seen play out in the last few races.
Yeah, McCormack, a sensational job throughout the day. And you cannot discredit the young man. He has raced so very, very well. But the reality is, McCormack isn't performing, neither is Virtus.pro. Last race was incredible, though, in at least in the fashion for Redline. You know, Kevin Siggy, Luke Bennett's victory lane 1 and 2, and they popped off during their race against McCormack in the race previously. Let's hear the team comms from race number 6.
Yes!
Let's go. Well done.
Come on,
He's
Sig.
back.
Come on, Sig.
He's back.
Make sure you're close to me, Seb. I will let you go.
Okay,
Straight.
what, here or?
No,
Okay.
no, main straight.
Yeah, okay.
That was too much, wasn't it?
Perfection. All good. Let's keep going. Lovely, Seb.
Thank you.
No grip.
The king is back.
So good.
Nice. Come on, Sig. Nice one.
Nice one, Siggy.
Well, there it is. Wonderful communications. You can hear them getting more and more pumped up, right, as the races continue. They realize how close they are to winning the Esports World Cup featured in Rennsport in 2025. Victors defending their title from last year. They truly are making history. You've got to respect them. And Mac, we've been discussing it for Redline, one of the most historical teams R1 has to offer.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, they've been dominant for the last few years. They've been good for a lot of years, actually. I mean, I'm pretty sure they exist for over 20 years already. They've won it all, and they're looking like the favorites to do it again. I mean, you heard the team comms. They said Kevin is back. He's had a pretty rough day today, but like when they needed him most, he kind of pulled it back together and held off VP. And yeah, there you go, finalist mode.
Yeah, you know, one thing, James, that I've been so impressed with, we've had racers who are sick. We had one racer, as we heard a little bit earlier, right, go to the ER a couple of days ago, still competing today and doing their absolute best. You have to respect the Warriors mentality, and that's something, with this being my first foray into sim racing, that I've been so impressed with how hard each and every racer fights, whether that's because they maybe had a bad performance in a race previously and they have to snap back in race number 2, or again, just battling through sickness. Sim racing, it's serious, and these racers are warriors.
Yeah, at this level, all the sim races, what they don't lack is effort. Like, everyone gives it hundreds of hours of practice, which is not always that nice to do. And just listening to the Redline comms there, that
right,
you can hear that they know it's coming. Like, it's very likely they're going to win this now. And the door's still open for Virtus.pro, but it's just open. There's not much of a chance left for them to get this done.
Yeah, Sony MVP also up for grabs, right, for the #1 team, and that's $10,000 additional dollars. Of course, we're still theory crafting who's it going to be. We do have some front runners from every single team, but it's a matter of who ends up taking the victory in, of course, this year. It's going to be a fun time. It really is. And for Redline, they are on the precipice of yet another victory. You know, Mac, they go all day without winning. Of course, the points were very consistent. They were consistently 2 and 3, but now they've turned it up a notch. Now we're starting to see the red line that everybody fears.
Yeah, for sure. And you could see it in the start, right? They hadn't won a single race, but they still just kept running away with points slowly. And I think now it might also become like Vitality will realize it. Hey, we're out of this. They will probably be a little less hyped going into the races. I mean, they'll still put their best foot forward, right? But maybe when that pressure is not there anymore, you feel a little bit deflated. You're not driving your best, I think. So in that sense, I think it's also just going to end up being easier for Redline to actually win a race, because they're the only ones that actually gain from it right now.
Yeah, when it gets to this stage of the competition where there is a likely winner, there's still a lot to play for, because as a driver, as an individual, if you go out there and win 1 race, 2 races, you put yourself on the map for other teams if there's another season. So there's always a reason to go and win a race, 100% in this series, 100%.
Without a doubt, keep fighting till the very end. For Virtus.pro, how realistic is it, Mac, that they can reach that 250-point threshold. You were crunching the numbers earlier. What is it going to take for them to reach that milestone?
Yeah, it is for sure super difficult. They need that 1-2, and they need another guy in the top 5 with them. So I'm kind of looking at McCormack. He needs to perform how he did earlier in the today. I think the likely suspect would be Kevin Ellis to be P2 next to him, and then one of the other guys, top 5, and they really need it.
It's not going to be easy, James. Virtus.pro, though, nothing is easy, everything is gain, right? That's the slogan when it comes to the Esports World Cup. So they're going to have to fight hard, but they've been fighting hard all tournament long.
They have. And honestly, right, I think Dara McCormack's performance today, for me, is the best individual performance I've seen from a sim racer in a very long time. Like, he's just literally single-handedly dragged them to be able to compete for a championship. And they shouldn't have really been there, but he's just been unbelievable. So fair play to him.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, for me, McCormack has been an absolute standout. I think maybe he wasn't quite as consistent a little bit earlier on, but especially, this earlier afternoon, he was on fire. The laps he did, super consistent. It felt like he could do no step wrong, and especially considering he also was 4 penalty points away from a race ban, right? Super consistent, super clean. He put it all together.
Yeah, and when your team's not there, to put like a standout performance like that in, we saw it with Max Benecke and Maus last season. For me, that's even more impressive. If you have a team like Redline where everyone's on it, naturally the level's going to be quite high, but when a driver stands out that much, for me, that's just so impressive.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, what you said, standout. I can't really say much more. Absolute standout today.
Yeah, without a doubt, McCormack's been incredible. You got to say, Benecke's also been on fire throughout the entire tournament, not just today, right? So Redline has several superstars, and for Vitality, they also have superstars themselves. Maybe not the best performance today, but you look at Chinchik, his qualifying times throughout day 1. The fact that they're even here is sensational. They start off in the last chance qualifiers on day 1. They go to day 2. They live even longer. In fact, the way that they qualified to the stage is truly sensational, and you got to give them credit where credit is due. Everyone who made it into the top 3, regardless of performance, made it here for a very reason. And that's the same thing. That's the same thing for all 9 of the rosters who made it to this very stage, because, well, they outlasted 3 other teams from the R1 online season who didn't make it that far. But here we are, potentially the final race. The pressure starts to mount up. Mac, this could very well be the last qualifying session we see for Rennsport in 2025.
Yeah, absolutely. And we're here at Jeddah. Of course, Luke has been looking extremely strong here. I think the only way they don't win this right now is through McCormack. We've seen McCormack. He's just outperformed Luke here a little bit, but really behind him, I think Luke has been the guy. So I'm looking towards Luke to win this, and if he doesn't, it'll probably be McCormack.
I've seen at this stage of the competition before people start to do insane lap times. I don't know where they pull it from. I think there's a chance we could see maybe a 58.7 from McCormack. I'd love to see that, because it'd just be. We saw a 58.8 earlier.
You're right,
which was
right.
impressive enough. But
yes.
58.7, wow, that'd be cool.
58.7, do even better, which would kind of be nuts. I'm not gonna lie. Jedda's always fun. You favor anybody here, though? I mean, I'm just going to give hope to Virtus.pro. I sincerely hope that they can reach the 250-point threshold so we can go into race 8, and it's just going to be an absolute banger.
I was speaking to one of the Virtus.pro guys, and they came into today with this all-or-nothing approach. They're already happy with 3rd, so they literally have no nerves or no pressure. I think that's why it's worked in their favour, especially with Dara McCormack today. He's just gone full send, and it's either been pole win or finish last.
Right.
So there's every chance he could stick it on pole again, and I think he will. But I do think Redline will get the job done in this race.
I'm going to go the opposite way. I think McCormack is going to get pole, and I think he's going to run away with the win.
Okay, but either way, we're thinking Redline. They're going to have to fight at least one more race, potentially.
I think they're going to get it done in this race.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, even if McCormack gets pole, you think Redline's going to take it right back?
Pole's one thing, but we saw Bennett and McCormack go side by side into turn 1 earlier. There's every chance that it's McCormack spinning round and not Bennett, and then it's a different race altogether. So, yeah, I think Redline will get the job done here. But if not, it'd be very exciting to watch.
It would be. It definitely would be. And there'd be one more additional race, one more final race. There would be no more. 8 is the absolute maximum. But just to reiterate, for Redline, they're at 289 points. Virtus.pro at 193. That puts them 57 points away from reaching the point threshold of 250. Vitality at 132, 134. So they've got a long way to go. And potentially, you know, let's say we do go to a race 8, Virtus.pro doesn't reach the 250 point threshold, then at that point it becomes a battle for the points, you know. And for Redline here, let's say they don't win, they still have a tremendous point lead, and very well, even if they don't win here on race 7, Jedha could have so many points that it becomes mathematically impossible for Virtus.pro or Vitality to catch them, therefore securing the championship, which we'll see if that situation doesn't end up unfolding. I don't know. I have to start believing in Redline. They've won the past 2 races. And it doesn't look like they're going to be slowing down anytime soon, Mac.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, they've been on a roll. I mean, they've only been getting better, really. The 1-2 in the previous race just kind of solidified that. I think, James, I mean, you could very well be right. I think they could close it out here, but yeah, I mean, on the other hand, I really hope VP can pull through. Like you also said, they have no pressure. I think they're all going to go for it. They all know this is a do-or-die moment. Maybe that adds a little bit of pressure, of course, but at the same time, you don't have that overhanging pressure from, okay, if it goes wrong, we lose anything, right? Because they've already kind of solidified themselves as the second best team here. So if it goes right, great. They can find another day. If it doesn't, you're kind of stuck in the same position anyway.
That's my cold take, is Team Redline are going to win the Esports World Cup.
That is,
I called it.
Probably the coldest take I've heard yet. Probably the coldest take. I'm still sticking with Virtus.pro. They're coming back. They're going to reach that 250 point threshold. This is where champions are made. In moments like this, when you're 57 points away from reaching the point threshold, you've got your Baba Yaga, which is Redline, who have been dominating the scene for the longest time. Now it's time to shut them down. And Virtus.pro still have a chance to do that. It's not going to be easy, though. They're grasping at straws at the moment. But hey, I believe in them. Now they got to get through qualification. Let's go into race 7 on Jedha qualifications. Lewis McGlade, Ewan O'Leary, and Steve Brown.
It could all be done in a matter of moments. We race our way towards the Esports World Cup champions here on Rennsport. And Redline, they are taking control. We ride on board with Luke Bennett, who's been so fast, so consistent. He qualified second here earlier on in the day with a bit of drama, though, through that first and second corner, sent him off into the barrier. Darren McCormack was able to take victory. Remember, for Redline, they're in finalist mode, but they must win this race.
Absolutely. The thing for Virtus.pro is getting into finalist mode themselves. They are over 50 points away, though, and that is going to be pretty difficult to achieve over the course of just one race. What's Luke Bennett's first time going to be? This could very much set the tone for the session. 44-1 to begin with.
Yes, a good first sector. We're looking for Darren McCormack, really, for some magic to try to win this race. He's been super quick around Jedha all week, and it's his job, really, I mean, it's everyone's job, to try to deny Redline winning this race. So he's going to be out last. Luke Bennett, he's been pretty much the best challenger towards Darren McCormack around this track, of course winning yesterday. So we'll see how this lap goes. Sector 1 pretty good so far.
And importantly, between McCormack and between Bennett, they've qualified first and second in the last 3 races around the Jedha Corniche circuit. Pole position for Darren McCormack. That's all done there. That is not going to happen for Bennett. Yeah, it was a pole position for McCormack with Bennett alongside in the front row in the round robin race 3. Upper bracket 1, it was Bennett. Then from ahead of McCormack. And then in the race earlier on the day, it was McCormack from Bennett. This time, Bennett is not going to feature on the front row.
If he does, I will eat my commentary headset because he's got to slow down. So,
I am so desperate for more slowdowns. You have no idea.
There's not going to be 10 more, so that's going to be fine. Luke Bennett makes his way up towards the line. It's going to be a disappointing back of the grid finish, but look how relaxed he is. He knows that they'll get another chance a bit later on.
Yeah, here comes Erhan Yayovsky. I mean, Vitality pretty much out of this, but they're just going to look to go out with a strong finish here at Jedha. Into turn 27, sector's looking good. I mean, obviously he's going to beat Luke Bennett's time. We're looking, of course, at a low 59, maybe into the 58s on a perfect lap. He's going to head towards the line and set the benchmark for the rest to try and beat. It's a 159.2. I think there's going to be times
quicker than that. All three, I can count, don't worry. 3 cars that have come through that first sector have struggled in the first sector. 44.1, we expect them to go a little bit faster in that opening sector. Kevin Ellis Jr. Will be the one to come through now. This will challenge Hanyovski's 59.2, but it's not going to be working its way into that very, very impressive sort of lap time that we expect from McCormack and such. Across the line, 59.240.
Now then, this is the main man, Darren McCormack, who again has gone quick in that first sector, very quick in that first sector. Second sector, right on some of the best times we've seen in 2025. This could be an extraordinary lap time from Darren McCormack. If he can get into those 58.9s, he will be very, very pleased and surely on pole. Up towards the line then for Darren McCormack, just when Virtus.pro need it most. He delivers again. It's the 158.9.
Incredible lap, and Virtus.pro need to lock out the front of the grid just to deny Team Redline getting those maximum points or getting high point score here, or obviously the race win. And here we go, Statsenko down into towards turn 27. Sector 1 is it's a couple of tenths away from where he ideally needs to be. Bit of a shuffle on the steering wheel on the exit of the final corner. He drives to the line then. Virtus.pro top 2 already. He is going to drop into 4th place with a 59.3.
And now we get our 4th and final Virtus.pro driver. We've seen McCormack, we've seen Ellis Jr., we've seen Statsenko, and with the first 6 cars that are about to finish crossing the line with Wojtek Fiala behind the wheel, Virtus.pro's chances will have all been used up. But that 58.9, that's going to be a tough lap to beat, but there are drivers that can beat it. Chinchik, Job, Siggy, they can all do it. Here comes Wojtek Fiala up to the line. Where's he going to go?
Nice
into
lap.
2nd position.
Very nice lap from Wojtek Fiala on that occasion, 59.2. But what about the others? Because, as you say, there are some other drivers who can go quicker than that, and Kevin Siggy's certainly one of those. He'll be a little bit later on. This is Jeff Rietveld. 1st and 2nd sectors are okay. I think it's going to put him around that 0.2, 0.3 mark again here for the Dutchman. What is the time going to be? Our second of our 4 Team Redline drivers. He looks up towards the time, and it is a 0.3, just ahead of Mikhail Statsenko.
Yeah, it's a little bit disappointing there for Team Redline. 5th and 7th at the moment. It's not looking too good for them. We've already had the 4 Virtus.pro drivers deliver their lap times. Here comes Yuri Toman. He's been very quick. 44.0 first sector is solid. 37.7 likewise. Is he going to be able to displace the trio of Virtus.pro drivers at the front of the pack? He heads to the line, couple more meters to go, and he does. He goes second with a 58.997. Very impressive.
Breaking the 58 barrier. Here we go. So Yuri Toman, he was challenging, but again, for Redline, that's almost worse because there's another car now that they have to beat. There's another car that could be between them and victory. Here's Thibaut Casabon. The first sector, not great. The second sector, not exactly brilliant. To be fair, that second sector was pretty quick, actually. I'll hold back on that one. The second sector's decent. The first sector's going to hold him back a little bit, and you can see Casabon, he's not been feeling good all week, and he doesn't think he's feeling so good out there on the racetrack. He'll cross the line and we'll go into 8th position. Here comes Kevin Siggy. We go a long way back to him because we are missing one driver in this qualifying session, a qualifying ban for Marcel Chinchik.
And that's very bad news for Team Vitality, who know they can't win the Esports World Cup at this stage, but they can get second if they better Virtus.pro in this race, and indeed in the last one as well. They could get those extra thousands of dollars in prize money, and it absolutely would be as well. As you say, Casamon's time, not bad for a man who's grimacing every time there's a straight. He does look in real pain this afternoon. But anyway, Siggy into the final corner.
Well, here we go then, into that last turn. It is Kevin Siggy, 44.159. That's not great, but it's not terrible either. I think this is going to go to 3rd position. It should be just ahead of Wojtek Fiala. Up towards the line goes Kevin Siggy. One final lap time left to go in this qualifying session. Siggy does indeed go to 3rd, and then it all falls to Sebastian Job. Really, they need to be on that front couple of rows for a chance at victory.
Absolutely, they certainly do. What can Sebastian Job do in terms of that? A 0.7 in the second sector is absolutely where you need to be, and a 0.1 in the first is decent for a BMW. Looks like he's going to be in the 0.0, 0.1. He'll be on the second row, I think, with Kevin Siggy, and that is a decent place to be for Team Redline, but it should be Darren McCormack taking pole. What's it going to be? It is a little bit slow from Job. It's a 0.2, in fact, but it's fourth place. Redline occupy the second row.
Yeah, really good delivery there at the very end. The pressure was on because everyone else had delivered their lap times, but they're in a good position. Second row, they can look to try and fight forward from there. Of course, we know the carnage kind of unfolds on that first chicane, but I think Redline will be fairly happy with that.
This is a must-win for Team Redline. It's a must-win for Virtus.pro as well if they are to challenge for finalist mode. Virtus.pro are a fair way away from it. They got to get a good result here, but Team Redline are on the cusp of doing something very special. Let's head back to the studio for analysis and build-up for what is going to be a chaotic race.
Indeed, it is going to be Kevin Siggy, Sebastian Job, who have a real chance to lock it down for the Rennsport 2025 Esports World Cup Championship. To go back-to-back, can those two get the job done? Well, McCormack is going to try and silence that question. Let's take a look at our qualifying race results to get a full picture of what we are heading into for race number 7, which of course is going to be on Jedha. For McCormack, though, can he keep the hopes and dreams alive for the team of Virtus.pro? Well, the opportunity is absolutely there. The man has been sensational all day long. He just has to lock it down one more time, Mac.
Yeah, for sure. McCormack did his job. He needs to win, though. It was a little bit unlucky, I guess, for VP. They were looking good for a while with Fiala and Kevin Ellis, but they're just a little bit out of position. Fiala and Kevin, they need to move forward. They really need to get to the podium. And then you just got to hope that Redline will even allow that, right? I mean, they're going to fight tooth and nails.
Without a doubt. It's going to be hard to knock down Kevin Siggy and Sebastian Job. How realistic is it that they work their way up the pack to take over first place?
There's every chance they can do that, and the good thing is there's two of them there, and they can work together. I'm not sure what Toman's going to do at the start here because they're not in the championship fight. I'm guessing he's just going to go for the victory.
Try and stop it.
Yeah, he could play a big factor in this race, but I just want to stress how hard it is to get a pole in ESL R1 at this level. And McCormack's just making it look so easy. Every single qualifying session, pole, like every time.
Unreal.
It's wild.
Well, speaking of pole, let's move into our Ramco pole position to watch. Of course, McCormack, once again, we've been watching him all day long in these pole positions. He is truly phenomenal. Well, here it is as we go into it. I believe he gets a 1:58.93, so which is super, super fast. I think, were you guys calling for a 5.8? Well, Mac, we ended up getting it.
I mean, we were kind of hoping for a 0.7 if we were secretly, But, I mean, a 0.9 is still a tremendous lap, right? He's pole position for a reason. Like James said, all these guys are so good. Just to get a single pole position in this series is super difficult. How many has he got today? 5, 6? We're running into one right now. Pretty hard braking zone. Then we have the chicane. This is going to be super tricky in the race, right? We've always seen these two wides here, and we've seen a lot of carnage here as well. It's really tricky to kind of keep your line there, give enough space. It's such a huge balance. You don't want to give too much space. Because you don't want to give your competitor space, right?
Yeah, and off the brake into turn 3. And then this section's all about how much throttle can you keep throughout this section to keep the minimum speed up and get as close to the walls as you can. And it's very easy to clip the walls. And this is coming to the end of sector 1, so you want to just down a gear, get the car dialed into the right-hander, and then fire off the left because there's a little straight coming up here into sector 2 as we approach turn 13, which is a banked left-hander. So no doubt sector 1 was absolutely rapid for Dara on this lap. Pretty much every sector was rapid, and that was half of his pole lap.
Well, there it is. We've got McCormack up in first. Toman, who has proven to be a winner in the past days. Can he be a winner when it matters most? To stop Redline from taking the tournament, giving him more of an opportunity for Vitality to shoot up the standings. And for Kevin Siggy and, of course, Luke, who's going to be just below him, they're looking to end this tournament right here, right now. Secure the $500,000 prize pool. Of course, $200,000 going to them, but more importantly, the glory of going back-to-back and keeping Redline in the conversation of the most dominant team in R1 history. So much depends on this race number 7. Jedha is at the end of our tournament. We've had 4 epic days of battles. This is just one of them, but arguably the most important battle Redline has to fight. This is their opportunity. The question is, are they going to take it? Will they secure victory? Do they want to go back-to-back and earn the championship once again? I think the answer is undeniably yes. But of course, it's up to the competitors to decide how this race unfolds. And for Virtus.pro, a real chance to catch up and ultimately surpass 250 points. If they can do so, then they have a chance to steal the championship away from Redline. So much depends on this race for multitude of reasons. For Virtus.pro, surviving, maybe thriving in the future. For Redline, ending the tournament now, determining they are undisputably the best team in R1 history. It comes down to this. Chat, get loud. Let us know, who do you think is going to take it? Because Jedha could very well be the last race we witness for the Esports World Cup Rennsport 2025. To get the party started, let's send it over to Jedha with Lewis McGlade, Ewan O'Leary, and Steve Brown.
This could be it then. We could be entering the final race. We could be seeing our champions crowned. You can see in the background there, finalist mode has been activated. Team Redline have passed that crucial 250-point threshold. But the drama of the Jedha Corniche circuit beckons. And, I mean, look, do you reckon they can do it?
I think it's going to be difficult for them, actually. That qualifying session showed that Yuri Tobin and Darren McCormack, who have been two of the most successful drivers here this week, are in front of them, and they are not going to go down easily.
What about you, Steve? You're good friends with James Baldwin. He's got the experience of racing around here. What do you think?
Well, I think it's going to be really tough. We have seen Redline move forward in their races, but McCormack is the man to beat. He's been so good around here, so he's the main man that they're going to have to try and get ahead of.
Very much so. Earlier on in the day, it was Darren McCormack from pole position, able to take victory. Will he do it again to deny BMW M Team Redline Red Bull Sim Racing? We head on to 8 laps around this iconic circuit with McCormack, with Toman, and with an all-red line row number 2 with Job and Siggy alongside. That short run down into the first complex of corners at 1 and 2 begins here with McCormack leading away. How aggressive does Redline go when they need the victory to take the crown? We go into the first corner with McCormack leading. They go side by side. How did it all unfold? Out wide, they're playing it safe for Team Redline. It's still going to be McCormack leading from Toman, but importantly, Siggy and Job survive.
And Fiala slipped back there as well as far as Virtus.pro scoring points is concerned. Side by side between Kevin Ellis Jr. and Sebastian Job through the first sector. My goodness, this is going to be tight through here. Still side by side, door to door again. Into the double left-hander, they're still going. Kevin Ellis Jr. now on the outside line. He's still there. He's just off the circuit. And now here comes Jeff Rietveld.
Yeah, that's crucial for the race that Siggy and Job managed to stay in front, stay in 3rd and 4th. Now they can just work towards moving up towards Toman and McCormack. But yeah, that was crucial that they stayed ahead there.
Toman and McCormack almost need to work slightly together to deny Team Redline here. Kevin Siggy will be in tow. It's a track that favours the Aston Martin a little bit as they're going out wide, going side by side with Wojtek Fiala, who's Jeff Rietveld squeezing his way off. You've got in the background Chinchik going out wide as he goes side by side with Mikhail Statsenko. Luke Bennett in 12th position, unable to make any further progress as he goes side by side with Chinchik himself as they work their way through turn 17 and out onto the back stretch. McCormack, importantly, with a 6/10 lead. And when you get to that point, when it builds over 7/10 of a second, he's almost unbeatable as Jeff Rietveld trying to work his way past Fiala.
And he just fights him off there, does Fiala. Good job from him. At the moment, though, Virtus.pro are not scoring enough points. Only 45 of the 58 that they need. They need Kevin Ellis Jr. and Wojtek Fiala to move forward and start scoring some of those big points.
Yeah, these gaps have opened up quite a lot on this opening lap with Job having to fight off Kevin Ellis Jr. He's already a second behind Siggy. And this is looking pretty good for McCormack. He's so quick and he can control the race from the front. He's got a solid gap. What's going on at the back there?
Bennett's gone round. There's been contact in the background. We'll go to a replay to see this fantastic fight between Kevin Ellis Jr. as they were working their way through. Jeff Rietveld as well. I mean, look, this is fantastic. Sorry, Sebastian Job, wasn't it? Fantastic side by side going through this section, all putting it on the line. Job on top and all of that. But there's been drama, and Rieveld's dropped to 12th. I said it was Bennett. Bennett's come through to 7th spot. The important bit, though, he's waiting for Redline. It now no longer matters how many points they score. It's about taking points off of Virtus.pro to deny them from getting into finalist mode, and it's about them winning this race.
Absolutely. It is not looking so good for Virtus.pro anymore. It was after lap 1 actually, but Wojciech Fiala was involved in that incident down at the final corner. You can see Luke Bennett and Erhan Yajovski were able to pick themselves out of it, but not many of the others were. Unless there are some serious penalty points for Redline, it doesn't look like they're going to be pegged back quite enough here to keep them in check, and even on points they might be able to win this Redline.
Yeah, I'm just watching Sebastian Job. He's just dropping off now. He's 2.5 seconds off the race lead. He really needs to get onto the back of Siggy, but he's got more of the attention of Kevin Ellis Jr. on him. So he's going to have to maybe defend, think about keeping his position rather than looking forward. So he needs to really kind of put in a couple of good laps to get away from Kevin Ellis Jr.
At the moment, Virtus.pro are 18 points shy of going into finalist mode in the final race. And what that would mean, with Redline in finalist mode and 324 points to their name, we would still do the final race. However, it almost wouldn't matter because Redline would still be crown champion. It would be mathematically impossible for them to lose. Unless they get into some seriously dangerous stuff on the circuit.
Yeah, exactly, and they absolutely wouldn't, given the situation they're in. They're also 65, Virtus.pro this is, 65 points in front of Team Vitality, so they could be caught for second, and that's why the final race will happen, because there is a difference of 40 grand in prize money, I think, between second and third. So those two teams will absolutely race that out, but Virtus.pro certainly favourites to take that.
That's almost your invoice for this, isn't it?
Thanks for that.
Oh, had to do it. Had to do it. Either way, Kevin Siggy, who's in that third spot. I mean, look, he needs to win this race, but at the moment, Steve, he's a little bit too far back. Oh, what's happened to Job?
Yeah, Job's just dropping back. I think he's having to defend. There must have been a bit of a tangle there because the gap was 2.5 seconds about a lap ago to the lead, and now it's about 3.8. So as I said, Job really not got quite the pace he would have liked. He's looking backwards, as we can see, at Kevin Ellis Jr., and Kevin Ellis Jr. just really trying to disrupt Job from making forward progress.
Now then, this is what I've been looking forward to watching. Now, Wojciech Fiala is in front of us. I think it's Rivalry on the outside here, in towards the corner. That's weird.
Fiala
they get
comes
sort
out
of
of the
connected
apex.
together, and yet there's nowhere to go really when you're stuck in behind like that.
Fiala kind of drifts off the apex slightly into the side of Rivalry, and that was what caused that spin. So if you're going to blame anyone, it probably would lean a little bit towards Wojciech Fiala, which would then cost even more penalty points to Virtus.pro and then make their journey into finalist mode even harder. Well, we work our way out onto the backstretch, and it looks like Redline will not be doing it, at least in this race, courtesy of victory, but it might not even be required courtesy of where their position is, because the important margin, Darren McCormack leads by nearly a second now.
Yeah, I think the important thing here is, Virtus.pro are about 20 or a little under that away from finalist mode. They need to find 20 points somehow in this race just to get to finalist mode. So I think the main job of Redline is just to deny them of that. It's not looking good for them. Fiala is 7 seconds off of 7th, and then Statsenko is kind of, he's in 11th. He's not going to be able to gain too many points from there. So I think the main thing is Kevin Ellis Jr. possibly gaining a few positions, but this is not looking likely for Virtus.pro.
Well, here comes Kevin Ellis Jr. side by side with Sebastian Job. We saw this earlier on in the race through the S's section. It was a fantastic fight. We're going to see it again here at T1 and 2. Up and onto the curb goes the 22 of Sebastian Job, who was the driver that took victory at Monza on the way to the Esports World Cup for Team Redline back in 2024. He's not going to be the driver in this race to do the damage. Kevin Siggy, the driver's champion of 2024, looks like he's the one that needs to do the work, but it looks like the work might be slipping through his fingers.
Yeah, Virtus.pro only putting Vitality further behind them, by the way. Given some maths I've just been passed, they wouldn't be able to get past Vitality, wouldn't be able to get past VP as things stand. So we will keep an eye on that and check on that, but looks like all 3 positions would be secure as it stands. As we say though, needing more and more points to get into finalist mode here to Virtus.pro. So not only does Kevin Ellis Jr. need to make those kind of moves on Sebastian Job and those extra 3 points that have come with it, but also Statsenko and Fiala need to move through the field as well. But Darren McCormack's doing all he can again for the 4th time here today.
Yeah, I think Job's done enough. I know he just got overtaken, but he's kind of increased that gap to Siggy and then got overtaken. So, I mean, we've got half the race left, but Kevin Ellis Jr. has 2.5 seconds to try and catch up, which is a lot. At this level, that's basically 10 years. It's going to be really difficult to try and catch that up. So I'm not seeing many positives here for Virtus.pro in their hunt for this 250 points.
Yeah, they're sat on 235 at the moment. They would be 15 shy of that finalist mode. And that's the thing, is like the reason why we hammer this home. If they get into finalist mode, despite being nearly 100 points behind Redline, if they get into finalist mode, if they are able to score some more points here, as a little bit of a look in the background from Sebastian Job, if that is the case, then that final race, if they win that, then they can steal it away from Team Redline. There is still drama as we have half of the race left to go here, side by side, between Sebastian Job and Kevin Ellis Jr. once again into T1.
Yeah, Job is just trying to make a nuisance of himself now, trying to hold back Kevin Ellis Jr. as much as possible to try and keep Virtus.pro as far away as possible in towards turn number 4, and it looks like Kevin Ellis Jr. is going to hold on, but they've done this before and managed it side by side. This time Kevin Ellis Jr. comes out on top.
Yeah, it's one of those things throughout the course of this final today. Redline have just done enough. It's not always been spectacular. They haven't always won all the races. Yes, they won race 5 and race 6. But sometimes it's just about finishing 2nd or 3rd or 5th and 6th. Just being nice and consistent. And I think Job's just doing enough. He's not having to do more than, he doesn't have to win the race, doesn't have to necessarily even beat Kevin Ellis Jr. I'm sure the calculations are coming in. They're being informed that they don't need to take too much risk. They can go through to race 8 at Spa, and then hopefully it'll be a parade for them.
Well, it would be a victory lap, like the final stage of the Tour de France when they go towards the Champs-Élysées. I know Ewan O'Leary's well into that kind of thing. To be fair, that final stage is boring as, apart from the final sprint. But at the moment, it does look as though we'll be heading to that final race because of Redline unable to take victory here. However, because of the rules, that does, the championship technically isn't done. We would need that because the qualifiers effectively for the champion, the rules state that it's not over.
Exactly. And there's the difference at the moment between the tournament ending in this race or indeed in the next one. Kevin Siggy 2 seconds behind Darren McCormack at the front end of the field. And we should, say another word for Darren McCormack, really, with 3 laps to go in this race, because he's been extraordinary this afternoon. We were talking in one of those breaks there. The incident at Daytona really did derail him a little bit, and I think he's not really been able to recover from that. Did get second again a race later, but has only come back to win now, or is looking like anyway he's going to go on to come back and win now. And had that incident not happened, of course, full of what ifs as always, but had that incident not happened, who knows what this afternoon could have brought for them.
Yeah, McCormack's day has been very interesting. Obviously many wins, but also lots of 0-point scores. And it's those zeros which are crucial, Around Daytona, he was in the lead, he was controlling the race, makes a very uncharacteristic mistake into turn 1, goes down to 4th, and then at that moment he was on the back foot, going backwards, and then from there, he gets taken out at the bus stop. So you just wonder, if that could have gone differently. They could have very well been in finalist mode after this race.
However, going back into the history books of R1, remembering, of course, when we commentated at Munich, when we saw Darren McCormack start on finals day with 2 back-to-back victories, and then he really fell off after that. And it took him until the end of the event to really kind of bounce back with that victory at the Hockenheim Ring in race number 7 on that day. However, this Darren McCormack, I think, has been slightly different. It's been a bit more dominated. It's been a bit more character. It's been a bit more mature. And I know there's been those mistakes, but some of it's been bad luck as well, and that happens in this. The fact is, he has scored so well and so consistently and has won quite a lot when it has mattered the most.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think it wouldn't be too grandiose to say that he's been the best driver this season, I think, in 2025, at least in my opinion. Coming into this season or this this finale, if you like, it's been Charlie Collins and him battling away for race victories anyway, and points scored as well. I know Darren McCormack spent a couple of weeks in lower groups during the dynamic group phase, but even when they've been racing together, McCormack has been up there with the likes of Collins, and to be able to prove that he's been able to do it at home, online, he's now proving that he can do it at a LAN event as well. I would say, personally, he's my driver of 2025 in R1.
Yeah, he's been really impressive today, scoring 4 wins, 100 points there, and then a second place of 120 points from the man himself. So really, really good day, I'd say, overall from McCormack, and definitely the standout driver for me. The Team Redline drivers, though, they've all shown that they can be strong on their day. They've all contributed to the point score, and I think that is proving to be crucial. Obviously, it is a team championship. You need all 4 drivers to be performing. It's not about one guy or 2 or 3. You need all 4 to be contributing, and they have very much done that today.
Bennett's been fantastic. Siggy also with that victory earlier on, taking his first victory here in the Esports World Cup of 2025 when the team needed it. That said, I'm going to say it now. I think we need to go back to school times, and I think we need to be looking at how basically most of my little football matches when I was in school go. Last goal wins. I think just stick everyone in finalists mode for the last race. Let's go for it.
That would be fun, wouldn't it? But I think the drivers would throw an apocalyptic tantrum.
Well, no, I think Redline would. I think
Redline.
Vitality and Virtus.pro will be like, oh, yeah, go on.
You're absolutely right. Virtus.pro and Vitality would go, all right, I actually quite like this rule, but yeah, Redline, yeah. And rightfully so, by the way, they would throw an apocalyptic tantrum because they've worked hard for this. The fact they've, by the way, got their average back up again is really impressive. We've not spoken much about the averages because it hasn't mattered too much, but towards the beginning when they were against Virtus.pro and they were neck and neck, the average was quite low by Team Redline's standards, certainly in terms of this week and in events past as well. But in these last couple of races, they've really stepped it up again to another level, and they've got their average now out to a really high number. They're over 40s in the average again, over 45s-ish. I haven't got the number in front of me.
Oh, it's literally like, what is it? What is it?
It's in the 40s, just over 320 after 7. So yeah, truly impressive. They probably deserve to be leading the championship right now on their way to the World Cup.
Yeah, we are now on to the final lap of 8. It's very much calmed down this race. I do sense that the teams have just kind of decided, you know what, we're not going to be able to, Redline, we're not going to be able to win this race. We're just going to have to wait for the 8th and final race of the day. And it's very much settled down after the initial chaos of the opening 3 laps.
Yeah, certainly so, which, to be fair, considering how Jedha normally races, that's kind of unexpected. We have seen this before when it comes down to the wire. You sometimes have those races where you would expect it to go absolutely haywire, and sometimes it just goes super calm as everyone just tries to balance their way through the race.
Yeah, and it's unusual for Jedha to be one of those circuits where it's gone calm. It's been absolutely on fire this week, this circuit, in terms of the racing that we've seen. So, yeah, thoroughly enjoyable, especially on day 1, really sort of kicked day 1 off for me with its second appearance. But yeah, either way, looks like it's going to be Darren McCormack again.
Yeah, he's been so good today, especially around Jedha. It was always going to be him to deny Redline once they got to finalist mode. They were probably kicking themselves that it came to Jedha at that exact moment because McCormack has been untouchable around here.
It's a fantastic drive once again around the streets of the Jedha Corniche circuit for Darren McCormack, someone who came into the day with such confidence, and he's proven that confidence. It will be a 4th victory for him and Virtus.pro here today, but it won't be enough. It seems as though we still might need the final race, but the champion's key will not be crushed. BMW M Team Redline, Red Bull Sim Racing are set to hold the 2025 Esports World Cup. Darren McCormack will come across the line to take an excellent victory, but he still looks disappointed. What more could I do, he thinks. McCormack wins at Jedha, but Redline wins the whole thing. It'll be $200,000 to them. They'll still need to do the last race as a technicality, but it seems as though the road is over.
And you can see it there on Darren McCormack's face and the faces of those from Team Redline. They know now the job is almost done. Just one last race for them to crown themselves Esports World Cup champions. And Virtus.pro acknowledge that they have come off second best here. They've had a good tournament nevertheless to end up in second place, I must say. But Redline know now that they won't be caught. They shouldn't be caught. And it should be BMW's title again, Redline's title again.
Yeah, they just need to pretty much just manage this following race. The only thing that could cost them is a ridiculous amount of penalty points. But as I say, they can just manage the race, bring it home, be very safe, and the title will be theirs.
What a superb performance it's been all week. At times, not quite as convincing as always. At times, Virtus.pro have run the distance with them, but it's not quite going to come to for Virtus.pro. They've been fantastic throughout the day. Darren McCormack has been brilliant, and that is why, for the 4th time today, he is going to be a victor. It's McCormack ahead of Toman, ahead of Siggy, the top 3. Give a shout out to Toman, who's actually been pretty solid. Always kind of up there or thereabouts. Now the most experienced driver in R1's history. Kevin Ellis Jr. in 4th position with Sebastian Job in 5th. Bennett then will finish in 6th position with Yayovsky, Fiala, Chinchik, Statsenko, Kazabon and Rietveld, the 12-car field. Rietveld there, down in 12th position. Obviously for Redline, his teammates have basically done a lot of the work here after what was a pretty dramatic race. Kevin Siggy in third. What a superb drive for him. We're going to have a break, and then when we come back, we'll have analysis from race number 7. We'll have build-up to the final race, and we'll extrapolate some of the dramas from that race at Jeddah.
This land is calling.
And welcome back, everyone, to the Esports World Cup featuring Rennsport. Race 7 has concluded on Jedha. McCormick from Virtus.pro takes another win, 4 of 7 for today. But the story was all about Redline, your champions of the Esports World Cup featuring Rennsport. Back-to-back titles, undefeated, undeniably the best organization R1 has to offer. The 4 stay together, and it paid off. Incredible performance, but we also have to praise the performance from the other 2 teams who competed in the grand finals. We're talking Virtus.pro. Again, the superstar of McCormack, winning 4 out of the last 7 races, qualifying in the upper echelon in pole position, I believe, in 6 of the 7 races, only falling down to second in 1 of them. Truly stupendous. And of course, Vitality in 3rd place. They fought hard to get here, knocking out the giants of Porsche Coanda, but making it to this stage, making it to 3rd place for Vitality and Virtus.pro means they're getting more points over their competitors for the club championship race. $7 million for 1st place. This competition mattered, and it's the first official tournament to end for the Esports World Cup in 2025. Mac, all smiles for Red Bull as they know they are now officially the champions.
Yeah, what a relief, right? I mean, they've been fighting hard. I think they kind of knew it was coming near the end, as James alluded to earlier, but yeah, to actually do it is different, right? All the emotions still run high, you're still tense. Yeah, great feeling.
Great feeling indeed. And while we look at our full race results, knowing the outcome was McCormack once again taking a victory. This guy has been incredible all tournament long, but no better than today when it mattered most. James, I know Virtus.pro fall short to Team Redline, but McCormack, you gotta appreciate his warrior spirit. He did everything possible to get Virtus.pro into the winner's circle.
Well, let's start with the champions. I mean, they deserve it. They've been the best across the whole week. I think we can all agree with that. They've not been as dominant as last year, but they're just always there. Top 5s, podiums, and the 4 of them are always generally pretty strong. So, and then, yeah, McCormack doing McCormack things, you know, pole, win, fastest driver. It just wasn't enough to drag the whole team to the championship.
A phenomenal job indeed. And for Redline, well, we have their team comms from the last race. It's going to be super fun to listen in as they realize they just became champions once again. Let's listen in to the team comms of Redline.
Why would we swap? What's the benefit?
This is all good. This is all good.
I don't know
guys.
if you're concerned about a penalty or not.
No, all good. Keep going.
As long as Kevin is 3rd, they cannot qualify,
exactly,
yeah?
Exactly.
Alright, I know what to do.
We have crashed here.
So just update the points. All safe.
Don't do anything silly.
I'm not.
Yeah. Right now we are winning everything on points as well. So no risk, no points anymore. Just no overtaking, no risk. We have won F1 Esports Drivers World Championship, we have won F1 Esports Constructors Championship, we have won BS+COMPETITION, we have won Rennsport for 2nd time in the row. So that's outstanding result for the entire team.
We're not finished yet.
We are finished. So yeah, well done guys. This is very well deserved. Let's go guys. Very well done.
Well done, boys.
Outstanding stuff. Well done.
Best team in sim racing.
Yes, let's go. Domination.
Oh my God, man.
I'm not even finished yet.
Oh!
Oh! Just finish the race, Jeff.
You gotta straighten the wheel first.
Oh! Don't be confused by the sounds of pain. It was only pure ecstasy as Redline realized they were the champions. Mac, I'm listening in and I'm hearing, hey guys, it's over. One of the competitors says, it's not over yet. And he goes, no, it is over.
Yeah, I mean, as a racer, you think it's never over until it's over, right? You want to cross the finish line before you actually say that. But I mean, it was really funny hearing the comms, right? In the start, everything's still super tense, and then as you get lap and lap into the race, they just start to like, you know, relax a little bit more. And in the end, they realized they won. Of course, one of them was like, no, wait till we cross the start finish line. But yeah, they won.
They won indeed. James, you know, we've been watching Redline throughout all of the regular R1 online season. We then come to Saudi Arabia and Riyadh, and we get to watch them on land. We raise a couple of questions trying to build storylines, but the reality was they were always the best team. They never let go of the first place position, not only through day 2 of the round robin, but also through the upper bracket and ultimately the grand finals.
You know, they weren't going for the win in that race, and we obviously, as viewers, we were hoping they'd win it on finalist mode because it'd be really cool. But you heard them say, with Siggy in third, that was enough for Virtus.pro to not get the points to go into finalist mode. So the smart decision, and yeah, some interesting comms at the end there. Obviously, I hope Bennett's knee's all right after the wheel smacked it as he crossed the finish line, but I'm sure it's fine. And yeah, we've got basically an exhibition race for the final race of the day.
Exhibition race indeed, and that's always fun because you never know what's going to happen. We've been saying chaos all tournament long. Well, no better way to introduce chaos in an exhibition match, a celebration of Redline, Virtus.pro, and Vitality with their performances, getting, of course, the top 3 teams in Rennsport for 2025 in the Esports World Cup. A massive accomplishment, so well fought. So now the boys get to have just a little bit of fun, and we'll see who truly has the most. And you know what? I tell you what, if McCormack wants to take it seriously, Mac, he can go 5 for 8 today. I understand it's not as good as the championship, but still a massive accomplishment.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I reckon McCormack still wants to win, right? He's still a racer. Everyone here is. Everyone has that competitive drive. I reckon 5 for 8 sounds better than 4 for 8, I think. So if I was in his shoes, I'd be looking to win.
Without a doubt. And I know Virtus.pro, they're super happy with McCormack, and they want to give him the maximum contract possible to keep him on the roster. But there's going to be a lot of eyes on him now going into the next R1 season.
Yeah, and that's a good talking point generally, is this final race. Every driver should view it as it's just an opportunity to go and prove you are the best, you know. And as you say, going into the off season for next season, if you're the driver that won the last ESL R1 race in this tournament, it's going to help your position to negotiate. So that's how I would view it anyway.
Yeah, without a doubt. I'm in full agreement with James Mack.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, this is also still valuable experience. And to win a race in Rennsport in R1 is incredibly difficult. So just to add that to your resume is unbelievable. I'm sure there's still a lot of guys here that may have not won a race yet that we're looking to try and get that on the resume.
Without a doubt. And we still have to think about our Sony MVP going for $10,000, right? There's a lot of racers here on Redline, or at least 4 of them that did a stunning job throughout the entirety of this tournament. We're going to keep hush-hush on who we think it is. But I would like to know out there in the chat, who do you think from Team Redline should be the Sony MVP? Who performed the best over, at least for them, the 3 days of competition, since they were the number 2 seed? They started on day 2. Hey, McCormack is a great shout, obviously not on Team Redline, but McCormack, I tell you what, was sensational. Incredible racer, really impressing me. I think throughout the tournament he was definitely one of the best without question. But for Redline, you know, you got Bennett, you got Job, who what really split the wins throughout the entirety of the tournament.
Yeah, for sure. But honestly, I might be looking at someone else here. It just kind of came to me. I mean, Rietveld may not have had the best of days, but there has not been a team that has won in Saudi Arabia for Rennsport that didn't have a Dutch person on the team.
Ah!
And so maybe he is kind of their lucky charm, you know?
Okay.
I'm not having that, mate.
Not biased, by the way.
I think he's a great driver, but I just, no.
I don't know. It feels like the success over like the path to success in Riyadh is to have a Dutchman on your team.
It seems so. Hey, look, let's not discredit Rietveld. Like, I know we're, cracking some jokes, but at the end of the day, he did perform at the beginning of the day, if you remember, right?
Yeah, he did.
Sebastian Joe Bennett underperforming in the first couple of races. So who was there to pick up the slack? It was Rietveld.
Yeah, and he's an integral part of their championship success. You know, all 4 of them are so strong. That's why they've won. I don't think we should gloss over, outside of them 4, it's just been so clear who the best driver has been, which, especially today, Dara McCormack, I don't know what he had for breakfast, as you said earlier. He's been on a different level. He's been good over the other few days, but today he's just taken it to another level, and he could literally, he could win 5 out of 8 races in the final. I mean, unprecedented.
Yeah, absolutely crazy. I don't think we've really seen such dominance when the field is actually so equal.
Sure.
I think we've seen in the past at certain rounds where a car is, for example, extremely good, but I think here the playing field was extremely level, and he just stood out above everyone else. And yeah, it's a shame that they couldn't get to the finalist mode, but he did everything in his power to,
It's like you had the gap from, the back of the grid to P2. and you see the Red Line guys loving life and just enjoying their championship now. It will be quite interesting to watch the drivers have a bit of fun in this last race, actually.
What would you do?
What would I do?
Yeah.
Well, as I said earlier, I'd try and put it on pole and win the race.
Really? That's what you do?
100%,
Okay.
yeah.
All right. What about you?
I mean, it's still bragging rights, right?
Sure.
I'll just recall back to a few years ago in a different competition. The race actually got cancelled while we were doing qualifying, and I was mid-qualifying lap, but I finished it. And I had Josh next to me, who was also on his qualifying. I told him, like, break, it's cancelled, you know? Everyone else left the server, and I was the only one who did a lap, but I still counted as a pole position, you know?
There you go.
There you go.
See, look, that's the happiest I've seen Siggy all event. With
Without
a
a doubt.
smirk on his face.
Yes.
And I think what we'll see here is a lot of drivers will perform better now because there's nothing on the line. Some drivers get worse with that, and some drivers get better. It depends how you're wired. But
well, McCormack was the guy you said he came in today already happy, for Virtus.pro, right, with the top 3 position. He says, okay, well, I'm just going to let everything go, no pressure at all. I'm going to full send it, and he did exactly that.
Yeah, if you can alleviate pressure, then you probably will perform better. But sometimes some drivers, if there's nothing on the line, they can't G themselves up, and therefore they won't perform. It just depends on who you are.
Yeah, and this is guaranteed the last race, right? So there might also be some crazy moves here. People will try stuff they might not be inclined to try earlier because they probably think it wouldn't work, or there's such a small possibility that it works and it would just result in a penalty. But
that's right.
I mean, we could see some really good moves here.
We definitely could. Obviously it's a fun race, but there is a serious prize at the end of this, and well, that's of course being on Lewis McGlade's stat line, okay? And he loves his stats, and this race will be counting towards his document, all right? So Lewis McGlade's will be paying close attention. We've talked a lot, obviously about Redline, Virtus.pro. Now to celebrate Vitality, Ioski. So many great moments from him, getting some pole positions, naturally some wins as well. Kazban Toman also. Kazban going to the ER a couple of nights ago and still performing well on the stage as well as he could. I mean, just like I've been saying about consistently, other racers, just a warrior. And Chinchik, who is just a qualifying master. I know McCormick is still in the show today in the qualifying as well as the races, but Chinchik has been on our minds every single qualifying lap.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Marcel has been really nailing his qualifying laps. He was so strong in so many of the circuits. And to be honest, the whole of Vitality has been, they have surprised me a little bit. I mean, I had them, I think, 4th in my power rankings. Obviously, they exceeded that. But as a team, I think they really came together as the competition progressed. Marcel has been their standout guy. Yuri, mega consistent, always there when you needed him. Erhan started off a little bit slow, but then he really picked it up near the end. And especially in some really crucial moments, he was there when Marcel, for example, couldn't due to maybe a qualifying ban or something.
Yeah, listen, they've done really well. P3 this time overall, P2 last year in last year's Esports World Cup. If they want to win, though, they have to change something. They're not going to win next year if they go into it the same as this year. That's the reality. They've done really well, but if they want to win, they've got to, switch it up.
Well, what do they do to improve next year? What do you suggest?
Well,
I know you're not the team mastermind, okay? I know you don't make the decisions, but I mean, I don't know. Staying together, there's value in that, in my honest opinion. The thing about Vitality is, like you said, 2nd place last year, this year 3rd place. It's still great consistency, right? But you do look at them barely making it to the stage. So maybe you can make the argument, well, what needs to change? And I tell you what, I really don't even want a theory craft because that means maybe potentially changing up the roster. And
that's why I didn't say anything.
Yeah.
I mean, it is a possibility, right? But there's so much that goes into a preparation for an event like this. The teams that didn't win, they're all going to go home, they're going to reflect, and they'll probably see, okay, what could we change? It doesn't have to be a driver always. Sometimes you just need to look at the preparation.
Yeah.
Did everything line up how we expected to? Did everything go according to plan? Do we just need to change our plans? There's so much you can change in the lead up to an event like this.
Right.
But everyone will go back to the drawing board. But I think it's clear that everyone that didn't win is going to look to at least change something.
And I will say this is a celebration of the top 3, right? More so than it is potentially a discussion about what changes need to be made, because they're still here on that stage. They're still racing that final race, number 8, and they still made it top 3 in one of the hardest competitive stages sim racing has to offer. On the biggest stage sim racing has to offer for $500,000. You got to thank Vitality walking away with, I believe, $60,000. You've got $100,000 going to Virtus.pro and $200,000 going towards Team Redline. So more so than changes, we'll deal with that later, I suppose. Now it's all a matter of celebrating these 3 amazing rosters that made it this far. And even further down, right, you look at Williams, you look at Porsche Coanda, and everybody else that ended up competing. just incredible racers that are at the top of the food chain when it comes to sim racing, when it comes to R1, and nothing but respect. With this being my first ever sim racing competition to be a part of, and truly the first time I put eyes on racing in general, I have such a newfound respect for not only the racers, but also the teams that put in a tremendous amount of work to get their cars up to speed, to get their teams ready, to put in the research and development into the competitors, obviously, that are going to be racing against your home team, and really even the traditional side of things, you know, whether it be yourself, you know, James, or, you know, you look, of course, over at Chim, who's just raced in Le Mans. Like, we've got some phenomenal talents in this building that has shown me that racing, sim racing, is such a respectable competition. And hey, I'm in love with it. I really am.
Have you enjoyed it?
I loved it. Are you kidding me? I hope this is the first of many events that I'm a part of whenever it comes to sim racing. But more importantly, I'm just a fan now. And even if I'm not a part as a talent role, right? That doesn't matter. I'm going to enjoy watching sim racing and seeing how it develops over time, because it's changed lives. It changed your life, right? I know it's impacted your life tremendously. Yep. So sim racing, traditional racing, it's a beautiful thing. And this is a great scene. So I really do appreciate you boys allowing me to come into it. It's been wonderful. And shout out to Lewis McGlade for helping me with all the research, and of course, the entirety of the talent team. But it is, you know, again, this race 8, you know, we look at it as a celebration of what this event has meant for the R1 scene, the sim racing scene in general. It's been beautiful from last year to this year. This event has really set the standard of what sim racing should be.
100%. It's been really cool to be here, watch it. I've enjoyed it from the other side of the screen, you know, talking about it instead of doing it myself. And you guys have been great. You know, it's been really interesting. Some of the conversations we've had, I think, have been mega. And yeah, it's not over yet, but I'm getting emotional.
I'm not. You're not. Well, yeah, you should be though, man.
I should
Come
be,
on, you know. Hey, is mega? Is that the word? The racing word? I've noticed mega now. Everybody's saying it. Like, you started saying it, and all of a sudden now everything's mega.
Mega. I would go with hyper.
Hyper?
Hyper.
Hyper's the word.
Yeah, hyper. Hyper fast.
So is that what all the racers say?
Back in my days, you know.
Back in your days.
I'm 31, you know. Back in the old
days 3 years ago when he was competing. Yeah, okay. Yeah, back in my day. So what is like the quintessential racing word for like fast?
Oh,
rapid. I mean,
rapid. Rapid. That's what it is. It's
but
rapid. Yes.
It's definitely like a British thing. You say it a lot. I heard it so often. So rapid. It's kind of stuck in my head now. I don't think I've ever used that, but I mean, I'm not an English native, you know. So I would just go with fast.
Yeah, I'm saying like just fast. Keep it nice and simple, fast, but no, it's rapid or it's mega, you know? And then it's like, well, which one's better, rapid or mega? I don't know. I think
a really new one is cracked. If someone is cracked,
that's more of a gamer term.
Yeah,
exactly.
That's more of a gamer term.
But McCormack today, he was cracked.
He was cracked. Yeah. He absolutely
was rapid.
Cracked. He was mega. Okay, that's what he was. You got multiple ways to say fast. Either way, McCormack was all of them without question. I guess Redline too, right? And just a great day in general. Chat, what's your favorite word for fast? Do you just say fast, keep it simple, or do you say furious? I don't know. Do you say both fast and furious? Hey, I'm leaving it up to the universe of Twitch chat, YouTube, wherever you're watching. By the way, hit that sub button if you haven't already. There's going to be broadcasts happening on this channel probably throughout the next 7 weeks. I mean, it is 7 weeks of Esports World Cup. We're talking 7 weeks of competition, 25 different tournaments, 3 to 4 finals happening every single weekend. And this is one of them, right? The first official tournament to end for the Esports World Cup, the first chance for the teams, the organizations to put their names towards the Club Championship trophy, a tight race, which it was last year. This year, hopefully, going to be better results for others, but for Falcons, they're hoping not. They hope they're just going to be repeat champions, much like Redline was. We're talking $7 million for first place, which is just astronomical. That, you know, when I started in esports, all the way back when dinosaurs were still roaming the earth in 2013, 2012, you know, there was no talks of $7 million. Like that just wasn't a thing, you know. Never in my wildest dreams did we think we would reach that point. $10,000 was about the standard, you know, back then. It was like $10,000. You would get every single professional team would show up. We're talking celebrities would even show up to these, you know, hotel ballrooms, right? So with the stains on the floors, you know, we didn't care. We just wanted to be there. I'm sleeping on my friend's hotel floor because I just wanted to be at the event. I wasn't even getting paid. That's what esports was in 2012. And then you come to 2025 $7 million for the Club Championship trophy. It is it's incredible. And not only that, $500,000, right, to come out and race for 4 days. It's great. Well, it's going to be a fun race. We're going into Spa. Let's get the qualification started. Ewan O'Leary, Steve Brown, and Zach Sweeney.
Absolutely, we'll try and bring it back to the present day, shall we, for this final race of the day. The final race of the Esports World Cup in 2025. We know the finishing positions: Team Redline, Team Vitality and Virtus.pro. Not in that order. Virtus.pro are going to be second in front of Vitality. I was just outside actually in the stage, and they have all shaken hands while we were discussing there and analysing. You can see Erhan chatting on his lap and smiling away as well. It's less serious, but I do think, because I heard from out there, I know that there are guys who are going to be taking this seriously because they wanted to race no matter what, even before some of them kind of didn't, and they're just going to use this for a bit of fun. But there are some drivers who absolutely do want to win this final race of the day and end the World Cup on a high.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those rare opportunities in sim racing where you have no pressure on your shoulders, right? There's not really much at stake. I know James was saying, like, you know, it's a chance to show how good you are, to maybe attract teams to maybe be in a more competitive one for next year's World Cup or whatever it is. It's a very rare opportunity though that they've got to just really have fun, and it's something that's really important actually in sim racing and stuff, and something you'll find a lot of the time when your hobby and something you enjoy very much becomes your job. And for a lot of these guys, it is their full-time job. They're spending 8 to 12 hours every single day sweating out Rennsport to find just half a tenth of a second. We're speaking to Mac, you can spend hundreds of hours to find less than a tenth of a second. That's the margins you're thinking of, and sometimes it can feel like a bit of a chore, feel like a bit of a job. This is a rare opportunity, Steve, that they really do get to just enjoy it.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to this one. These guys can just go out there, as you say, no pressure, have a nice fun race. I mean, look at that. Yayovsky there.
Smiling.
He's smiling.
Sim racer
I think
smile.
that's the first time I've seen him smile, and it's lovely to see that.
It certainly is. He's going pretty fast as well for a man who's smiling, so there you go. Maybe that's why. Into the final bus stop chicane, he is going to go. Best time we've seen in 2025 is a 14.3. If we get any of those in this session, I'll be pretty gobsmacked, to be honest, because it's going to be a little bit of a less serious session. Here comes Erhan Yayovsky to the line. What's the first one going to be? 14.7.
Yeah, not the greatest of lap times, but then again, it doesn't really matter. Luke Bennett as well, next across the line. And, well, I hope his knee's all right. If I had a nickel for every single time a Team Redline driver injured themselves at the Esports World Cup, I'd have 2. But it is weird that it happened twice. Luke Bennett just letting go of his wheel way too quickly. You cannot do that with direct drive force feedback. You will find out. It will hit you and it will hurt. Luke Bennett, though, through the final corner here at the bus stop chicane. He'll put his foot to the floor, probably go close to Erhan Yayovsky for provisional pole position. Spa as well. It's great that we end at this circuit because it really is a driver's track. There's no Aston, there's no BMW. It's who's the best driver, who can put it on pole, and who can win this race.
And yeah, Sebastian Job, some good sectors being put together here. Now, of course, he had a really strong race here, losing out eventually to McCormack, but it was a really good battle between the two of them. He's going to look to try to put himself on the front row once again, heading through the final chicane. The BMW dealing with the curves very nicely, right to the edge of the curb, over the line. Where's he going to go? 4.59. Wow. That is very quick.
That's very, very quick for some drivers who said they weren't going to be concentrating very hard. Maybe it helps, but yeah, that's a very, very good lap time. And you saw he wasn't entirely delighted with it actually as well, with the faces he was pulling. Now then, Mikhail Statsenko for Virtus.pro. Maybe a tenth or two away in these first couple of sectors. I think he's going to go probably ahead of Yayovsky and behind Bennett. Oh no, he's not. He's going to get a slowdown penalty, and he's laughing about it, which wouldn't have been the reaction earlier, but that is going to send him to the back of the field.
Yeah, it is indeed. Let's see if he can have some beautiful sense. Statsenko oftentimes, no offence to him, this competition has started towards the back end of the field, so he's going to be looking to just launch some moves and make his way forwards here at Spa. It's one of those circuits where you really can make some moves. Yuri Toman will be next across the line, and what an Esports World Cup the Czech driver has had for Team Vitality. They've had the longest competition of any team in the final. They started all the way back on day 1 for the last chance qualifier. They were on the brink of elimination on day number 2 as well, beating out Maus to continue in the competition, and they made it all the way to the finals. What a story that is for Yuri Toman as he virtually matches his teammate, a 7.45 to a 7.46.
Might I propose an interesting theory about sim racing? Because the happier the driver seems to be, the worse they are, the slower they go. The drivers that banging their hands against the steering wheel seem to go quicker because they maybe lost 0.01 on a corner somewhere. But let's see if he's happy here. Fiala, as he drives to the line, no reaction at all. Maybe it's a time for the middle of the grid. Well, he goes third.
Yeah, there you go, an expression to match the finishing position from that qualifying time. Now that's a second sector, isn't it? 58.9. Wow, Marcel Cinčić, right at the very end of the day, is pulling out something pretty extraordinary here through the middle sector. This could be a very solid lap time indeed. Are we going to see a 0.3 maybe from Marcel into the final chicane? Out on the other side, it was just a bit of a clip on the sausage curb. Is that enough for a 3? Might be enough for pole here. Let's see. It isn't a 3, but it is pole position for now.
Yeah, maybe could have been if he didn't quite get that slight bit of oversteer on the final corner. But Marcel Cinčić just steps up, doesn't he? I mean, he's, of course, a previous drivers' champion and a team's champion of this competition and one of the best drivers on the grid. Kevin Siggy, though, up next. It's not quite matching Cinčić to the middle sector, but it was to the first. And again, they're just smiling. They're happy. They know everything is in the books. They know they're walking home with $200,000 of prize money and a second consecutive Esports World Cup team's crown across the line, and it's P3. Where was this qualifying performance in Jeddah?
Here's Darren McCormack. He had his hand up against off the wheel there, so suggesting he won't be happy with this one. I mean, 59.5 middle sector. I don't think this is going to be a quick lap. Probably a high 14, I'd imagine. But as he heads into the final chicane, he of course did pull off that amazing victory earlier in the day around this very track. But it's going to be quite hard work from towards the back of the pack. He has a bit of a shuffle on the exit. He doesn't look too happy about this one, and it's going to go against my theory that it's actually not going to be a good lap at all.
No, he is going to be in 8th place for now, and probably further down later. Jeff Riveld is chatting on his lap as well. All the other red line drivers are finished and cheering him on, and he's chatting back to them. At 1 minute second sector, though, is not going to prove to be any challenge to Marcel Cinčić. Wonder whether Kevin Ellis Jr. or Thibaut Casabon were doing any more. Of course, Casabon still seems pretty ill to me from seeing him today, so not sure how seriously he'll be taking this and how quickly indeed he'll be going. Rietveld, though, comes across the line 16.0.
Yeah, not competitive by any means. Kevin Ellis Jr., though, stone cold on his face. He's got Marcus Solheim with him this week, doing some content pieces for him. He's taken some lovely photos of us in the commentary booth, and yeah, he's going to be making some good content for Kevin Ellis Jr., who's taken that step into content creation, actually, in 2025. Done like a deep dive into sort of sim racing contracts, that sort of thing, really giving you a behind-the-scenes outlook, and has really performed well at the Esports World Cup. Let's see what he can do on one final hurrah for Virtus.pro across the line. It's the second row of the grid.
Yeah, that's good to break up the red line trio there, 2nd, 3rd and 4th. But now Kevin Ellis Jr. goes 4th instead. Thibaut Casabon, the 12th and final driver to try and set a lap time. Sectors look good, I wouldn't say great. So he's perhaps going to be a few tenths away from the top times. But looking to go out on a high here. Cinčić, I'm hoping that he can kind of stay towards the front. He's qualified well today, but I wouldn't say he's raced quite as well as he's qualified. But Thibaut Casabon, his teammate, coming up to the line to end this qualifying session. He is going to move into 9th position.
It's going to be Marcel Cinčić who takes the final pole position of the Esports World Cup in 2025. He's had a good week all in all. Had a couple of victories on his way as well as Team Vitality fought their way through the first day, and they've made it right the way to the final. Looks like they're going to finish 3rd at the end of it all. And Marcel Cinčić might well go out with a big hurrah here from Spa. Let's see. First though, we'll throw it back to the desk, and Taylor, who might tell us some more stories from the old days. Let's see.
I get it. You're like 19 years old. I'm old. Okay? You can stop making the jokes now. All right. Hey, Cinčić, well done. Make sure he qualified, or make sure he qualifies in the first place. You really do have to give him credit where credit is due. Cinčić is one guy that we've been talking about all tournament long, and that also includes the R1 online season. So Vitality has a chance to close out the day super strong, mega strong, with a victory. But I tell you what was fun was watching all the smiles, even from Vitality, right, and Virtus.pro. They're still going to have a good time on the final race of the day. Let's look at the qualifying race results one last time for Rennsport 2025. And, of course, it's Cinčić up at the top. A great time, but you got 2 red line members. They do stay consistent, Mac. They refuse to give up 2 and 3.
Yeah, I'm sure it's going to be a race till the end. Honestly, the lap times look pretty good, but yeah, what kind of pops out here is McCormack, right? P9. He's washed.
Stop it. That was a joke. We weren't supposed to actually say that. Okay, yeah, McCormack he's done for 9th place. He's been playing well all day. on. Yo, McCormack is phenomenal. He is one of the greatest racers of the day, and he's been just out of this world. McCormack starting in 9th place. I'm sure, you know what, he wants to make it hard on himself to truly see, can he win in 9th?
Well, penalty points don't matter anymore because you don't carry penalty points over to the next season. So
I mean, you'd hope so, right?
Well, you don't. You just don't. So this is going to be pandemonium.
Pandemonium indeed. Like I said, I asked you guys what you would be doing on the final race. For me, I would kind of be giving some love nudges, you know, just tap.
Like me on you in the karting last
yes.
night.
No, like, hey, look, I was the one who nudged you first, and then
I retaliated, yeah.
But once you passed me, I wasn't catching back up. You guys are the real deal. That was ridiculous. Let's take a look at our Ramco pole position one last time, and this time it's not going to be McCormack, but actually Chinchik, who was on fire throughout our last race on Spa. Pole position, Chinchik in first, Sebastian Job, then Kevin Siggy to round out our top 3. Got to give credit where credit is due for Redline, even when they're
For sure. I mean, of course, it's Marcel P1, but I don't think too many people of them are not trying. The laps are very good.
Without a doubt. Well, race 8 is going to be even better. We hop into Spa. Ewan O'Leary, Steve Brown, Zach Sweeney call the final race of the day.
R1's 350th race in history. Team Redline, to remind you, the only team in finalist mode. Don't forget, you need to be in finalist mode to win the title. If not, it's the team with the most points. Well, in both those metrics, Team Redline cannot be caught here for the final race of the Esports World Cup in 2025. They will be our champions. They are 7 laps away from being able to celebrate it. Out of the final corner of Spa, Marcel Chinchik will be the one to take them to the green flag, and he will hope to end the day on a high. Here we go with the final race of the World Cup in 2025. As Marcel Chinchik defended towards turn 1, the red line's pretty conservative on the way in towards turn number 1. Job and Siggy side by side out of the corner for second position. 3 wide. Hope they don't manage that in towards Eau Rouge in the battle for 4th place, and they won't.
Yeah, no, Eau Rouge is not the place you want to be going side by side, even in an exhibition race. However, that's not going to stop them as they go 2 wide through Eau Rouge, and a slight tap there, and a huge tank of oversteer as well as they nearly work their way off it. Oh no, there is pandemonium in the background. I think that's Fiala that's made his way round, and that's not the way you want to start a race. Good thing it doesn't matter. It's a fight for the lead though, as Chinchik side by side with Sebastian Job, and Kevin Ellis Jr. makes it 3 wide.
Yeah, good overtake there by Job, just getting the job done. As, there's a couple of corner cuts there, I think. Chinchik dropping wide, Kevin Ellis Jr. almost as well. Siggy has been separated from his teammate, so he's going to have to work quite hard here to get back onto the back of Job. But yeah, pretty crazy start there. Not exactly what Team Redline would have wanted, but the main thing here is Job is winning. Even though they are set to win this, they would love to just win the race outright and prove, well, you know what, we can actually win it with a race win as well.
Yeah, and big stakes as well in terms of our MVP award, which will go to a driver from the winning team as well. Sebastian Job certainly in that conversation here this afternoon. But, you know, Luke Bennett has also done his parts here in this afternoon's proceedings. There is Marcel Chinchik, who's just dropped to 2nd place here in the opening lap of the race. And mostly the field is together. Not sure what's happened to Erhan Yoski. He's plummeted through the field again. But the top 10 anyway, you're still together.
He's probably still got a smile on his face though, to be honest. Yoski, Vitality secured $60,000 for prize money and also some very good points in the Club Championship as well. That's the overarching narrative of the Esports World Cup. One that Vitality are a part of, one that Virtus.pro are a part of, and is one that is worth $7 million in prize money for the winner. 7 laps though on the at the top, and that's a huge stint to the background. I think that's Darren McCormack trying to make his way through, and oh my goodness me, they've spun.
Impressive into the final chicane. Let's take a look at Eau Rouge on lap 1. This Fiala coming through, makes contact with the BMW on the exit, and sends him spinning into the barrier.
Oops, whoa, super close to a big bit of contact there as Jeff Riefeld that was, very nearly clattering into Darren McCormack, who's raced his way through into 5th position just for the moment, but that was very nearly big contact coming down in towards turn number 1 there, and now then up over the top of the hill again. What are we going to see down the other end of the Kemmel Straight as we ride on board here with Luke Bennett just in behind Yuri Toman, Statsenko very close in behind Kazabon as well. What are they going going to do? Looks like they're just going to bump each other maybe on the front straight, side by side for the lead meantime. Marcel Cintic looks to win the lead back again, and that's Haniowski spun and retired out of the race at Lecombe. Through also goes Kevin Ellis Jr.
Yeah, what a race this is actually turning out to be. There's 7 laps, of course. We're 2.5 laps now through. Marcel Cintic leading the way. Ellis Jr. though into second, and that's demoted Job not only down from first, but also down from second. Siggy in the mix as well. So what a star-studded field this is in order to bring some action right at the end of the day. Let's take a look at a replay though, a bit further back. This was the send from McCormack.
Yeah, just sent it in from a long way back. I don't think that was ever going to resolve itself peacefully. So I'm sure the stewards will be looking very keenly at that one. I mean, McCormack, he has moved up to 5th, courtesy of that rather egregious move. But he has to be aggressive, you know, if he wants to have any chance of being successful in this race. I think he knows that it's the last race. Is he quite close to a race ban, which obviously won't have any effect because there isn't another race after this?
No, but he's done well this week to not get a race ban, I must say, if we're going to be serious for a second. I know they've only raced for 3 days, but everyone said coming into this, 4 points, not just because it's McCormack, but for anyone, 4 points you could get in one incident. So he's done well, actually, to steer clear of incidents for the entirety of this week.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, 4 points. We've had incidents that have been 5 points. Belitziotis, after his creative interpretation of a dive bomb at Fuji yesterday, saw him get 5 penalty points, and that would have been a race ban for McCormack. Of course, in the end, didn't make too much of a difference, but he held on and did a really good job. Also, in terms of Virtus.pro, by the way, his 3 race victories on the bounce, and nearly that 4th when we took to Monza and Daytona as well. He could have, had 5 wins on a row if things went a little bit better for him and broke a new record. That wasn't quite the case, but he has had a fantastic week here at the Esports World Cup, despite a little bit of misfortune. 3 of 7 has begun. Here's Jeffrey Rietveld on the back of Mikhail Statsenko, who, like I say, from the back of the grid up to P8, not doing too bad.
I'm just watching that gap, the number next to Darren McCormack's name. It was about 3 seconds to the lead, now 2.3. He's got some really good pace here. Jeffrey Rietveld here, looking for the move up the inside. Carried nice momentum. He's squeezing him onto the grass. They're door banging as they head towards Lake Coombe. Is he going to be able to resolve it in his favour? I think he has. But we've seen a lot of side-by-sides as we are now. He's going to be able to get ahead through the third and final part of the chicane. He is, although he's coming straight back at him, down in towards Rivage. I think he eventually backs out.
And this is, oh dear, Darren McCormack and Yuri Toman getting stuck together. Here's Luke Bennett as well. All 3 of our teams represented in the Esports World Cup final going head-to-head in this battle, and they're going to be 3 wide nearly. Yuri Toman decides not to make that happen by the looks of things here into Pouon. Still side by side though, and round the outside for Luke Bennett. What an overtake that would be if he could manage it round here. He's still got the inside, Darren McCormack, and so he should still have the place, but Bennett's done a very good job there. Still on the inside, is he? Just about. The Irishman gives him some room. Toman fighting the wheel in the background. Goodness me, it's all happening. This for 5th place, and it's allowed the others to catch up.
Yeah, it's really brought. And of course, Luke Bennett have been doing battle for the best part of the Esports World Cup. It happened at Jeddah. Luke Bennett was holding off McCormack and gave him a pixel-perfect squeeze to the wall going in towards turn number 1. And then Luke Bennett returned the favour once again, going around the outside of Darren McCormack on the final lap of the race going into the Ascari chicane at Monza. So McCormack wants some revenge here in R1, and he wants to hang on toward his 5th place in this exhibition race right at the end of the day. Right at the end of the championship, here comes Yuri Toman though to the inside of the bus stop chicane. Mikhail Statsenko as well, looking to get on the inside of Jeffrey Rietveld. But McCormack looking in his rearview mirror must be loving this. They're side by side in the background as well. They emerge almost 2 by 2 as Yuri Toman holds on to being alongside Luke Bennett.
Yeah, McCormack was making really good progress through the pack there. He was 2.4 off the lead, now 4 seconds. You know, all of that battling on that lap has slowed him down quite a lot. It's going to be really difficult for him to get onto the back of Kevin Siggy now as he gets run wide is Luke Bennett there, who's trying to recover after a couple of interesting races in the previous few. As we now head down towards Eau Rouge and Radion, the 2 red line drivers there, line astern, as we now go side by side for the race lead.
And Marcel Cintic comes through on the outside line, and that's an exchange of places as Kevin Ellis Jr. just tucks back in behind. Job and Siggy try and stay with them as they fight it out as a front 4. What about behind? Rietveld versus Toman, side by side. Oh dear, and it's 3 wide actually in the background. Rietveld and Bennett get to the front of the group. Darren McCormack's going to be clear of the group now, but it's Rietveld ahead of Bennett, then Toman and Kazimon, the teammates next in line, followed by Mikhail Statsenko, who is catching up to them as well. There's a look from Toman. there was not quite space down the inside.
Yeah, but he gave it a look. You've got to respect it from the Czech driver. He's always thinking of a way through, and again, just trying things, because even if this is, you know, with no stakes and nothing's really going to change in the championship because of this, in fact, nothing definitely is going to change in the championship because of this, you still try things and you still make a statement for next year or the next online season or the next time you face them out on track. You make a statement and you sort of, you know, you want to make yourself known. You want to be seen as a threat. You want to be seen when you next go onto the circuit as one to look out for, as one of the quick ones. And that's exactly what Yuri Teumann is doing, especially at the Esports World Cup in 2025. Vitality as an overall have really shown up at land. But Yuri Teumann, I don't know, he's just gone to another level. His level of progress coming into this, the preparation he had, and just hooking it up on the day has been really, really impressive. We're over halfway through the final race of the day, and right now it is proving to be fantastic. I'm surprised we've not seen more team-on-team action. Do you know what I mean? I'm surprised Job and Siggy haven't been going at it.
Yeah, perhaps you could say this is a bit of a write-off of a race and you can just really go for it, but such is the unity of Team Redline. Jovski there looking on as some sort of, I don't know, mechanical issue, you could say, for him. So he's off the back of the pack. But I think this race really characterises, once again, Team Redline and their strength, which isn't necessarily we're going to win every race outright, but here we are in a race which is featured a lot of carnage, a lot of crashes, and there they are, 4 of them in the top 7. And that's just been the story of their final day, really, just getting their cars up there slowly but surely and just really racking up the points.
And we're getting towards the end of the race now, here at Spa, which is something James Baldwin doesn't know about. Do you know James Baldwin's drove around here twice?
Has he?
Oh, yeah.
Wow.
He has. Well, he didn't get to the end. He is rubbish, that James Baldwin, isn't he? Anyway, 3 wide for the lead meantime. Job versus Kevin Lewis Jr. for the lead. It looks like Sebastian Job is going to get the place ahead of Kevin Lewis Jr. And he squeezes him out into the gravel. Oh, and into the barriers. Oh, my goodness me. Kevin Ellis Jr. and Kevin Siggy goes for a barrel roll as well. What the heck is going on?
I knew that we finished the championship early, but I didn't know whether they wanted to fly home early. Goodness me, that was an absolute launch there. It looked James Baldwin-esque on the exit of Malmedy. Well, ladies and gentlemen, if this is your first time in R1 sim racing, welcome to the Esports World Cup. I promise they are usually better behaved than this. Yuri Teumann now under pressure from Jeffrey Rivard, trying to put some pressure on to Luke Bennett in front. It's a Vitality sandwich, some red line bread either side of him. We've got 2.5 laps left to go. Let's take another look at that. Goodness me.
I think this is the first time I've ever seen a 360 out of that lot.
No scope.
720. What is that's a 900 maybe. Tony will be proud of that one, as he just runs him completely wide. To be fair, I don't know if he should have kept his nose in there. He goes flying. A thumbs up. I mean, a lot of bonus points there. That was fantastic to watch.
He's gone past caring, I think, about that. Kevin Lewis Jr. just goes for a double spin and backs out of the barrel. Well, I do think, actually, Sebastian Job and Marcel Chinchik, while everybody else isn't, I think they're taking this quite seriously into the final laps of this race. 2 still to go. I think the battle between them is going to be quite exciting. The rest of them is the wacky races behind, it looks like, for third and the rest of them. But, yeah, these two look quite serious at the moment.
100%. I'm convinced we should have given them some, like... plastic blasters or something in the rigs to start shooting each other with. That would have been hilarious. Awesome. They have banana peels they can throw at each other. I know James Baldwin was saying we should get them all on Mario Kart or something to finish the day, or even at the karting centre on the Boulevard. I know Steve Brown would absolutely dominate that race. Sub-minute Steve. Have you lapped Spa in under a minute?
I mean, we all went to the kart track yesterday, guys, and only person under a minute around that track this month. As we have Marcel Chinchik going for the race lead up against Sebastian Job. Now, we saw this earlier today. Lots of swapping of position going into Lake Coombe, especially when you have 2 cars isolated like this. It's very difficult to defend against the slipstream, especially when the car behind can just time it nicely out of the source. So Chinchik gonna try and finish this final on a high.
And so is Yuri Teumann in 4th place, just ahead of 2 Team Red Lines, Luke Bennett and Jeff Rietveld just in behind. Kevin Harris Jr. has picked himself out the barrier and he's 7th ahead of Kazimon Statsenko. Siggy has managed to roll his car back onto its wheels again, and he's going again in 10th place for Chet Fiala, still with nobody around him at the moment. But this is the penultimate lap, 1 more lap to go of the Esports World Cup in a moment.
Yeah, just looking back on it as well, right? I mean, right now we've got an opportunity to just reflect, and I know Taylor was doing a lot of that, even if his memory is still just about standing. It has been an amazing competition, right from day one. We had 9 teams come in. We lost 3 on the opening day. We lost, and it was an incredibly close last chance qualifier. It was one of those where any of them could have gone through. BS+COMPETITION, Team Falcons, Mercedes-AMG Esports, Team MSI as well. They were all fighting in that last chance qualifier. It was Atlassian Williams Sim Racing that made their way through. That podium mentality got them all the way to the bracket stage, and it's just been close. We've had drama all the way through. Day number 2, of course, Mouse, Virtus.pro, Vitality, all 3 of them arguably could be at this stage of the competition. All 3 of them can mix it up at the front, and in that race, one of them was going home. Then day 3 happened, and of course we then lost a further 2, and the shock that was Porsche Coanda Esports Racing Team going home a day early. That set us up for a dramatic final, and Virtus.pro really did hold their own against BMW M Team Redline at Red Bull Sim Racing, but in the end it was of course the sheer consistency of our reigning champions that was able to hold firm. Marcel Cinczyk though in this race has really held his own. One more tour of the circuit of Spa-Francorchamps to round off what has been an amazing 2025 season of Rennsport R1. Cinczyk at the moment can probably hold off Job to maybe take a victory.
I think Job is just timing the momentum. You need to come out really about half a second, maybe 4 tenths behind to get that momentum, to get this overspeed compared to your competitor. There's nothing they can do about it. He's more than a car length ahead. On the brakes, Cinczyk has to settle in behind, and could this be the race win for Sebastian Job?
And I wonder whether he's just going to wait for this the bus stop chicane is Cinczyk, or whether, as you say, he's not going to be able to do this now. Sebastian Job gets himself in front. As I say, not a lot of these drivers taking this race too seriously, but these two certainly are. These guys, it is a bit more fun further back in the pack, but those two are going to be close for the race lead into that bus stop chicane on the last lap.
Oh, they are indeed. Cinczyk, of course, with the Aston straight line speed and the exponential effect of the slipstream, could well be having a look at Sebastian Job, and it wouldn't be the first time that these two have gone to battle. By the way, Sebastian Job is looking for his 9th victory around the circuit of Spa-Francorchamps. He's the 2nd most successful, and even with 9 victories, he would still only have half the victories of Joshua Rogers around at this circuit. There he is making his way through the Piff-Paff chicane. What can Cinczyk do to win this race?
Yeah, he needs to get a good exit out of the next 2 corners. This is going to be crucial on the run up towards the fearsome Blanchimont corner, and then, of course, the final chicane, where I'm sure, I mean, it's the last race, it's kind of inconsequential. He might as well send it and go for it. Is he close enough? 4 tenths behind. He's going to look to try to get within 2, and then maybe launch an offensive into the final chicane.
It's going to have to be a real launch, isn't it, this into the final chicane, the final bit of action in the Esports World Cup of 2025 on Rennsport, and it's going to go down to the wire for the last race win, the 350th race win in R1 history. Cinczyk looks to the outside but can't get it done there. What about on the exit? Are we going to see a drag race to the line? We are not. Sebastian Job is going to cap off a fantastic week for Team Redline. He wins the final race here at Spa, and Team Redline are the Esports World Cup winners again. They've done it in 2025 to retain their title. This time, just as comfortable as the last. They can finally celebrate their win.
This week could not get better for BMW M Team Redline at Red Bull Sim Racing, and it probably couldn't get better for that young man right there, Sebastian Job. In a couple of days' time, he'll be driving Sebastian Vettel's Formula 1 car up the Goodwood Hill climb, and well, he's had a very busy week, but for all of the guys at Redline, all of the support they get, it's all worth it, because they arrive here at the Esports World Cup and they deliver performances like that. It's smiles all around, it's handshakes all around, and the level of camaraderie that we have, the atmosphere at the Esports World Cup between the teams is incredible.
Yeah, in case it wasn't already obvious, Team Redline very dominant today, very assured. Let's go over to the stage for some more insight on that race.
They didn't just come here to defend a title. They came here to define an era, cementing their legacy and their destiny here at the Esports World Cup. One race at a time, this team has achieved it time and time again and proved that consistency is in fact the key. And speaking of keys, please welcome the Director of Communications from Ramco, Samer Abdel-Jabbar, to join us on the stage and present the trophy for our champions. Samer Abdel-Jabbar, please join us on the stage. Team Redline, boys, if you wouldn't mind joining us center stage, we have a little present for you, if you want it.
they're certainly enjoying their moment of victory, and I do think it's a special moment that they're celebrating with their fellow competitors. The sim racing scene, though they go against each other again and again in the course, it is a tight-knit scene.
Gentlemen, place your key into the Esports World Cup trophy. Cement yourselves in the history books of EWC. One more time. Ladies and gentlemen, in the SNB Esports Arena, put your hands together. Ladies and gentlemen, one more time. Please put your hands together for your back-to-back EWC R1 champions. BMWM Team Redline! And now, I believe it is time to welcome our finalists to the center stage and have, of course, the Director of Communications from Ramco to present the medals for our other finalists. So, boys, we will have you on the stage in just a few short moments. And at this point, I would like to invite Virtus.pro and Team Vitality to the center of the stage. Please, boys, if you wouldn't mind joining us. And now to present them with their medals as the finalists in the R1 Esports World Cup Championship. Please welcome one more time, Samer Abdel-Jabbar, the Director of Communications from Aramco. These drivers, these racers have shown us time and time again just how insane Rennsport can be on the stage. And we thank them for this incredible performance here at the Saudi National Bank Esports Arena.
Every one of our teams here at the Esports World Cup has so much to be proud of. They qualified to get here. 9 teams at the start of the week, only 3 teams on our podium at the end. And now, your third place and second place teams.
Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Team Vitality and Virtus.pro, for this was a hard-fought battle. And we had to take it all the way to 8 races at the end of the day. Thank you very much, gentlemen, for joining us on the stage. And thank you very much, Mr. Samer Abdel-Jabbar, for joining us on the stage. Thank you, boys. And one more time, I believe it is time for us to present, again, Team BMWM, Team Redline, Red Bull Sim Racing. Join us one more time on the stage.
And we would also like to invite to the stage Mike McCabe, Esports World Cup Foundation Chief Operating Officer, to present the first place medals.
Team Redline. I mean, what can we say about this lineup? What can we say about this roster of legends? Two-time, back-to-back Esports World Cup champions of Rennsport. Cementing one heck of a legacy here on this stage, Rachel.
Absolutely, Sandy. And I do have a couple questions for our winning team. The second time you have stood here to accept a trophy. The second time that you have declared yourselves winners of Rennsport at the Esports World Cup. What do you attribute this continued dominance to when it comes to this team?
I mean, it's all about teamwork, isn't it? So, and we had it all the time, every single race. We did the best that we could, and especially in the races we came back from poor qualifyings, even myself. So yeah, I'm very happy that we achieved it. I mean, it's a back-to-back, and I've said it, I think yesterday or 2 days ago, that we're gonna do it, and we did it. And yeah, I mean, we are simply the best.
And as you've watched your racers compete race after race, day after day, making you prouder and prouder until you stand here, what moment stood out to you best as the most emblematic of the skills and dedication your team has shown?
I think the crucial element is the consistency, of course. Just delivering a race in, race out. That's the most important thing. Staying clean, getting no penalties. I think that's probably what decided at the end, because we're cleaner than the other teams, work better, as Kevin mentioned, together, and yeah, so consistency overall, I would say. That's the one word that describes our performance here.
And tell us, what went into this? We see you here as champions, but we know that this represents hours, days, weeks, months of work, dedication, and practice, and a team behind the scenes, family and friends that have supported you. So who and what would you like to shout out?
Shout out to everyone, family and friends. Luke Crane on the live stream as well, Twitch chat, everyone on the management, engineering from Andre. Thank you very much for all your support. I mean, we love you as always, and we really appreciate everything, and that's why we did it for you guys.
Now, one more choice remains. 3 keys. Your team can select 3 keys belonging to the teams that you have defeated as the foundation of your trophy, symbolizing the opponents you've crushed along the way. Have you given much thought yet to who you'll choose?
Yeah, we have.
Excellent, and you're gonna keep that as a surprise for us at the ceremony?
Yes, definitely.
All right then.
I like that. But, ladies and gentlemen, we do have one more prize. So, I have a question. Who do we believe was the MVP of the finals? And of course, the MVP must have been from the winning team. Give it up for none other than Luke Bennett! I would now like to call on our COO of the Esports World Cup Foundation to present the MVP awards to Luke Bennett for a sensational performance here in the grand finals of the Rennsport competition at the Esports World Cup. Now, I'm gonna jump right into it. Race number 5, I wanna say like overtaking on the penultimate corner from McCormack. Walk us through it, because from our point of view, it was insane. But what was it like from your point of view? What was going through your head through those last corners?
There's a lot of blank, to be honest. I think, when I'm not thinking about anything is probably when I perform best. So for me to just go into that last couple of laps and just not think about anything, then I thought, that's probably the way that I'm going to come out best. It was a great fight with Dara. I've had a lot of fights with Dara, and we're very respectful with each other most of the time. But yeah, it's an unbelievable move. I was very happy with that, and I'm sure you could hear that on the radio.
Unbelievable to say the least, and especially with the way that that last lap ended in the last race with those 720. I don't even know what happened there, but I also have another one for you. When it comes to being back-to-back champion, MVP here at the Esports World Cup, what does it mean for you to have such an achievement with such a talented roster?
Yeah, it's incredible. Me personally, I've never won any kind of drivers solo championship, so to win the MVP award is almost like a different kind of way of winning that kind of thing. So I'm super happy to win the MVP award, but also I think it'd be rude to say that all of my teammates don't deserve it too. They've all been incredible, and it's not a one-man team. There's 4 of us, and there's Andre too.
I want to give you this opportunity to, is there anything that you want to say, whether it's to your teammates, whether it's to your friends, family, anyone who's supporting you, watching from home? The floor is yours.
Well, yeah, like Kevin said, hi Crane, hi the stream. Also, you know, big thanks to my mum, dad, my family, whoever else, and of course, big thank you specifically to Kevin during prep. I think he was really someone that gave me a bit of a kick up the butt to get my work done, and also he's just been incredibly fast all season, and he's been someone good to learn off of, and yeah, super happy to be teammates with him.
Well, thank you very much, Luke Bennett, and once again, congratulations, Team BMW M, Team Redline, Red Bull Sim Racing, and now it is time. For the first time in 2025, we will take the walk to the totem of the Esports World Cup and place our first key into that totem and cement their history one more time as one of the best teams to ever do it. Boys, it is now time for a lovely walk and see if we can place that key and cement yourselves in the history books. Boys in the studio, take it away.
Well fought by Redline and well fought by Luke Bennett, the Sony Tournament MVP. So many highlight moments from this very man, and you heard it from him, Max, saying, look, this means a lot to me. I've never really won a solo award like this, so winning the Sony MVP definitely meant a lot to Luke Bennett, but you know what? He earned it. He earned it.
Yeah, absolutely. He was definitely deserving. One of the standout drivers over not just today, but the whole tournament. And we were discussing it a little bit earlier. He was really close to winning the Drivers' Championship in 2023, but he always seemed to lack a little bit of performance at LAN for some reason. Not that he was bad, he was still winning races every now and then, but online he was just so much stronger, and I think this tournament really solidified him as a LAN champion in a way.
Yeah, without a doubt. I mean, already a LAN champion right back to back, but now the Sony Tournament MVP. $10,000, right? He walks away with the prize pool of $200,000, then he gets an extra $10K. I mean, the man, he is balling.
Yeah, well-deserved winner of the MVP award. You know, he's been super consistent, really good online, as Max said. Finally, he's learned how to deal with the pressure of a LAN event, and he's turned up this time. And yeah, the rightful winner of that award, and a big contributor to their success here at the Esports World Cup. And yeah, Team Redline, well-deserved.
Absolutely well-deserved indeed. And you can see the celebration from him as he knew we are champions once again. Luke Bennett, we've been singing his praises from day 2 of competition when they entered to day 4 where we currently stand. And you cannot discredit the success. He's managed to stay on course, and even despite getting tapped up, it doesn't matter. Luke Bennett, he manages to come right back and be a fighter like he is, and a champion, mind you. Truly, truly incredible. They lift the trophy, they lift it up again, and then they lift it up one more time. Everybody getting their moment to shine. This is Team Redline, and that is Luke Bennett, the Sony Tournament MVP.
Yeah, and he's such a nice guy, so he deserves it. And yeah, I wasn't aware that he's not won any solo Drivers' Championships, in his words. And you know, the MVP award is the MVP award, but it is sort of, you know, he walks away as, you know, on paper, the best driver at the Esports World Cup, and that's amazing.
Yeah, and don't forget, of course, as well, I mean, Team Redline as a team has been an absolute standout. They have amazing drivers, and he basically stood out from the standing out team, right? So the best of the best.
Best of the best indeed, and I do love that we, of course, chose Luke Bennett here based off his performance, but when it came time to give the Sony Tournament MVP, the entire Redline roster pointed directly at him. Yeah, it was a unanimous decision, wasn't it?
Yeah, and it reaffirms that we made the right decision on who the MVP award winner was. So yeah, definitely the rightful winner. And what will he spend that 10K on? Who knows?
Who knows? I mean, I don't know. There's a lot of things, 10,000 things you could spend it on.
Yeah, and of course, really nice for Luke as well. It's always nice to get recognized by your peers, right? To have his three teammates pointing at him for the MVP award, that must feel great, right? I mean, super deserving, as we all said. Yeah, great tournament from him.
Absolutely, a great tournament indeed for Team Redline, as they now get to pick and choose who they would like to use for their trophy. They've crushed every key possible, and now they get to pick whoever they want to be immortalized for their victory, their road to EWC, their road to first place, ultimately the champions of the Esports World Cup Rennsport Championship of 2025. Truly a phenomenal job, and you gotta appreciate how they as an organization, right, Redline has cemented themselves in sim racing, specifically R1, as the undeniably undisputed legacy team, the best team without question in back-to-back years. That includes online, that includes offline. They simply do it all. There have been many competitors who have tried to dethrone them, but everyone has fallen short due to the consistency, due to the domination. Redline continues to be champions. So respectable in such a competitive field, which is sim racing. Hey, this is only the beginning. R1 is just now getting started. It's only been a couple of years, but there's so much still to accomplish, not only in sim racing, but also R1, and also for our racers on that very stage. And I cannot wait to see what the future of sim racing holds, what the future of R1 holds, and more importantly, the future of the Esports World Cup. This is just the second year. As far as I'm concerned, this is just the very start. 7 weeks of competition, 25 different games, and hey, a total of $70 million in prize money. Truly insurmountable. I wouldn't even know what to do with all that money. And let's not forget the Club Championship trophy run, which Vitality, Virtus.pro earned all those points for. They are now ahead of their competition, as this was the first official tournament to end during the 2025 Esports World Cup. They've got to be happy with their results, but now they've got to continue it on, because let's not forget, yes, this is Rennsport, but there's plenty of other events taking place even as we speak. We're talking Dota, we're talking Apex Legends, we're talking Valorant, right? 3 to 4 tournaments are ended every single week, and the championships you get to watch on your very screen. The coverage is incredible, and we keep you up to date every chance we possibly get. This is just week 1 of 7, and I can't wait to see who not only is going to win the Club Championship trophy, but also move forward in each and every game. And we had a chance to speak to the CEO, right, of Virtus.pro, and you could really sense the passion of what it means for his team to be represented, not only the Club Championship trophy, but also throughout the various different games Virtus.pro is in. Let's not forget Vitality as well. We brought on a Vitality member to break it all down for us, right? They're happy with 3rd place. They're happy that they made it to the final day. Let's not kid ourselves. We assumed Porsche Coanda would be here, but they're not. Vitality made it known they wanted to be in the finals, and you got to give them credit where credit is due, but none are better, at least in this case, than that of Team Redline. Through and through, they are sensational, and you love to see it every step of the way. Boys, it's been a great tournament. It really has. We have seen so many wonderful moments, so many great plays, so much heartbreak as well, but that's for those who did have some heartbreak. I hope they come back better and stronger next year, because James, next year is going to be even better.
And if everyone wants to beat Team Redline next year, there's some great drivers on the grid. They need to piece together 4 top talents. Otherwise, Team Redline will just come and win it again. And rightfully so, because this year they were the best.
Yeah, fully agree. We need to see some changes in some teams. I mean, I expect everyone here felt the hurt of their losses, right? They want to win. They know they need to change stuff. And I'm super excited for next year. I would really like to be back. And yeah, I mean, I think this year hasn't let any of us down. Super exciting races all the way through. And I can imagine that next year will probably be even better if teams start stepping up. It'll just be tighter.
You would have to assume so. In terms of favorite moments, I don't know. It's hard to choose. It really is. I think for me, honestly, still has to be that performance from McCormack all day long. Just a warrior, not only in the qualifications, but also the races, winning 4 out of 8 races completed today. Nearly 5, mind you, if it wasn't for Bennett, who ended up overtaking him in the last possible moment. That race-off truly showed me what sim racing, what racing in general can be, and how exciting it is till the very end, and how hard the competitors are willing to fight for every inch of the track. And truly phenomenal for me. Yeah, McCormack stole my heart, stole my show. I cannot wait to see him next year in any R1 competition, let alone the Esports World Cup, if we do return. And of course, I look at you. What was your
That final crash at Spa with the car flipping around in the air was insane to watch live. But no, seriously, I think the most impressive thing about the Esports World Cup has been Dara McCormack's performance today. Like, in terms of an individual performance, wow, that was quite something.
Yeah, for me it has to be, I think the final race of the, I think it was lower bracket, no, the day before, the second day, where it was Mouse.
Group stage.
Yeah, for the group stage. Mouse, Vitality, and who am I missing? Williams?
Yes.
Yes, it was, no, it was Virtus.pro, I think. It was super close. In the end, where it all came down to the penalties, I was on the edge of my seat the whole time. That was unbelievable to watch, and it was such a perfect script, you know. Final race, all those teams kind of came together in that race.
Yes.
I think it was really cool. Couldn't have written it any better.
Yeah, where we thought Vitality were out, and then the penalties knocked out Mouse. Yeah, that was pretty cool. That was good.
Yeah, and then of course they came back as well. Even here in the final day, from the brink of elimination, really, like it came down to the wire, and then to even go up another step.
Yeah.
Really, really well done.
Well, the competitors, they fought hard to get to that point. And boys, it's been an absolute pleasure being with you as well as the rest of the talent team. But now we watch Redline start to walk forward as the champions, choosing the keys that they would like to use for their own trophy. This is a moment where they're like kids in a candy store, right? Looking at all the teams that they beat, all the hopes and dreams of the teams that came to the Esports World Cup for Rennsport with the opportunity, with the dream of being champions themselves, well, falling just a little bit short, and now will forever be immortalized in the trophy for Team Redline. That's what they earned, and that's what they gained. So much opportunity for Redline in the future, and so much pleasure in taking back-to-back wins, and in, of course, 2024 and 2025. Redline, the undeniable best team when it comes to sim racing. The 4 best racers R1 has to offer. What the future holds, well, we don't know, but we do know what the present is. And that's Redline, undeniably the best. Like I said, boys, it's been an incredible time. I've truly enjoyed my time here watching sim racing and learning from both of you. And, well, for this show in general, it's opened my eyes of what sim racing is, what racing can be, and how special this industry, but also just in general, like I said, racing as a whole is. As they take the walk to the wall, here they go to immortalize their name. This was the Esports World Cup featuring Rennsport 2025.
This land is calling.